up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time, it's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Qualy Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time, it's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit, your coverage will resume shortly.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting proves every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food. I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know what you're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
Do you know what cable expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hello and welcome to Winchester, California, here at the beautiful K1 Circuit, here at K1 Speed World Championship. My name is Alexander Searle, alongside me in the booth, Frankie Boston. Frankie, this is a track that you actually know pretty well. You've helped build and develop these go-karts early on here, but so far we had 2 go-arounds on a formation lap. This time around, these drivers, these teams in the A main, looking to get the green. They have the green, hopping in their seats. And up front so far, side by side up the hill towards turn number 3. A couple karts sideways there. They're all holding on to it. What you couldn't really see on the formation lap as a couple karts go around is the fact that we had some raindrops. Frankie hit the racetrack. What do you think it's going to do to these go-karts?
Group behind that's going to start to catch up. Everyone's pretty tight. There's not really too much chaos except for the first few corners. I think we have another car go around right there in the hairpin.
Yeah, I know a lot of drivers are talking about the differences in this racetrack from year to year. There's a lot more grip this time around. This is even the playing field. You and I were watching it and talking before the race went on. You said, listen, this is the great equalizer, right? It's not like it's drenched the racetrack, but again, you can see how all the dark patches are just covering the circuit. There's no more firm racing line, right? So now these drivers having to re-navigate the circuit, having to kind of underdrive the go-kart a little bit. So let's see who's as confident with an oversteer go-kart versus an understeer go-kart. I had a chance to sit by some of the hairpins, turn 11, turn 4. And yeah, a lot of drivers liking to use the runoff in turn 12. Frankie, you got a chance to drive these go-karts. Do you like using that much runoff? I see a couple guys are backing up the final corner to get a good run off the front straightaway.
I mean, I don't think they really have too much of a decision right now with the wet. They had a practice earlier on, and I think their braking points changed, how much speed they're carrying through it. Everything's really gone for a loop for all of them. And so, obviously, you see like the top 5 running have really been able to get adjusted to it quickly. But it seems like there's a big pack farther down the group around like 10th and 11th that are all just either going at it and trying to figure it out themselves.
So let's talk about it here. This is the A main for the teen group. So again, drivers under the age of 18 or a little over like 4'11". That would be the adult class, and the teens or anybody younger than that. The A main, the top 3 here transfer to the World Championship right now. This is just the national championship for the United States. So your goal right now, top 3. The top 3 finishers here right now. Patrick Bernadowitz there from Illinois going after it with Joey Dami for P1 here around the outside for Joey, looking for it. You can see how he's trying to get the crossover move to work, and on a track like this where it's slicker, the over-under is as inviting as ever. They're side-by-side across the front straightaway, and I think Joey's going to get him here side-by-side through 2 and 3. Joey Dami up to the front. Let's see these 2 drivers decide to work together because, again, you want bragging rights, right? You want to be the national champ, but you don't want to mess yourself up and ruin your chance at competing for the world title as we have a fight for 3rd. Erickson gets around Connor Wooten there for 3rd.
I think he realized his pace early on, and I thought it was a bit of an early decision to go that hard, especially when they take top 3 to be able to get into the world group. But it looks like the pack, they're trying to defend as much as they can. And I think that's actually Joey in P3 that's blocking right now to try to keep his position as he goes side-by-side in the hairpin.
Really big group of go-karts here.
Yeah, Joey got a big bump.
Big bump. Joey Dami frustrated with the 29 machine there. And again, side-by-side down the hill. And it's going to cost Joey a handful of spots. You see him complaining. At this point, hand up, complaints. It's not going to help you get your positions back. You have to put your head down and, just get back to work here. So Joey Dami goes from fighting for the top 3 to now being in P6 and out of contention at the moment for fighting for a world title later on this afternoon. But the top 2 and how much racing we've just seen for the fight for 3rd have left this field.
For sure. Joey looks pretty frustrated. I think it's a bit more than just the racing that he had there going on. But, I think with the battling that they got going on right there. Oh, another turnaround. He's going to be just fine to be back in it.
Yeah, it looks pretty slick out there, Frankie. One driver we just saw go way off the circuit there through the banking of turn number 3. It's a tricky corner in the dry no matter what if you're not used to it, especially with a lot of these drivers. We got a chance to speak with a lot of them yesterday during the media day. They're used to the indoor scene. They're used to flat surfaces. This track is anything but flat. A lot of elevation. Most drivers I spoke with said, listen, that's been the biggest challenge is besides having front brakes in an electric go-kart, it's how do I navigate elevation, because going up the hill, you're a little bit slower, right? You're against gravity. Going down the hill, you're a little bit quicker.
Whoa.
As we see a little bit of a spin there. Joey Dami turns around the 27 machine, doing a good job. Everybody else got out of the way, and one go-kart could not avoid the 27 there. Good look here on the back straight. Look how many go-karts are going after it here in the mid-pack. Again, this is great fighting. This is the A main. These are the drivers that had the best lap times in their 2 qualifying sessions, of 2 8-minute qualifying sessions to put themselves in the A main. But I mentioned it earlier, only the top 3 transfer into this one at the moment. So once we get an update on the timing and scoring, we'll let you know where everyone sits at the moment. But what I do know is Bernadowitz is the one sitting up front right now from Illinois. That's his home center, K1 Speed. Yellow's all the way around for the wreck we saw on the previous lap there as well.
Yeah, the top 2 seem like they have a massive lead right now and a big advantage, and they just need to seem like they're stay where they're at, stay consistent, make sure they just keep it on track, because it looks like it's really difficult out there for everyone, and definitely not slow down too much. So we're coming to 2 to go now. I think the leaders are closing to each other a little bit more.
So these are, in fact, the front runners right now. The number 7 machine of Rivas there, leading the white helmets there in P2 in 3rd place. By himself, that's the best place to be. No one in front of you, no one behind you. You know you're in the transfer spot at this point, so you might as well just sit there and not make any mistakes. That's the biggest thing when you're driving, having to learn. And again, another difference, indoor to outdoor, right? Indoor, you have some walls, you have a little bit more forgiveness because at the end of the day, you can bounce off the walls a little bit more. Here, the walls are gravel, grass, curb, as a lot of drivers have figured out, unfortunately, throughout this A main event. Only a couple laps to go here to decide who can be crowned a U.S. national champ and which 3 drivers make it to the A main.
Yeah, we have a big battle coming into the second to last corner right now with the number 20 defending from probably about 5 or 6 karts. Leaders are pretty comfortable in their transfer spots. Say 3rd place is in the best position he can be right now to be able to contend later on.
Nice move there from the 35 that was Patterson there going after the 27 machine. We'll see if we can get a name to that number. But further back, this group has been going after it all race long. That was Holder, it was Prigich, Erickson, Connor Wooden, and CJ Arabia. That big group from 5th to 9th have been going after it all race long. Let's see if we can see a move here. That's the number 9 machine of Cooper going to the inside as well. Down the hill, huge gaggle of go-karts there. Eight line of stern naturally here. And we can start to see, I got to say, rubber slightly being put down. It's not going to be nearly as much as what you'd be used to, Frankie, using the softer, sticky tires that you guys use over there on the X30 and the K100 side of things. But here at K1 Circuit, it's been putting rubber down. A lot of the drivers yesterday said as the track progressed, they were getting quicker. I know, speaking to a couple this morning, lap times actually slowed down a little bit in comparison to yesterday. They're going to be a lot slower now with the slight drizzles we saw before this A main kicked off. Exiting turn 11 down the hill, the 47 hopping in the seat there. That is Brown getting passed there by, I believe, what looks to be the 39, of Yamato. from Nevada there, trying to go after it with Brown from Indiana. So that is not the fights for third and fourth. Just taking an update on the timing and scoring, but all throughout this has been pretty good racing. Again, we haven't had a chance to really show you guys the battle for the lead because they've just been pushing each other, working together.
Yeah, definitely a big gap for the two of them. You know, in their position where they're at right now, I just think got to stay consistent. You know, in their mind, you know, they got bigger priorities and bigger intentions. What's the prize for the World Championship later on?
$25,000. Frankie, in your karting career, now you're in cars. You still hang out with us in the karting scene every once in a while. That's got to be the biggest prize pool you've ever seen in a kart race.
100%. You know, I think last year it went to one of our regulars in the national karting scene too, with Payne Phillips. And, you know, I think these are going to be the guys to come up using that. And hopefully we see them at one of those events using that big prize fund. And, you know, who knows if one of these K1 drivers come up to the big league someday.
Yeah, well, certainly the prize fund will play a pretty big factor in funding, potentially,
sure.
a karting season, maybe, you know, pitch it in towards doing some car stuff as well. So, again, always cool. Money's cool.
Open up doors.
Exactly. But also, you want to say that you're a national champ. You want to say that you're a world champion.
100%.
Not many people have had a chance to say that. So, while live timing is a little bit off here, the number 7 of Evan Rivas is your leader. There's the number 7. He's actually the one leading this race at the moment. So he's the one that, as it stands, a couple laps to go, would be crowned national champion for the Team A main. Behind him was the number 19. We'll have to get a name to that number as well, but he's sitting P2. These two drivers, we saw them go after it in the early doors of this one. Evan Rivas made the move lap 3, hasn't looked back since. Again, national champ is cool, but you want to play it smart. You want to play for the world title. You want to play for the $25,000. So while Evan Rivas at this point is starting to walk away from the field with 1 lap to go here. White flag in the air for the Team A main. Evan Rivas, P1. 19 sits there in second place at the moment. And then third is going to be Patrick Bernadowitz there, I believe, crossing the start third.
I want to say that's Patrick in the 18. Timing's out a little bit, but look at how big of the gap that they have all the way to P4, P5.
Yeah, so it's Evan Rivas, Patrick Bernadowitz, and then Smith from California there sits in third. So we'll see if we can get a name to that number as well. But that's your top 3, and as it stands at the moment, that's going to be the 3 drivers that make it into the World Qualifier later on this afternoon. Everett Smith sits there in third. So first driver looking in is Brown, then CJ Arabia, Connor Wooten, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They've been the one that's put on the best show for us throughout this A main. But it's all about Evan Rivas, number 7 here, going around the last couple of corners. And he hasn't looked back since the green flag dropped. I mean, he had a really good start, made up a couple spots. I believe he started on road number 2, but on lap 3, like I mentioned, got around Patrick Bernadowitz through turns 2 and 3 and never looked back. Around the final corner, you see the hand in the air. Evan Rivas wins the A main, wins the national title, and punches his ticket into the World Qualifier later this afternoon. Patrick Bernadowitz, Everett Smith, your top 3 drivers. Those are the 3 that will transfer on through to compete for a chance at a world title and $25,000. Behind him, Dominic Brown, CJ Arabia, Connor Wooten, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Davis, Krigich, Anderson, and Patterson, your top 10 drivers. And I love to see this sportsmanship here. Bernadowitz, not the national champ, but all smiles because these 3 drivers on your screen know that they have punched their ticket into the World Championship event later on this afternoon. But it's all about Evan Rivas at the moment. He can actually say he is the U.S. national title holder for the K1 Speed E-World Championship event. Rivas, Bernadowitz, Smith, Brown, Arabia, Wooten, Davis, Krigich, Anderson, Patterson, your top 10. You go further back to Teagues, Erickson, Nealis, Yamato, and Lopper, your top 15 drivers.
Evan was so close last year, ending up 5th in the US team final as well. So I think for him to make an improvement like this, not only to make it into the top 3 to be able to qualify, but to win it, I think that shows a definite improvement and involvement with him in this last year. And so he's gone out and proven it, especially in these tricky conditions, and taking advantage of what he could.
Just update, it's $25,000 for the adults, $10,000 for the World Championship for the teens as well. But it's still a lot of money for these young kids. And I got to say, some of them had some pretty funny answers to what they would do with the money. A lot of them during the interviews said, I'd put it towards racing in school. But on the notes they put on their entry list, it was usually some funnier answers like video games and investing, and they're 13 years old, But it's all fun. It's all fun and games until the helmet goes on and there's money on the line for sure for these young kids.
conditions out there? I know it kind of got a little drizzly out there. Did that affect how you drove the track? Did you change your approach at all?
The warm-up is a little slippery, but I think the slick is pretty on the rain. And yeah, it wasn't that slippery.
All right, good to hear it. Congratulations once again, Evan. All right, Patrick. Started in second, finished in second, but it wasn't as easy as that, right? Explain how your race went here.
Yeah, it was a nice speed race. Managed to get a good start. Was first, turn, and then had lost the position. Struggled a little bit on the straights, but overall stayed out of trouble. Nice race. Yeah.
Very good. Congratulations. And then Everett made up a couple spots here to finish on the podium. So a medal for you. Let's hear from it from yourself.
Okay, honestly, like the speed of the kart was good. I had a whole run. Credit to whoever was in front of me for defending. Really good defending. Happy I was able to pass it. Happy to be here right now.
Very good. There you go, Everett. And then the final question here for our U.S. champ. Going into the World Championship, how are you feeling here?
Good. I was pretty fast in the national championship, so I'm feeling good.
All right. Well, there you hear it, guys. See how they actually do in the World Championship in just about 3 races time. But look, and please give it up for our top 3 finishers here of the team K1 Speed U.S. Championship.
Welcome back here to Winchester, California, home of the K1 circuit for the K1 Speed E World Championships. We just crowned a national champion for the A main event for the teens, a part of the United States side of things. Evan Rivas is going to be the one to kind of carry the flag for the U.S. alongside a couple of other drivers, one of them being Everett Smith, and the other one being Patrick Bernadowitz there. So those three drivers secured their ticket into the World Championship event later on this afternoon. If you're wondering how the B, the C, and the D mains work, which is coming up right now, this is the B main on your screen. This is just one of those situations where they just weren't fast enough to make it into the A main, but they still get a main event. Always cool, bragging rights. You want to win your main event. Same style as we'd see almost in dirt racing, right? Besides the fact that no one's going to transfer on in to the World Championship. It's just going to be bragging rights for a lot of these guys, but they're still going to put on a show for us. The A main was fantastic to watch. A lot of action, a lot of passing, especially for that mid-pack group. I expect more of the same here for the B main. Slow and steady this time around, much better at starting, I'd say, than what we saw for the beginning of the A main. Just a little bit of confusion. It happens every once in a while here.
Yeah, much better track conditions as well coming on with this next group going on track. There was a bit of a sprinkle before the Team USA main, and now I think these drivers are going to be putting down faster lap times, closer competition, and we're going to see some really good battles here.
Slow and steady along the back straightaway here. So again, a lot of the drivers just waiting, crawling towards that final corner. They still have a bit to go here before they see the green flag, but you know what, I gotta say, it's always better to go slower than faster here for the start, especially the way these this first couple corners unfold, right? You have a fast right into an uphill left and then a banked right-hander. We've seen a lot of drivers kind of bite themselves through that corner. A couple drivers threw it off the racetrack in that A main, especially because you mentioned it, raindrops hit the racetrack before that A main. Track looks pretty good. I don't think it's going to affect it all too much, but the way these karts handle, the tires aren't as soft as you would expect for you, Frankie, what you're used to. But nonetheless, let's see how these drivers can navigate the K1 circuit. This is their first bit of racing action, their only bit of racing action this weekend. B-main is on their way. Green flag in the air, and we're already 3 wide up the hill. What a good start for a couple drivers there. Best start for the leader, but what a move down the inside. Sawyer Kidd to the lead. Through the chicane we go, already defending for that third position there. A couple drivers hitting the curb. These curbs are pretty high up, Frankie. You've got a chance to actually drive this circuit with these go-karts. What is it like out there? How do you kind of navigate it?
Yeah, these are FIA grade asphalt curbing, so this is stuff that everyone in Europe are used to. So this is a really big change of dynamic to any other track that you go to in America. And a big driver around and a big hit. Both drivers seem like they're going back there and all right.
Yeah, that was a 14 of Harris there going around, but it's all right. We got bumpers around the go-karts there. He took the hit pretty good and back up and rolling again, but it looks like
lead already for Sawyer as well.
Yeah,
they're going at it hard for second.
It looks like this track's still pretty slick here, Frankie. I got to say, they're skating around pretty good. This racing is awesome to watch, but I got to say, our leader, which is actually Myers, a 13, up front there as one driver there in the all-red suit. Yeah, I think at this point, you got to remember, these go-karts have front brakes as well, so they're starting to struggle to kind of maximize the braking efficiency, which is what a lot of these drivers are mentioning to me that they are struggling with, as put the bumper to the back of them there, and we're all sorts of sideways to the final corner. One driver spun around in front of the field. So remember, when raindrops hit the circuit, which I can't tell if it's raining again. It is, in fact, raining again. Looking outside our broadcast booth, you can't really tell, but I can tell by their hands and their feet and the way that the track is getting darker and darker, and the cameras are showing more and more clouds in the area. It is raining, and more than it has rained before the A main. So now it is survival mode. One driver hasn't survived. 41 just avoids the spinner there on the exit of turn number 7. But at this point, this is everything you've got. All the bit of talent that you have learned and acquired over the years of experience. Some of these guys only 1 year, because it's a year's worth of racing that gets you to this point, that qualifies you for this event. And so for these drivers, they probably have never experienced wet weather driving, at least if you're just a part of the indoor scene. So again, the indoor driving scene, especially for K1 Speed, normally it's a bit of a slicker surface. Nowhere near as slick as what an asphalt combined with water would feel like, and it's showing here. A lot of drivers are struggling to maximize grip, and you got to recognize, Frankie, as well, what they probably don't know is when you touch the red and white paint, it is like ice.
Straight ice, and as well, you know, trying to break front brakes on top of the rubbers is going to send you going straight off. So I actually saw a few good lines, especially in the downhill S's, from people trying to cross over the rubber and try to use all the lateral grip that they have. You know, these karts are really heavy, so there's not much you can do, especially with the torque. You know, these are electric, a lot of power off the corner. So that's where it's really catching a lot of people off guard right now.
Walk us through, Frankie, kind of what is the technique like driving in the rain, especially on slicks?
On slicks, it's about being patient. You know, you're going to dial back your braking zone way, 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 way more than you even would ever on the tires. You're going to focus on trying to stay off the outside paint, the curbs, the lines, the tram marks. You know, it's going to be really difficult in turn 2 right now through the banking. It's going to catch you off guard because you don't know how much speed you can carry. It's going to change every single lap, especially you don't know how much water is coming down on track and where it's going to be worse at. So the biggest advantage you can have is your awareness and also partially patience, but just staying off the rubber. You know, it's really opposite to what you normally anticipate in like the general driving line. You're gonna drive way offline in the marbles, trying to find as much grip as you can.
Yeah, we're starting to see some really good lines here from a couple of these drivers. One driver in the Burrell suit there. That's really what you want to see, right? Off the rubber, like you said, trying to cross it over at the center and get a good exit. You mentioned it, right? The way that this power is applied is different than it would be in a gas-powered go-kart, right? You get it all at once.
Yep.
Huge torque, it pulls off the corner. It's about modulating that throttle and being patient. It is not about how fast can I get back to full throttle, how fast can I turn in. It's slow. You almost want to treat it like you have an egg under your foot when you're applying the throttle, and you want to treat it
straight. Yeah.
Hand straight at all times, like there's a string attached to your foot, right? We call it string theory, actually, in driver coaching as well. So you really want to see smooth hands. And for Travis Myers up front from Arizona, he's the one that's leading this field around. He's navigated the circuit as well as anybody. Andrew Bradbury there sits in the second spot. And at this point, this is very common to wet weather driving, a pretty big field spread at this point. Just drivers trying to figure it out. I'm seeing drivers as well trying to wipe their visor. A lot of them probably don't know how to fix that. Usually, you end up just cracking the visor open a little bit, letting it defog. And if you don't have any Rain-X on your visor as well, it's not going to beat as well. And all of a sudden, you're going to have some visibility problems as well, which is a pretty underrated factor in racing, I would say. But nonetheless, I mentioned earlier the paint something you want to avoid. The one part of the racetrack where maybe you can get away with it is the final corner if you just straighten your hands on the exit, as long as there's no wheel involved. But if you have some wheel involved and some throttle combined with that as well, you're going to have a pretty rough time on the exit here. And again, a couple of drivers I'm seeing still trying to get down to the racing line. It's not going to work, right? It's not going to work. We're seeing a lot of drivers having to really throw in a lot of steering. And while that is a technique that I have seen be used by some drivers where you chuck it in full 90 degrees on the steering wheel and shift the body weight, for a lot of these teams, they don't have enough body weight probably to shift around and move around, especially with a heavy go-kart as the 46 goes around there.
It looks like there's a lot of rain coming down in the back half, you know, coming towards turn 4, and then in the final, the final 4 turns after the hairpin complex, and at the top of the hill. I mean, if you look at this angle, the track looks super dark, glossy. This is, you know, full drift for a lot of them.
I gotta say, I'm actually kind of jealous right now. This is as fun of a racetrack as you can imagine if you know what you're doing and you have a feel for what it's like, as our leader, Travis Myers, feeling out the limit there. And that's a heart and mouth moment if you're Travis Myers with a 9.5-second lead over Andrew Bradbury. That's the last thing you want to see is facing the wrong direction. So good hands there for Myers. But you see his technique. He's one of the drivers that really puts a lot of wheel in and just waits for the front end to set. With that, what's happening is if you see drivers do that technique, all they're doing is turning in at their normal turning point. There's no grip, and the front tires bite on the wet line. So in theory, you can actually almost push your brake zone back a hair and turn in later and turn in right where the grip is. It's called the wet line. Usually you want to drive towards the exit of the racetrack there, as one driver has found the full exit of the racetrack and gone around
the cones, yeah.
our orange cones there. But again, that's the one thing I mentioned. You can actually get away with that much runoff even with the paints as long as your hands are straight. And I can tell it's raining pretty hard because I can hear it in our ears, and I can see it on the camera.
Spray.
That's saying a whole lot. As another driver spun around there. I think it's the 29 of Figueroa. They are spun around in front of the field as well, but he's in a safe enough spot to pull back onto the circuit.
Yeah, like you said, too, these are the most fun conditions that you can ever drive in, especially in a kart like this. Like you said, I'm pretty jealous. You know, Travis is getting the most out of it right now. But being realistic, you know, at this point, you got to just settle in, hit your marks, stay to the outside of the track. You can see he's trying to get on top of the rubber, and it just throws him a bit wide, and he starts to slide once he gets the power. And so he's got to start to adjust a little bit before he has a bit of a spin or anything go wrong, because then that all of a sudden that 10, 11 second gap is going to turn into 0 real quick, and we're going to have a battle for the lead.
Oh, and there you go.
There it is. But
commentator cursed, but a perfect 360 for Travis Myers. Style points for the 13 machine there, putting on a show for the people watching. That's about as perfect of a pirouette as you can imagine to not lose much time, because he's been consistently about a second and a half faster than at least Andrew Bradbury in P2, but really the rest of the field. He's got an 11-second lead over Bradbury. Let's see if that gap closes slightly, and I'm sure it will with that spin. But I got to say, that's the one thing that I've noticed with Myers is he's still using the exit curbing, and if you have too much power and your hands aren't straight enough on the exit curbing, it's going to really cause a lot of wheel spin there. And that's the one thing that if I were to give him any advice, right, it's treat that right foot like it, it's pretty shattered glass, right?
100%.
One more step and it's going to break. You got to wait for it there, and you see his hands getting really busy.
Yeah, he's got one lap to go. He's just needs to, I think, settle in, stay off the rubber, use the curves maybe here or there. But as you see as he goes through the chicane, you know, he has a few turns of worth of a lead, and you know, I think it's just at this point, you know, you just focus forward and just keep it on track. You know, the worst that you can do is go 2 seconds slower, but as long as you baby it around, and you're going to lose less time than you would with a major spin or anything else like that.
Well, Travis Myers has turned the wick down a little bit. I think that spin also didn't help him, but 3 seconds faster. Andrew Bradbury last time around. That's going a little bit wide there, but gets on to the wet line, and you see the go-kart just hook up and grip. And I got to respect Travis Myers here, because he's fighting the limit of that go-kart even on the final lap, where a lot of drivers at this point would probably look back and realize there's nobody behind him and turn it down. But I think he's having a blast out there as well. You see him using throttle to rotate, and it's a good strategy as long as you have a pretty calm right foot. If you're too excited on it, all of a sudden you can loop it around, like you've seen Travis do twice at this point in the race. But you see him look back. I think he realizes that he's got a much larger margin than he probably would have anticipated there. And as he exits turn number 11 on to the back straighter, turn number 10, sorry, getting ready to see the last couple of corners there, getting close to the white line on entry, waiting for the front end to bite hard on the power and the exit there, fighting it as much as he can, wipes the helmet, and with one more corner to go, Travis Myers, as long as he navigates the last corner, it's not an easy one. We've seen a couple karts lose it here, but he's going to be the one to see the checkered flag first here in the Teens US B main. Travis Myers wins. Behind him, we have to wait a little bit for the white helmet of Andrew Bradbury, who navigates the final corner nice and easy. Andrew Bradbury finishes second here in the B main. What a run here for Hemo as well, who was fourth entering the final lap. He gets around best on the last couple of corners there to cross the stripe in third position here. And as the rest of the field starts to cross the line, this is one of the situations where I got to say, I'm starting to rub my hands together here, Frankie, because this is going to take a little bit to dry. Who knows if there's more weather in the area. And now for the C and the D main, and then into, obviously, international practice, and then you start the adults qualifiers as well. This is going to put a wrench in things for drivers that got their testing done. They feel like they have, at least a line they're happy with, a comfort level with the go-kart and the racetrack, and now something you probably have never done before if you're just a part of indoor karting.
Yeah, no, for sure. I have to give big props to Travis, though. A spin to a win, and through all the chaos and a few hairy moments there, you know, I got that's something that you got to be proud of. You know, no matter it's a B main or not. Oh, and another driver backwards through the final corner. Like you're saying, it is tricky. These are some of the hardest conditions you can watch, you know, and even be a part of, you know, even for some of the best drivers. I think the A main guys would just struggle as much, in my opinion.
Well, with that, Travis Myers over Andrew Bradbury and Hemo, your top 3 drivers. Again, this is different from the A main. No one transfers in to the World Championship event, but you still get bragging rights to say that you won a main event here at the K1 Speed E World Championships. Travis Myers, Andrew Bradbury, Suleiman Hemo, Remington Best, Race Oliver, top 5, and then the rest of the field down the order as well, all the way down to 25th with Thomas Gillen there not finishing a lap, unfortunately, due to the wet weather conditions. With that being said, a few more mains here for the teens, a part of the United States Series, and then we'll get started with our adult classes a little bit later on this afternoon. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the K1 Speed E World Championships.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these
All right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
Stop. I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
we're back here at K1 Circuit in Winchester, California, home of the K1 Speed E-World Championships. As you can see, this rain is not going away, and if anything, it's gotten a little bit worse. It's still raining quite good. You can see it on the camera lens here. This track is getting absolutely drenched at the moment. So for this group here, the teens in the C main, it's all about hanging on. I mean, if you watch the B main, you probably have a decent idea of what the line is, but still, no matter what, you can see how shiny this surface has gotten at this point. It's reflecting the banners onto the circuit. It gives you a pretty good idea of, at this point, some standing water is getting built up as well. And so for these drivers, especially on some slick tires here, I believe we're going to be making a change onto full wets, but at the moment it's still slick tires for these teams. And again, it's all about survival at the moment, and one driver loops it around. I see some drivers trying to still get heat in the tires. At this point, it's not really worth trying to weave back and forth because it could cost you some track position before we get started here if you can't get back to your grid slot in time before the green flag waves. But some confusion here early on, trying to figure out where they're supposed to be starting on the formation lap. The pole sitter here has slowed down to a full stop now to let the rest of the field catch back up and get back in the correct order to begin their C main. For clarification, if this is your first time tuning in today, the C main, this is all for bragging rights. These drivers do not transfer to the World Championship events later on this afternoon. This is just to see who is the best of this group. The A main earlier on this morning decided the top 3 drivers from the U.S. To go into the World Championships, and it crowned a national champ in Evan Rivas. Yellow flags are out and waving here. We're on the back stretch now, slow and steady. And Frankie Mossman now joins me up in the booth. Frankie, from when we last commentated the B main to the C main, the track looks even more wet. Apologies there, we'll get that sorted, but nonetheless, on to the back straightaway and entering the last corner now. Onto the front straightaway. Yellow flags out, letting the drivers know, let's slow on down here because this first corner can get pretty hairy when the track is nice and wet here. So let's see when the drivers decide to punch the throttle here. They've decided it now. Green flag in the air. Let's see how the drivers can get around the first couple of corners here up the hill, sliding up the hill towards turn number 2. Hold on to it. One driver around in front of the field there. Let's see if the rest of the crew can get it all sorted as a number 13. Sideways out of 3 to 7 has looped it in the middle of the banking. And for drivers and people watching who haven't driven that banked section of the racetrack as well, I got to actually walk the track this morning, and I didn't realize how banked it actually was until I got a chance to walk it. It's quite banked, and again, if you attack it wrong, even in the dry, you could lose the go-kart there. We're 4 wide now, exiting turn number 7 there. This can get pretty dicey early on. You don't want to be 3 wide here because it tightens up towards the exit of the chicane there. Somehow, some way, the drivers are all staying and facing the right direction here, fighting and sawing at the wheel with how slick this racetrack is, and one driver, again, has looped it around in front of the field. The 45 now facing the wrong direction, and this is your first time seeing wet weather driving, especially wet weather driving on slick tires. This is difficult for any driver.
Yeah, these conditions have really shaken it up a bit. In the last 5 minutes, right before even the drivers went out, there was an actual pretty solid downpour that came down, and it really hasn't been something that you think would make the track this wet, but it's just been so consistent in such a long period of time that it's just built up over and over, and all the way from the B and the A main, it's just continuously. As you can see, drivers are struggling. They're going backwards, left and right, left and right.
Yeah, I mean, they were crawling up the hill, and the leader, Sandvik, has spun around in front of the field there, and great job from Hoff and Cummings there to at least avoid Sandvik through turn number 11. Rest of the field is just skating around the racetrack. You can see them fighting to put the power down on the front straightaway here, Frankie. Now, something that is underrated in driving in the wet, especially if you have not done it before, is offline on the straightaways as well to set up your braking points.
100%. These people don't anticipate it coming into the final corner, how much rubber or how much grip that they have to be able to even keep it on track. They all end up onto that final curb, and it puts them off. You know, as we can even see, I honestly think the AstroTurf may even have more grip right now, as you can see.
Yeah, the only problem is when you hit some grass like that, it tends to actually accelerate you. So it really just depends. Obviously, we don't want the drivers just using the grass to their advantage, but you have a really good point. I mean, this surface at this point is reflecting the poles on the circuit with how much standing water this track is producing at this point. And with slick tires, it doesn't evacuate water nearly as much or at all compared to a wet weather tire, which has grooves in it. It's almost like a road tire for those back at home who aren't familiar with wet weather tires, and they just have a lot of grooves to evacuate water. For one, it helps you drive a little bit quicker, puts more grip. Two, it evacuates water, so when it stops raining, that is actually how the track starts to dry, because right now if you look out, if you're here at the racetrack, or if you look at some of our cameras, not a whole lot of sunshine going on here in Winchester, so this track will probably remain this wet, I would say, up until the rest of the day. It's going to be tough for this track to dry up with how much standing water there is. You can see the water getting pushed out, almost like they're using a broom to kind of sweep the racetrack there, and on the exit, put power down too quickly, loops it around. It's that easy. That was Hoff there in the 12. He actually was fighting for the lead on the opening couple of laps, and he has now found himself spun around. That's the 16 machine of a day, sitting in an 11th at the moment, and it looks like he is struggling to get this go-kart refired. He must have lost it in the middle portion of the racetrack. That's actually the 18. Apologies there. That's the 18 of Brian Sanders in 17th at the moment, and just struggling to get the go-kart refired, and unfortunately it looks like his day will be cut short a couple of laps here for the C main. Here's a good look at your leaders, and again, very common in wet weather driving. Hugely spread out field, just trying to figure out where you're going. And something else to note, you can see the spray off the back of the go-kart here. When you're behind somebody in the wet, Frankie, how difficult is it sometimes to have any sort of visibility?
100%. You know, I think Campbell's in a good position right now. He has somebody to chase so he can see the line, and then as well with Diamond and them, the problem they have is trying to even find a position. And actually, a driver's taking advantage of the AstroTurf like we talked about the lap before, and they're going to go at it for the lead right here.
Yeah, again, I mean, you blow turn 2.
Oh, backwards.
You can straight shot turn 3 as the 49 of Diamond. He was P2 last time around. Loops it through turn number 6. And again, I talked about it before the race even started. It's a race of survival. This is not a race of how fast can I go. A lot of drivers, if all you are accustomed to is indoor driving, K1 speed style, right? If you're not doing the league racing and you're just going there for laps, you're used to doing lap times. That is not important in a race like this. It's all about keeping it on the racetrack. Unless you're Travis Myers, who was able to spin and win in the B main. But for some of these drivers here, this is a much closer field than we saw in the B main, and so a spin and win is probably not in the cards here, as I saw that one happening.
Diamond goes around again.
Yeah, just struggling, carrying too much speed down the hill, and momentum is going against you, right? Gravity's not in your favor as well. So once you're going downhill, that rear of the go-kart with, you know, the electric motor, everything's behind the driver's seat. So once you start losing the rear, it's a big pendulum effect, and you might catch it one way, but every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction, right? So you start turning right too much, you lose it the other way, and it loops around.
Right. I mean, we look at Samvik. He was in the lead, I think, for the first 2 or 3 laps, and then when the rain started to come down even more, coming into the second to last corner, he lost it. Like you said, it's a race about survival at this point. These drivers are going to try to just keep it on a track, not lose all the momentum that they have. And you know, if you turn a lap that's 5/10 slower than the guy in front of you, and he makes a 10-second mistake with the spin or going off track or anything like that, you're going to be right back up to him.
I got to say, we have a fight for the lead here. There must have been a mistake up front. So for Kolb, he was your leader. Now the 23 of Matthew Campbell there gets to the point around Kolb there on the final corner. So Campbell was sitting, I want to say, 3rd 2 laps ago, fighting with Diamond. We saw Diamond loop around a couple times, and there goes Kolb, spun around in front of the field. We talked about that AstroTurf, but sometimes it can bite you if you grab it the wrong way on entry there. And so now for Matt Campbell, his lead has grown tremendously here, but can he keep it on the racetrack? It is not easy, even by yourself, to navigate this circuit with how wet it is, and that has now unleashed the shackles there of, I believe, Cummings there to go to P2.
yeah, from 4th to 2nd. You can go from the lead to 5th. It all changes just in a lap with one mistake. I mean, that AstroTurf, I think it's very unforgiving. It's very, but also at the same time, you can, like, when you're in Campbell's position right now, you're grateful for it. You know, you got extra track usage and everything else. Obviously, we've been instructed to stay off of it, but if you look out on track right now, there's not much track to be left to use. Look in the downhill S's right here. It looks like somebody poured soapy water down.
Yeah, exactly. And on our screen, it's actually Max Campbell there, who now leads on board the 23 machine, and you could see him tiptoeing around the circuit. But I got to say, I love the technique here. Smooth hands, wait for the nose to set before applying easy throttle on the entry, and on the exit, sorry. So, again, you'll see some drivers, in this sort of conditions, it's really tough to do this style of driving, but we see some drivers kind of chuck the go-kart in, full 90-degree lock, try to shift some weight, use some throttle to rotate, but it's not always the fastest way around, as Max Campbell's finding out there, just using the rear to rotate the go-kart. But he seems to have a pretty good feel for that right pedal there and just understanding exactly how much gas it takes to get the kart to turn in. Tries to diamond the corner slightly there, and it's actually working.
Yeah, and
so
he's patient.
If you look at his exit and you wonder why he's not tracking out all the way, it's because there's a couple reasons. Red and white curbing, paint, slick. 2, all the rubber that builds up on the normal racing line becomes ice when it rains. So you want to actually exit on essentially the marbles, what would have been marble buildup on a normal racetrack. It becomes actually grippier than what rubber would be. If you look on the right side of your screen versus the left side of your screen, it's a lot darker on the left side of your screen. That means there's more grip than the shiny stuff. You don't want to go where there's standing water, where there's a lot more water.
And Sandvik goes back around again.
Then there is grip, and Sandvik, his race started out really good, but unfortunately just unable to navigate the wet weather conditions as well as some of the guys around him. Max Campbell there, all sorts of sideways through turn number 6, really trying to find the limit of the racetrack. Behind him, Cooper Kolb and Zachary Allen are going after it pretty good there. That's a fight for 2nd and 3rd at the moment. So we saw Cooper Kolb go around in turn number 2 in front of Max Campbell. He's found himself back in a position to fight for at least a top 3 finish here in the teammate. So it's been a pretty solid comeback drive actually for Cooper Kolb. It goes to show you the lead that they had over the rest of the field, even being able to spin and then still at least fights for a top 3 finish. Here is that fight. In fact, so Cooper Kolb ahead of Zachary Allen here. And again, you see Kolb enter low. It's a slightly banked corner. It's got a little bit of camber into it, right? So if you enter too low, your right side tires are on the puddles, your left side tires on the grip, and you're not going to have a whole lot of turning ability on the go-kart there. So I wonder at what point do you see drivers start to shift their line? You would know, Frankie, right? When it rains hard, and you have slick tires especially, but even in the rain tires, on a track that is constantly getting more wet, less wet, you got to try different things every lap.
100%, but even at this point, I don't know if there is another line. I think you just got to be consistent and use the right pedal to be able to turn it around and get it set straight and just keep it on track. You know, looking in the downhill S's, it looks insanely tricky. And just like I said, you know, it's hard. Some people can't get it right every single corner, every single lap. You know, this is difficult. It can catch you off guard because it's changing, you know. Like you said, with the slick tires, all it's doing, it's like a broom. It's just pushing the water in a different direction. And so it changes every single lap. Your line, like, you're not doing the same thing twice.
Yes, we saw Cooper Kolb lose it in front of Zachary Allen. So now Kolb has fallen back to the clutches of Brody Day there in that 4th position. So it's Kolb 3rd, Brody Day in that 4th spot. So Zachary Allen's actually going to claim, I want to say, the 3rd spot at the moment there. Or I had my drivers around. So Kolb is still P2. Zachary Allen's going to fall down the order here at least to 5th, if not a little bit further back. Yeah, he's going to fall to at least 7th at the moment. Let's see where it all stands. Yeah, 7th. So 1 spin, 4 spots lost for Zach Allen. It moves Brody Day up to that 3rd spot. Then it's Diamond and Cummings there in that 5th spot. And considering both Ari Diamond and Joseph Cummings has at least had a moment throughout this race, a top 5 is a top 5 at the end of the day. And for Sandvik as well, a driver that we have talked about a couple times this race, sometimes for the wrong reasons, right? Just losing the go-kart, but not to any fault, because this is as tough as it can get for any driver, let alone people that maybe are more familiar with indoor driving, not used to wet weather driving as much, and what lines to take and how to approach it. So all in all, fantastic driving from everyone out there on the racetrack. And for Max Campbell, he's been the one that's navigated it the best. A 12-second lead over Cooper Kolb. And He's been a driver. We talked about, you know, his technique. You can see him fighting it all throughout the straightaway there, just failing to put power down essentially, right? But he seems to have a pretty confident feel for how to use the rear to his advantage and get the kart to rotate as well. Here as, again, the fight continues to brew for that second spot. Cooper Kolb, Brody Day, Ari Diamond. That's the fight for second, third, and fourth. It'll continue to brew all throughout. But for Max Campbell, a couple more corners to go, and still testing the limits there as a 23 machine.
Yeah, inches off the paint right there. That's the moment where you're really going to find yourself if you're going to fall.
One more corner to go for Max Campbell. Around the final corner, gets around a lapped kart there. Says a little wave, a little apologies there to get into him on the final corner, but he'll see the checkered flag first. Your C main winner, Max Campbell. Behind him, let's see how they all sorted out in the final couple of corners. A spin there for, I believe, Brody Day. Let's see who crosses the line, P2. It's Ari Diamond from fourth. Who's going to cross the line in third? It looks like Cooper Kolb. Then it's Brody Day. Joseph Cummings is going to round out your top five. No, sorry, Sandvik there gets around Joseph. So let's see where Joseph fell back to. He must have had a spin in the middle portion of the racetrack right as we cut away from him there. So for Joseph Cummings, his top five finish is not going to happen here in the C main. Max Campbell, your winner. He looped it around. Maybe he was doing some donuts. I don't know. But Max Campbell loops it around on the in-lap here. Just goes to show you how slick this portion of the racetrack actually is and how tough it is to drive. I will say, looking at the broadcast booth, I'm starting to see some sunshine, some lights at the end of the tunnel here at K1 Circuit. Maybe we'll get some sunshine, but I don't know if we'll be able to get some dry driving at all for the rest of the afternoon. C-Main's done. More action to come later on. Next up is your qualifiers for the internationals for the teen groups there. So for Max Campbell, holding on a show for us here. Again, just to reiterate, no one transfers from the C main into the International World Championship main, but bragging rights for Matthew Campbell there. He wins over Ari Diamond, Cooper Kolb, Brody Day, Logan Sandvik, your top five, and the rest of the field from Zachary Allen down to William Nakamura, your top 15 drivers, and the rest of the field here for your C main for the teams, a part of the United States division here. Next up, international qualifiers after this short break.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Attention K1 racers, just in case anybody's interested, we have great quality rain suits that can go over your suit. They're at the front of registration, premier quality, see-through, very effective. We also are selling World Championship t-shirts, so make sure you stop by and grab at least 6. Yeah, we got some more windbreakers too. Feel free to step up to registration pickup.
win.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
paddock, everyone here, if you guys find a Mercedes key fob, go ahead and turn it in up the registration booth. Someone lost their keys, so go ahead, keep your eyes, find it, turn it up, turn it in up the registration booth.
All right, well, we're back after the long break that we had for lunch here at the K1 circuit. This is our Teens World final that we're here at.
Here's a good look at your starting lineup here for the World Final for your teen division here at K1 circuit at Winchester, California. Joshua Gomez alongside Christian Velez on the front row, Hector Navarez, Liam DePaz, Everett Smith, Patrick Benatowicz, Sebastian Espinoza, Evan Rivas, Emilio Ferrer, Santiago Bermudez, Romy Spitz, Jake Felkai. The 12 drivers that are going to see the green flag for 10 laps to decide a world champion, and who walks away with a $10,000 cash prize. Money all the way down to the third position, $5,000 for second, $2,500 for third place. 4 different countries here, 3 drivers representing each, the USA, Mexico, France, and Canada.
Evan Rivas is starting farther down the field, but he already took a national championship today, and now he's trying to take it even further with a big prize here with $10,000 on the line. So right now they're coming through the second to last corner. They're all formed up. It's looking a lot better start than we had for our A main. Everyone seems to have it pretty dialed down. They're all in their tram lanes now.
Heading on to the back straightaway are the 12 drivers getting ready to see the green flag here for the World Championship. I got to say, they do a pretty good job forming up here, trying to get as much heat in the tires as possible. Frank, you and I both walked down moments ago. Sun trying to poke out. I mean, the clouds are obviously blocking it quite a bit here. This track takes quite a ways to dry up all the way. Huge track, 1.1 miles in length. So it's just one of the situations where we might see dry racing, we may not, especially for this at least World Final event. We're not going to see dry racing. It's all about who can survive the inclement weather. Green flag in the air. We're racing down towards turn number 1 and 2. Good job, all 12 drivers keeping it on the road, on the circuit, at least keeping yourself within a fighting chance of a World Championship 10 laps down the road. We're 5 wide. Further back out of turn number 4 and 5, but up front so far it's a 4-car slight breakaway here, going defensive into turn number 7. Look at that around the outside. That's Hector Navarez making a move for the lead, and right now has one hand on that World Championship trophy. Still 10 laps to go in this one though, but again, loving the line that I'm seeing from Hector, but a little bit too wide there, flirting with the edge of the racetrack. He's a taller guy, and I think this wet weather conditions are starting to suit him a little more than the smaller kids. And again, really messing with the white line on the exit, but it's working out for him.
He is a really good line all the way through the downhill S's. I was a big fan of that, you know, but like you just said, he's creeping on the edge. You know, just one tire is all it takes is to just go flying off the track, and the World Championship can be out of your hands. So this early on in the race, it may be just about managing it as well as, you know, you kind of don't want to show everyone the line that you need to take as well. If the people behind start seeing him check away this early on, they're going to just start mimicking what he's doing.
Yeah, further back, fight for second, starting to rage on here. We have the likes of Joshua Gomez going after it there with, I want to say, Christian Velez there for P2. So now let's see what Velez can do. Velez up to second, but we're going to see a pass right back. Joshua Gomez looking to the inside here. He's going to get a lot of understeer because, again, you can't really go too tight into the corner there. And we see Hector put his hand up, maybe just made a slight mistake there, but nonetheless, I don't know if he realizes that he has almost a 2-second buffer over the field. We are now on to lap number 2 of 10 here for the Team Division World Championship event. Joshua Gomez looking over his shoulder quite a bit here. We start looking forward more, I got to say, Frankie, because Hector is starting to walk away with this one.
Yeah, we had a driver go back around in the Asher turf coming through turn 2, a little bit further back in the pack. But overall, you know, it seems to be pretty clean, a lot smoother and better than our A-main for the teen national championship that we had earlier on in the day. But everyone seems to be keeping it on track pretty good. But yeah, like you said, there's just such a massive buffer for the lead, and it looks like Gomez is just trying everything that he can to get by because he wants to be the driver that leads the chase all the way up to Navarez.
Yeah, so Gomez right now the one defending from Christian Velez. There's a good look at Navarez there. Nice and smooth on the wheel, using that right foot to get the kart to rotate through the corner. Let's see if that's the quickest way around. Right now it's showing that it is, but further back, the fight for P2 is starting to really rage on. And I gotta say, if we look slightly further back to the 2 karts behind your leader, you'll see that Christian Velez has gotten around Joshua Gomez. And I think this time around it's gonna stick. We saw Velez make the move on Gomez a lap ago, and Gomez threw it right back down the inside into the final corner. All's fair in racing, but now for Velez, he's starting to create a gap between himself and Gomez. The leader has pulled away, then it's a 2-kart breakaway, and then you have to fight for 4th and 5th. Liam DePaz, Sebastian Espinoza there in the mix as well. And again, it's still a long ways to go, and you see 2 different hands in the air, and I wonder if Gomez is going to let Velez back by. No, for a moment I thought he was. He kind of gave the I'm sorry signal to Velez. I'm going to guess that he probably got into him a little bit onto the final corner there, but Joshua Gomez back to P2. Christian Velez has to do it all over again, and Frankie, you would know, I would know, you start racing this hard, this early, especially when the track is this wet and it gets tough to pass, the gaps will continue to grow. And so for Hector Navarez, his gap is now 3 seconds ahead of the next closest driver. So it's looking good for Hector. Long ways to go. We've seen a lot of drivers throw it off the racetrack by themselves, so nothing is easy. That's the 28 there of Patrick Bernadowitz. He was already having a bit of a rough go here in this one, and his day has come to a close in the World Championship events. Unfortunately, he will not walk away with the money nor the title. Unlike these drivers, there's still a chance here. Liam DePaz, Sebastian Espinoza in the mix as well, and they have to go back to Santiago Bermudez. So it's a Mexico 4, 5, 6 at the moment, and yeah, there's a replay of that move in the final corner, and it looks to me like Joshua Gomez just got into Velez a little bit. And in these sort of conditions, Frankie, I mean, kind of describe to the viewers back at home and people here in the paddock, I mean, how difficult it is to kind of judge how to race a guy around when you're around somebody, and how difficult that's Hector Navarez.
Yeah, that's Navarez.
Hector Navarez has walled it in turn number 11. His title hopes have gone up in flames here. Oh my goodness, and you can see the heartbreak. He cannot believe it. And just like that, this race has blown wide open, and Joshua Gomez has a chance now at the title.
Yeah, especially with that racing that Gomez and not Navarez, but Velez had just even earlier on in the race. Who knows where it's going to lead to? You know, they're going to go at it hard, especially if Velez doesn't know if that was intentional or not. I think Gomez just judged the gap a bit too little. But yeah, like you said, in these conditions, it's hard. Nobody really knows what or where to brake, what's going to happen. If you try to judge a gap and go on the inside of somebody, you're going to end up, you know, using them as a brake almost.
Frankie, you've raced in some big races before. A lot of money on the line, a lot of pride on the line, and for Hector Navarez, just one of the situations where it looks to me from this angle, he got too wide, got in the paint most likely, and we talked about it earlier. If you get in the paint, you get in the grass, it accelerates you. He had so much wheel into it. He probably was off the throttle at that point, but there's almost nothing you can do in those moments, and it's really just one of those slow motion, you know, you can't believe what is happening right now, but you can't really control it.
And we look like we have, you know, it's been a consistent battle for the lead, but Gomez has been able to hold it pretty well. Every time I think that Velez is going to pull off a crossover. You know, there was a great move. Great move by Velez around the outside in the uphill right. You know, now he's leading back into the second to last corner, and he's got a bit of a gap going to Gomez. But, yeah, like we talked about earlier on with Navarre, you know, it's about judging the gap and staying on track and survival. You know, with these track conditions, you just have to stay in the fight. You know, as long as you're there for the final corner, at least you know you did a proper job. Because being honest, you're not going to be able to build up a gap here. But he's shown a wider line in the final corner compared to Gomez every single lap, and I think that's why they got into each other a bit earlier on as well.
I got to say here, if you're Sebastian Espinoza right now, you have a chance in this one. The gap was 5.7 seconds. It's 4.1 now, down to third place, and he's closing that gap. Sebastian Espinoza has a chance in this one here, but Christian Velez has now turned up the wick pretty high. Joshua Gomez is starting to lose ground to the 22 machine of Velez at the moment, and I got to say it's all because of that line that I see from Christian Velez, but I think he made a mistake.
Yeah.
Christian Velez has gone wide in turn 7, and Joshua Gomez now reclaims the lead. That's twice now in the span of 5 laps. The leader of the race has gone off and given up their lead. At least for Velez, he's not in the barrier like Navarez was. So Christian Velez, the second time in this race where he has to do it all over again, and these sort of mistakes are really going to invite Sebastian Espinoza into the mix. Evan Rivas, your national champion from a few hours ago, has a chance at a world title. He can go national champion to world champion on the same day. Not many people have been able to say that they have done that, but for Joshua Gomez, oftentimes I see him exiting the corner, looking over his shoulder. I think he's too concerned about the drivers behind him here, and he needs to start focusing more on how to kind of attack this racetrack. Because if you look at Velez's line versus Gomez, he's a little bit wider on entry, able to square up the exit better. It allows you to get to the power sooner, and look at the run he gets. Out of turn number 11, down the inside. Let's see if he has enough of a run. Gomez starting to fade him a little bit into the brake zone here. On the brakes, let's see if Velez is going to return the favor that he had a couple of laps ago. No, but look for this big crossover move. Couldn't get the power down. Gomez now loses the lead. Christian Velez, your leader, white flag in the air. One more time around K1 circuit to crown a world champion, and you can hear the crowd roar. Joshua Gomez down the inside of the embankment, and he spins Velez, and then actually saves Velez as well. So they're still side by side through turn number 5. Gomez leads.
Yeah, on the last lap, I mean, I wouldn't be putting my hands up. You got to focus forward. There's a lot on the line right here. Velez has a lot of experience. You can see that with that crossover. His rain line, tall body, he has the advantage here. But Gomez, he's been on the offensive every single time. He's been not conservative at all. And so I think there's still a fight for him here.
Let's see it. Velez right now is starting to find a bit of a groove here through the S's. Gomez with a lot of understeer. Didn't get the line right down the hill, but Velez having to hang on to it through the puddles there. So Gomez going to have a chance here in this one with a huge run down the center of the racetrack here. You can see the difference in lines from all 3 of your top 3 drivers here. There's half a lap remaining here to crown a world champion for the team division for K1 Speed and to get a $10,000 check. Velez looking over his shoulder. Just a few more corners for a driver that had to make the pass for the lead on 3 separate occasions because he made a mistake every time he took the lead. With 2 corners to go here, he has a pretty good run out of turn number 11, unlike he had a couple of laps ago. A huge margin out front for Christian Velez. Only thing that separates him from a checkered flag is the final corner. Looking up ahead, he'll see the checkered flag first. Christian Velez, you can hear the crowd in the background. He's going to be the world champion in the teen division here at K1 Circuit. Joshua Gomez, Sebastian Espinoza, your top 3 drivers there. And then you go back to Santiago Bermudez, and then in 5th, Liam DePaz, Evan Rivas in 6th. Further back, more and more drivers seeing the checkered flag, but no one saw it earlier than Christian Velez. I gotta say, Frankie, this track, every lap was just getting better and better, but what that means is the line's gonna change every lap. Unlike when it's just pure downfall and your line's trying to figure out where you're going to drive in the wet weather. When the track's starting to dry up a little bit here, we saw a difference in line every single lap, I feel, from Velez, from Gomez, from Espinoza, who put on a great show for us, I got to say, because Sebastian Espinoza was a driver that was at 1.6 seconds off the lead. He closed it to 3.1 at the stripe there, but it's Velez, Gomez, Espinoza, your top 3 drivers there, and $10,000 to Christian Velez as well.
Yeah, I think Christian definitely evolved during that race, taking a lot from Hector Navarez. Navarez was able to build that gap early on in those first 2 laps before his, race-ending mistake. And I think he really used that to his advantage and realized, going wide in the wet, crossing over, using his body weight, and then squaring it off the corner, like you said, and getting to power straight. It really took him to a big advantage over Gomez.
I got to say, there's 2 sides to every story, right? Christian Velez, world champion for Hector Navarez. I have to give him a shout-out because
100%.
he put the field on notice those first couple of laps at a 3-second buffer to the rest of the field. An unfortunate mistake. Wet weather catches you out by surprise, and usually once you are out in the paint, out in the grass, there's not a whole lot you can do. But for Christian Velez, it's a victory lap for him, and he's
going
to
glory.
This is one of those moments where if it's your first ever victory lap, I mean, maybe he's had a couple throughout his career, but none bigger than this moment right now. And if there's any advice I can give him, it's actually to take it a little bit slower, right? Take it all in. Take it all in.
Yeah.
This is a cool moment. Not many people are able to say that they are a world champion in any form of motorsports. So for Christian Velez, what an awesome moment. What an awesome drive through the field there. Had a great battle with Joshua Gomez, who's another driver that I have to talk about because he, again, put the pressure on Velez. That final lap's made a couple mistakes there, and Velez able to hit his marks when it matters most here. Again, what an awesome, awesome moment. And put on some cool slides for us as well for the cameras, one-handed. So showing the talent that we have here in the team division.
Yeah, as the track evolved, you can definitely see that it fit Velez's line so much more. You know, I think even with Navarro early on, I think they would have still had a good battle, but, you know, the contact that they had here and sending him back out straight on the final lap and still going side by side, and then Gomez's mistake coming into the first tight hairpin, you know, I don't think it gets better than that.
You can't ask for a better way to close out a World Championship event. I mean, for Gomez, I thought Velez was spun around, and he was.
Yep.
And then funny enough, actually, Gomez was the one that actually saved him facing the right direction. So for Christian Velez, I think he owes Joshua Gomez a Christmas card or something after that one for sure. As
like
Christian
you said,
Velez
taking it easy on the final
spins
lap.
out there right before he enters the pit lane, wet weather catching him out. He's just enjoying himself at this point. Who knows the emotion underneath that helmet for Christian Velez. You can see him pumping his fist in the air. And here's a good replay of Christian Velez's moves through the field. And again, great crossover move. He had a really good feel for how to navigate the entry to the corner. I think a little bit better than the rest of the field there. And on the exit as well, just understood what it took to have smooth throttle modulation. And this is the moment. He sees the checkered flag first, and you could see the elation underneath that helmet. I can't imagine the emotion that is going through that young man's mind right now. Yeah, you could see it. It's all starting to sink in now. And you would know, Frankie, right? Anytime you win a race, no matter what caliber of race, no matter, you know, where or what division it is, you get out of the go-kart and it finally sinks in. It's like, wow, this actually is real. You're a world champion.
Yeah, world championship, national championship. You know, the feeling, it's just unbeatable. You know, and for Velez right now, I think the first person he's going to go find is his family, and because, yeah, you know, you can see he's stoked. And so good for him.
High fives all around for Christian Velez there. I mean, this is the cool moment for a driver that had to fight a lot of adversity through that race. I mean, at one point, they were fighting for second, and that was probably all they thought they were going to get up to with how fast Navarro was. But things happen in racing, and they happen in a hurry, especially with wet weather conditions. So tricky. Slick tires for all these young drivers, and it doesn't get tougher than that.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
very exciting, folks. For the first time in K1 speed history, we have a world champion from Puerto Rico. Please welcome now the national anthem. Representing Puerto Rico, Mexico, and Canada for the first time, the United States does not finish on the podium at the K1 Speed Team World Championship. Now, of course, they got these wonderful trophies here that you see. They're going to have the bubbly, but before we sprinkle that all over each other, let's give them the trophy, the checks here, the giant checks. Of course, our third place winner here is coming home with $5,000 American dollars. Meanwhile, our runner-up is taking home a prize of $7,500. And Christian Blaze, yeah, he's taking home a cool $10,000. Now let us not forget the music you all been listening to today, Take On Me. They're also getting a free copy of Baja's Record Store Day vinyl record if the turntables are complete. Well, let's go ahead and start with our new team world champion. Christian, team world champion. First time ever for Puerto Rico and our champion. Delighted all of us watching that. Just tell us about your experience out there.
Yeah, it was hard and fun. Racing games. It almost spun out in Greek, but we made it back.
Very good. And finally, what does this mean to you? I know you train hard, you work for this, representing your country. Put in words, and you can even talk in Spanish if you want.
Man, this means the world because nobody can put on the world ever.
Christian. Let's move on to Joshua. We're going to actually a little help from our champion here to help translate here for him. But to runner-up in the World Championship, that's, I think, a new high for Mexico. They've had the second before. In fact, I think this is work for Mexico. How does that feel for you?
Este logro, yo creo que fue algo que mi familia y yo queríamos desde el principio, fue algo por lo que todos los mexicanos salud. Y para mí es un honor poder estar en mi país en el podio y espero poder ganar el próximo año. Esto para mí apenas empieza y de verdad gracias a toda la gente que ha estado conmigo.
Thank you to everyone who's been achieving I think I'm the first one from Mexico to win. This is all my family around me. Now we're here. Thank you to everyone who helped me, and hopefully we will succeed.
Alright, let's hear it again from Nashville. Qualy from Canada, back on the podium again in the Teen World Championship. Let's hear it from you, Sebastian. You kept it pretty calm and collected while these guys kind of squabbled out front, but let's hear it from you.
I came into the pit and saw Team Canada celebrating. I didn't know I was quite surprised and definitely happy. I was happy to be here and definitely going to come back next year.
Very nice, there you go. Finally, I just got to ask our champion one question now. With the $10,000 here, how are you going to spend it?
I'm going to buy new cars and invest in my racing journey.
Very good. Let's take one more time for these top three and clear out the awards here and let them display the sparkling inside. All right.
This is a call for Group B, alright? So, E, Mason F, Jackie B, Stephen R, Willie M, Bobby D, Garrett M, Tony P, Andrew C, John S, Quinn M, Jesse O, Brendan R, Cody H, Jack L, Amin B, Augusto F, S, RJC, G, Rachel H, Marcus P, Nathan P, Tanny L, and Alexander H. Again, this is for the Group B first qualifier. I need Mason F, Jeremy B, Stephen R, Willie M, Bobby D, Garrett M, Tony P, Andrew C, John S, Quinn M, Jesse O, Brendan R, Cody H, Jack L, Amin B, Augusto F, Alex S, RJC, Nick G, Rachel H, Marcus P, Nathan P, Tanny L, and Alexander H. And again, if you do not hear your name, you guys are going to be in C main. So get suited up and be ready. We are going to double seat, alright? So get suited up, be ready. But do not come to the grid yet, alright? I'll call you up in like 5 minutes. Bye.
Welcome back to Winchester, California, home of the K1 circuit, home of the K1 Speed World Championships. We have transitioned now to the adult classes here for the U.S. side of things alone. We just got a good look at Group A qualifying one. The way it works is there's 2 qualifiers for each group, A, B, C, and D. The best overall lap between both your qualifiers sets you for your main. There's going to be an A, a B, a C, and a D main. And the A main is the only one where drivers actually transfer to the World Championship event later on this afternoon. The top 3 will join the best 3 from Mexico, France, and Canada to make up a 12-kart field for a World Championship event in which the winner will not only be crowned world champion, but take home $25,000. But before we get that all settled, we have to qualify, Frankie. And for a track that we thought was going to be wet for the remainder of the afternoon, looks to be pretty dry right now. What would be your approach as a driver, seeing how wet the track once was into now where the track's going to dry out pretty good?
100%. You're going to start out your first few laps trying to inch your way forward, closer and closer to your normal driving line. You know, these guys, they haven't really had much time to really adjust. You know, they went straight into their qualifying, especially after this group, and this dictates which group you're going to be in for your next race. And, you know, if they want to transfer, this comes down to a lot of it, too. If they want to be in that World Championship later on today.
And I will say there's something to be said about a drying track and being in a later group. Being in that first group, you're probably going to have the more wet track in comparison to Group B, and then keep that going. Group C, Group D. Right now, if I'm a driver that's in Group D, I'm pretty happy right now, right? But remember, there is 2 qualifiers. Part of it is for that exact reason, right? So not only do we have an even playing field to get 2 tries at it, but you have pretty much a decent chance of getting a fairly even playing field of racetrack come qualifier 2. This track looks to be pretty dry at the moment. There's a couple spots where you might feel a loss of grip mid-corner, but overall this track looks to be on par with what we saw this morning. I will say lap time-wise on the 121s at the moment, we were seeing lap times as low as the 114s during the morning practices as well. So we're still a ways away from the pace that we saw on a fully dry track, but it's a lot quicker than the 1 minute 50s and the 2 minutes we saw when the track was fully soaked.
Yeah, as you can see in the camera footage right there, we have some unhappy drivers trying to get a good run at their qualifying lap. They know that the track's getting better and better, and they feel like, you know, they have to take advantage of the point that they can right now. But, you know, you back off, you find another group and get held up, or, you know, you go forward and the guy doesn't let you by, you know, you're going to be unhappy. But as you can see, especially through the downhill S's, they're getting closer and closer to the normal racing line that we've been seeing earlier on in the day before downpour came down.
Well, for a lot of these drivers where majority of their experience comes from indoors, this is something they're comfortable with, qualifying, right? That is everything on an indoor circuit, especially on a track that, you know, depending on what K1 speed you go to, it's between a 16 to maybe a 28-second lap at most, right? So trying to get some, you know, clear air is much tougher there than it is on a track with a lot more corners and a lot more track available to you at your disposal. So for these drivers, I think some of the complaints you're seeing is just really frustration of, you know, people getting in their way. This is a pretty good group we see. We're seeing 3 drivers work together using the toe off of each other, something that maybe they're not as familiar with the indoor side of things, and it's working out for them right now. This group, that 3, is actually the 3 fastest go-karts on the racetrack right now. So I think they're proving our points that we were trying to make earlier on in the broadcast of, you know, when are we going to see drivers start to work together and try to break away from the norm of just going out there and doing a fast lap by yourself. So right now up front, Farmer on provisional pole at a 121.2. There's obviously a lot more groups to go, Group C, Group D, and then qualifier number 2. But this is the fastest lap that I've seen so far between Group A and Group B. He's got almost 4 tenths on the next closest driver, Patterson, Croson, Obi, and Maines, your top 5 right now. And it's a pretty tight field. I mean, less than a second separates your top 10 drivers. So a lot closer than it was when it was wet. And a lot of that's just due to comfortability, right? This is the track. This is more similar to the track that they were used to during practice yesterday and the driving they did you know, throughout their experiences here, whether they've been here before in 2023, 2024, or if it's their first time here. Again, one of those things where the track's getting better and better. A 121.6 was the best lap that I saw. Now it's a 121 flat. So it's dropping pretty quickly. I mentioned a 114 was the fastest lap that I saw yesterday, so 74-second lap time. So they're 7 seconds away from what would be probably the quickest lap that we'll see out of these adult drivers. So we're still a bit away, but I think part of that's too not knowing the grip available to you, maybe not knowing how to maximize the grip on the racetrack, how to maximize the tire grip as well. And we can't really tell because we're not obviously in the driver's seat, Frankie, how slick this track still is. I mean, when water hits the racetrack, it gets slick. And then it washes away. It becomes what is essentially known as a green racetrack. So now you've washed away all the rubber.
It's completely fresh.
And it's a brand new track. So it's basically like you arrived on a Wednesday or a Thursday, and now you're putting the rubber down once again to try to figure out how to get around this place. So we probably won't get down to the 114s here in this qualifying session. It'll probably be a little bit slower just because this track is, again, having to redevelop itself.
Yeah, for sure. And you see the top three changing lap by lap, just depending on who's making the most of the grip that they have. You know, some people, they may have been up there earlier on in the session, but they keep doing the same thing over and over again while the track's evolving. You know, they're gonna keep doing the same lap time while everyone else is going quicker and quicker and trying to be confident. You know, we were just saying they were in the 21s, and now with Farmer, he just put down a 20.6 to take over the top spot. And, you know, everyone's getting closer to that time even. So, as you can see, you know, now with the clock ticking down with this qualifying session, you know, it's more and more important to get the most out of it because it's not going to get much better.
Look how close that top two is. Farmer ahead of Steven Ruitz, your top two at a 120.6 and then a 120.63 and now a 120.3. The track is getting quicker and quicker. The drivers are understanding how to navigate a circuit that is green, something that maybe they're not as familiar with. But on the flip side, maybe it is, because I would say an indoor surface would feel more like a green racetrack than it would a track that's rubbered up, because that track never gets rubbered up. It's designed to be constantly slick, and usually the tires are running on indoor go-karts are a lot harder than what you run here on an asphalt circuit. So this is probably more to their comfort level than what would be a grippier racetrack. So for Crossan there, for Farmer, for Ruitz, they're the only ones right now in the 120-second bracket. But again, from what we saw in the opening couple laps of this qualifying session where they're in the 122s, 123s, they're in the 120.3s now. And I won't be surprised to see a 119 hit the board here momentarily here with a couple of maybe a lap or two to go.
This is actually going to be the last lap that they get. It was white flag last time by. And you saw some drivers go too wide across the line after that. And, you know, everyone going quicker. You know, you see Granith, he just jumped into P2. And so we're going to find out right here who's going to take the top spot.
Let's see the last couple of drivers getting ready to cross the line. Checker flag is waving. This is an important qualifying session because you never know what lap is going to put you in what main. Again, there's still 2 qualifiers left, so the pressure is not really on for a lot of these drivers, but you want to get a good baseline lap. You want to get we call it a banker lap, because you never know when the weather's going to come back potentially, or the track may not evolve as quickly as you might think. So this lap could be important, and it is important. It's qualifying. So right now, checker flag in the air. The last couple of drivers, I think about 3 or 4 more, have yet to hit the start-finish line, but it's Crossan who right now provisionally sits on the top. Andrew Crossan, a 120.3, Nick Granith, Mason Farmer, Steven Ruitz, Jack Lindler. Your top 5 right now in Group B. Again, it's the best overall lap between your 2 qualifying sessions from Group A, B, C, and D. A lot more laps to come, a lot more lap times that we will see, and the track's going to get better and better like we saw in this qualifying group. I suspect even faster laps in Group C, and so on and so forth. This is going to get really exciting as these qualifying sessions tick away. When we come back, we're going to get ready to see Group C get on the racetrack for their first qualifying session.
Stop. I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
All right, welcome back to Winchester, California, home of the K1 circuits, here for the K1 Speed E World Championships. We're on to Group C for their second qualifier now. So they inverted it. So now it was qualifier 1, A, B, C, D. They condensed the groups. They're a little bit bigger. So now we get rid of Group D. We just have 3 groups as one driver's hard into the wall there. Actually, at turn number 11. Let's see if we can get this go-kart fired back up. But they made the groups a little bit bigger, and now they've inverted it. So some of the drivers were coming in, kind of mentioning what I was talking about during the qualifying sessions of, listen, the track's getting better and better. And maybe like the drivers that felt that they had an earlier session, they felt a little bit wrong about it. So this time around, they're going to invert it. All's fair. Everything's fair. And now on a perfectly dry racetrack at this point, judging by my view at this point, Frankie, this is all about pure speed on a dry racetrack here for our adults heading into what would be a national championship race first with the A main. Obviously, we're going to have 3 different mains, A, B, and C, for this afternoon, with the A main being the only main in which a driver can transfer to the World Championship event. The top 3 from that A main transfer over, and then we'll have the B and the C mains for bragging rights to say that you won a main event at a K1 Speed E World Championship event. We're a minute and a half in to this one, and again, now it's really getting your bearings together. Remember your braking points, your turning points, your visual cues from yesterday, because this track is starting to ramp up here.
Yeah, and after having such an exciting final race for the teens in the rain, it's going to be nice, I feel like, as hopefully the weather stays a bit clear, track stays dry, and it keeps evolving better and better for these drivers to take advantage of it, you know. And obviously you can understand the anger or frustration with the drivers that were in that first qualifying group now going into the with the track being in a completely different state, and almost probably, I would say, you know, 10 seconds better, you know.
Yeah, but you know, Frankie, part of it's just racing, right? There's sometimes where you just get the short end of the stick. But K1, super nice, said, you know what, we're going to invert it. Want to keep it a level playing field here, and that's exactly what they've done. So now everyone's got very, very similar track conditions, plus or minus not a whole lot at this point, judging by the racetrack. I mean, from what we saw about 30 minutes ago to now, no more puddles anywhere, no standing water. The only difference will be there's probably going to be slightly more rubber getting put down throughout these qualifying sessions, but they're not laying rubber down like we would see at a major event like an X30 or a K100 event where they're just throwing the rubber down like crazy. So over 3 sessions, it's not going to change a whole lot. Judging by the lap times, right now it's stagnant, right? We're in the 120s just like we saw in the first qualifier. We're only 3 laps in, 3 minutes in as well, and it's one of those things where towards the end of that session is where we saw the lap times really continue to fall. So I think a lot of this is just drivers getting comfortable with the circuit, because, again, when you go from a circuit that was pretty wet to a track that is now fully dry, your first couple of laps is going to feel different. It's going to be difficult. Now we're in the 120.3s. That is almost identical to the exact lap that we saw in the first qualifier. I suspect we're going to see lap times at least in the 19s and not the 18s. And this morning, the lap to beat was a 1:14. So that is the lap time that everyone's chasing if you want to have the best lap of the weekend. But for qualifying, we're not going to get down to that level just because of the way that the track is still evolving and getting better. A 1:19.6 is now the lap time everyone's chasing. So 7/10 taken out of it here, and it's going to continue to fall. So let's see. Sun's baking on the racetrack. This is still, I'd say, it's a green racetrack, right? This is still similar to the conditions that they would probably experience on an indoor circuit where the track surface is constantly pretty slick. As one driver, hand up in the air, his qualifying session looks like it might be coming to a close, and he's struggling to get any power out of that go-kart right now, and unfortunately he's going to have to park it right at the middle of the apex of turn number 7. Not a whole lot that driver could do there besides put his hand up and get some help from one of the corner workers, and I didn't really get a chance to see the number on that go-kart to see where that driver is at the moment, but that is heartbreaking stuff because, again, you qualify to put yourself into a main event, and the only main that puts you in contention for a national title and a world title is the A main. So if you have a bad qualifying in qualifier 1 and you have a poor qualifier 2, you'll be in one of the mains. It's just not going to be the main, unfortunately.
Yeah, and our top 2 drivers right now have such a large gap over the field, and so they're in the best position right now to be in contention to set themselves at the solid grid spot. But as I say that, both of them drop down into second and third by almost half a second from Dates. He goes a 1:18, actually 1:19.0. Sorry about that.
1:19 flats, so over a second clear of the best lap we saw in qualifier 1 at a 1:20.3. So as it stands at the moment, provisional pole goes to Dates there on the 49 machine, a 1:19 flats. Again, lap times will get better and better. He's 6/10 clear of the field, but a lot of that is just because the drivers are on different parts of the racetrack, right? So they're going to cross the line at different parts. You'll see it on any form of motorsport you watch where the first driver to cross the stripe on a track that gets better and better will be the one that goes tip quickest, and then they will continue to fall as this session goes on. So there's Perez at a 1:19.4 now. We're only halfway home here in this qualifying session as well. So again, it's just getting comfortable. At what points do you try to find a partner, right? Somebody to tango with and see if two's faster than one. We know it is around this place. I mean, the draft's decent no matter what track you go to, and with such long straights and pretty fast sweeping corners, you can make the draft your friend around this place. And we're seeing a couple drivers try it. We saw them try it after qualifier 1. So far, I'm seeing a lot of these drivers just try to do it themselves, and a lot of that's just habit from what they're used to on the indoor side of things, where you want to be by yourself, right? Usually somebody's going to hold you up on a really small racetrack, but on a big racetrack, if you find somebody on a similar pace, they can actually help you. So far, 6 minutes 40 now into qualifying, and no one's beaten the lap time of Dates there at a 1:19 flat. So I'm a little surprised, I would say, at this point that the lap times fell so quickly and then didn't get any better.
Right.
But who knows if traffic plays a part, some mistakes can play a part, and who knows still the conditions of the racetrack in terms of overall grip levels in comparison to yesterday, because we're about 4.5 seconds off what we were doing yesterday. And a lot of that's just due to probably mid-corner speed, not having the confidence in the front tires, right? Because it's just not sticking as well as it once was. So just trusting the go-kart and putting on a good lap. Perez, a 1:19 flat. 300th now separates your top two in Group C. There's still 2 more groups after this as well. So this is going to be a really tight qualifying field.
I'm excited to see what Lap Braley is going to be able to do here. We've been quite focused on him the entire time throughout this qualifying session, but it looks like he's been finding himself in a lot of traffic, but he's been driving through them, cutting through the groups, and now he's got his white flag lap. So this is going to be the important lap for Braley, Perez, Dates, Greer, whoever else, even to set themselves up to take the pole position for the main event coming on later.
Yeah, Ben Braley there put the personal best, but still a half second off of what Perez has done at a 1:19 flat right now. You mentioned it, white flag. This is the final lap for all these drivers to put down their last qualifying lap. This is it. It's all to play for here because you don't know what Group B and Group A are going to do. It's probably going to be just as fast, right?
Yeah.
The track's not going to get any worse at this point. The track can only get better on a situation like this where it's now having to get rubbered in once again. So if you're a driver that's in Group B, Group A, I think the luck's getting reversed back in your favor, right? You started out, you were the driver, you were the groups that were in the most wet circuit. Now you're gonna have a chance to go out there and prove what you could do on a dry racetrack. But Group C is also on a pretty level playing field at this point. So I would be shocked to see a big discrepancy in lap times between the groups, but we'll have to wait and see. So far, the last 3 minutes, no one's beaten a 1:19 flat. Drivers are out in close. We've seen Greer put a personal best in. Kroom, Rydell, they all have at least, found themselves in the 1:19 second bracket. Rydell at a 1:20.1. But now we have 5 drivers in the 1:19s, and our first 1:18, Ben Braley, a 1:18.9. And then it's Dates, Perez, your top 3, 500th separates your top 3 drivers. And if that is any indicator for what we can see over the next 2 groups after this, I cannot wait to see how this A main field gets formed to try to decide who's going to be a national champion for the United States, and then maybe punch your ticket into the World Championship event later this afternoon. 2 more groups for their second qualifier to decide the grid for the A, B, and C main. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the K1 Speed E World Championships. Don't go anywhere.
ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Welcome back to qualifying for the adult classes here for the K1 Speed E-World Championship. Only have a couple more groups to go here for qualifying to decide who's going to be making up our mains, our A main, our B main, and our C main. For those just tuning in, the A main is the one that everyone's fighting for. It's not like an LCQ where you can go to the B or the C main and then make your way up towards the mains like you would in a dirt race. This is qualifying for the final, and that is it. The A main is the only one that has a transfer spot to go to the World Championship later on this afternoon. The top 3 drivers transfer over. The winner of that race is crowned national champion for the U.S. side of things here for K1 Speed. And then the 3 drivers that finish in the top 3 in that A main all go on towards the World Championship, and they'll face the 3 best from France, Mexico, and Canada. A 12-kart field will make up our grid for the World Championship later on this afternoon. But first we have to qualify for the mains to even get to that point, Frankie. And again, we were talking about it during the commercial break. This track, it's not getting any drier, right? It's already dry. The only difference is going to be the rubber that gets put down, the different lines that drivers are starting to take, and the approaches that these drivers are starting to take now. So if you're a driver in this class, let's say you're in this group right here, Frankie, and this is the second qualifier. You already had your first one about an hour ago at this point, and your last session was pretty much yesterday, and the track was doing 74, 75-second lap times. Now we're in the 80-second bracket. What is your approach? How are you approaching this qualifying session with it being about 8 minutes?
So your focus is going to be about early on, testing the limits, and then taking your final few laps, finding a good spot, getting a good toe lap, making sure that you don't get held up, and then get your lap done. Because those last 3 laps, you know, even though the track's not drying up or anything like that, everyone's still going quicker. The tires are getting warmer. You're getting more adjusted, so all the times are just getting quicker and quicker. And we have somebody stopped on the exit of turn 2 right on the outside of the banking right there.
That's not a great spot to be in there up the hill, and it's going to slow down a lot of this pack. And I got to say kudos to a lot of the drivers climbing the hill. It's a pretty blind corner, so it's not always easy to navigate it, but it's not the best place in the world to stop. But unfortunately, it looks like his go-kart has come to a halt there, and he's able to at least roll it off the circuit. So kudos to the driver of the 39 machine to at least get it off the racetrack and into the hands slowly of the of the corner workers. So let's see here as a couple drivers are starting to drop tires into the dirt there. Super unfortunate, because if you're a driver that didn't get a great first qualifying run, if you don't get a qualifying here for your second one, it's going to be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, some drivers are going to start to lose their bit of confidence coming through turn 2, especially with the yellow flags going through there. So, but we still have a lot of time left in this session, still almost 6.5 minutes left.
So, apologies there, my mistake. This is actually international practice. So this is the practice for the international guys in between the 2 qualifiers. That's my mistake there. So, yeah, this is not a qualifying session.
Yep.
But this is still one of the situations where this practice is important, right? Because it's the first time they have seen the racetrack today. Now, the fun part for these drivers is they didn't have to experience any wet weather driving at all, so they're not as thrown off by the grip levels as the drivers that were in that first qualifier now into the second qualifier. So this is going to feel similar to the track they saw yesterday, but we were talking about it, again, all throughout this afternoon. The track's going to get better and better. But again, this is international practice. There's no, qualifying needed for these guys. They have qualified for the World Championship. They were the 3 best from their respective countries, Mexico, France, and Canada, and they've earned their spots into the World Championship event. But they still get a practice, because otherwise, obviously, there would be an advantage to have a practice here for the U.S. guys. So they all get a couple practices here. They'll have a practice after the qualifier 1, which is what we're seeing right now, and a practice slot after qualifier 2, before we see our mains, and then they'll have one more heading into the World Championship qualifiers. So they'll have plenty of track time to dial in, their driving and get a feel for everything. And then after this, we will get onwards into the second qualifiers for the adult classes to line up our mains to set the grid for the World Championship race a little over 3 minutes to go here in this practice session. You can hear the tires really screeching against the surface here, and we've heard that all throughout the weekend so far. It goes to show you that they're struggling a little bit for grip, and obviously it just goes to show how much wheel they haven't added to it, right? Because a lot of the screeching you're hearing is this friction, right, rubbing against the surface. They're not getting enough rotation. Would add to that noise as well. So the drivers, usually for me, the biggest tell on the drivers that are really, really smooth are the ones that have the least amount of tire noise possible. They're getting the rotation done early into the corner and really utilizing all the racetrack they have available to them.
Yeah, you don't hear it so much mid to exit, but at the beginning to start of the corner, and that's going to allow them to carry as much roll speed. And for, it may not look like it on the cameras, but this track is massive. I think it's probably, we'll say like 2 miles long.
Well, I know it's a 1.1 mile circuit they're running right now.
Got it, the layout.
But it's huge. Either way, 1.1 miles. Think about what a lot of these drivers had to do to get to this point, right? It was a year's work at an indoor circuit doing the K1 Challenge Series.
Yeah, probably not even 0.1 mile.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 30 seconds. That's the largest K1 that I've been to, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, you're almost tripling the lap time, and who knows how much bigger the track is, lengthwise in comparison to the average indoor circuit. So this is a totally new experience for these guys, and they have done a very, very good job, especially with the conditions that the teens had to go through earlier on today with insanely wet weather conditions on slick tires. I know you and I were talking about up in the booth during the commercial breaks of how jealous we were actually that we didn't get to go out there and experience that, because I do love some wet weather driving, especially with some slicks. It is as fun as it will get as a driver. It's just, there's no more, you can't get more raw than that as a driver, right? It's up to you in the go-kart. But nonetheless, here for a lot of these drivers, I love speaking to as many drivers as I can throughout the weekend, because a lot of them are just so excited to be here, right? This is the biggest race that they've been a part of for a lot of them, the largest track they've been on, and in general, not even the biggest race they've been a part of. This is one of the biggest races that I've personally seen in terms of cash prize and what is at stake. And we talked about it earlier, right? 25 grand for the winner of the World Championship, and it actually goes down even further than that. So 25 grand for the winner, and there's more money at stake as you go through. 25 grand, 15 grand for second, $7,500 for third place in the World Championship event for the adult class. So a lot of money on the line. That's a $47,500 purse that these adult drivers are racing for if they make it into the World Championship event. No money for the national title, but there is bragging rights for a national title. You can say you were the best in the United States, and then they'll fight later on today against 11 other drivers to see who's the best in the world here for the K1 Speed E-World Championships.
Yeah, this has to be one, if not the highest paying event that I've ever been a part of or seen in the United States at least.
Yeah, we were talking about it when we got here. I mean, you see other series put out money, right? We've seen at least at this point all three of the major national series start to put money on the table for the pro classes, but it's still not to the level, not to the level of money that is being put out here for the E-World Championships, and that is just so cool to see. And it's giving these drivers an opportunity that they may not once have had, right? I mean, from indoor karting to outdoor karting, and now with that money, we know how expensive of a sport racing is, but that's a good amount of money to get yourself at least off the ground and running, and get yourself a go-kart if you don't have an outdoor go-kart, and maybe enter a race or two and just get used to what it's like to race a club or a regional race.
Yeah, and more for these international drivers too. It takes them away from even just cutting even from paying for their travel, just a lot more than that. That's what the difference is. They're taking home, a lot more on top of that. This is stuff that opens doors for people to do even more, whatever it is, new gear, more races, more international stuff for all these drivers that are out on track for their practice right now, to just give them an attempt at a career and make a pathway for them, I got
to say, some of the coolest answers I got yesterday when I asked a lot of these drivers, what would you do with the money? A lot of times for the drivers that I spoke to yesterday, they're doing indoor racing because they can't afford to go full-time racing in the big go-karts, and you don't understand what that's like, right? We all as drivers have had moments in our career where we go through and we maybe can't afford to do a race, have to miss a race because we lack some funding. I know me personally, at one point I had to do a full season of indoor racing because I could not afford to do outdoor racing. You still get the feel of driving. And again, a lot of the answers I got yesterday were, I want to give back to my family for funding my career. And I thought that was such a cool answer to receive, because most times you would think the driver's going to say, I want to put it towards my racing. And yeah, that's probably where a lot of that money is going to go. But to hear people say, I want to give back is awesome. And knowing that money is going to a good cause and just going to, you know, people that they really care about, their friends, their family, anybody that's put the money into them first. So I love to hear that. And then obviously the rest of the money, a lot of the drivers said, listen, I want to put it towards a go-kart. If they had a go-kart, it's going to go towards entries, tires, whatever it may be, because racing is not just entering and going, right? You have a mechanic fee most likely, unless you're working on it yourself or you have a friend that's doing it or a family member, but you have under the tent cost, entry fee, travel, hotel, rental car if you don't live there, and all of a sudden it adds up quite a bit, right? That's kind of what you were getting at with the international guys, right? They had to fly here.
Yeah.
They have to have a stay here. And even for the U.S. guys, if you don't live here, which a lot of them don't live here, right? There's only 3 from California.
Right.
There's travel costs involved, right? So that money's going to go, first of all, into replenishing the money that they had to pay to get here, and then the rest of it's going to go towards their career and whatever else they want to put their money towards. And so that's what I'm getting at is it's so cool to see that much money on the line for this event. And again, we also going to end up crowning 2 champions, a national and a world champion. So
100%.
that is as cool as it gets.
We didn't get to see it in the teens for a national champion to go and win the world. So I'm excited to see what somebody's capable of doing here, and maybe even being able to double up from the U.S.
I don't think there's ever been an event that I have been a part of where someone has a chance to be crowned a national and a world champion on the same day.
Yeah.
Let alone same weekend. So that's really, really cool. International practice done and dusted. That's the first of 3 for them this afternoon. When we return, it's the second round of qualifiers for our adult classes to line them up for the A, B, and C main.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Check.
All right, we're underway here for the second batch of qualifying. This is Group C. We're going to go Group C, Group B, Group A. It's inverted from what we saw in the first round of qualifiers where it was A, B, C, and D. We don't have a D group anymore. We made the groups bigger. So now we only have 3 groups, C, B, and A. The track is as dry as it's been all day, more than even it was in the morning, but it's qualifying time, unlike what we saw in the practice sessions with the international guys a moment ago. Lap time matters for this one, and it matters heavily because there's potential for $25,000 on the line if you go out there and win the national title, or at least finish top 3 and then put yourself into the World Championship event later this afternoon. Obviously, you have to qualify first to put yourself into a starting spot for the mains. We have a good group of 3 here, the 35, the 1, and the 25 machine. That's Woods, that's Perez, and that's Dates. That's the same group that we saw working together in the first qualifier. So this is almost like it's got to be an agreement at this point. These 3 have decided we want to work together with a 3 that we feel as though the quickest in this group. They were the 3 quickest in the first qualifier group as well. So I'm impressed with the three of these guys and their strategy right now. Let's see if so Perez is going to make a pass here on Dates through the final corner. A smooth enough pass to where you don't lose a whole lot of time, but this sort of stuff, you lose time. And if you're Perez, you see the frustration of, I thought we had a thing going here. We're going to work together. But now all of a sudden what that does is it ruins your first lap and it ruins the start of the next lap. So you basically burn 2 laps. And then on the third one, you can finally get going again. So that being said, we're 4 minutes in. There's still enough time to where you have time to put down a good lap like Perez has at a 1:17.6. So we're getting closer to the lap times we saw yesterday at a 1:14. But there's still 3 more seconds to go before we'll get to the fastest lap time that I saw on the board during yesterday's practices.
But lucky enough for them, they haven't been able to touch near that 17.6. So even with that, the pass and then Dates going right back by, they still have a bit of leeway. We're only 5 minutes into this qualifying. You're going to expect to get about 3-4 more laps. So they have a lot of leeway to battle about a little bit, but, also need to settle in, realize that they're the quickest out of this group, and go forward, qualify top 3, and then do the same in the A race so that they can be able to fight for the World Championship.
Yeah, so here you have your top 2 drivers, lap time-wise in Group C. Perez and Oates actually there, working together pretty well, still in the 1:17.6s. Again, we expected that lap time to not be any better because they were passing through the first 3 corners of the lap prior. White flag in the air, so one more time around for the C group. And, wow, Greer there going way wide through turn number 3. It's going to hinder his chances at a really good lap time during his final lap here. So I suspect he will not improve on the lap time that he has of a 1:19.3. Again, now versus what we saw in qualifier 1, those 2 drivers in the 1:19s. Now we have the entire top 10 within the 19-second bracket at least, down to 1:17.6 for Perez. Another thing that I want to note is, just like in the first qualifiers, it seems like after lap 4, lap 5, no one improves their lap times.
Yep.
Perez at a 1:17.6, he set that lap 4. Since then, it's been slower. Naturally, him and Oates have been going after it, passing. But still, it is interesting to see that there isn't any improvement lap time-wise during the latter parts of the session, as you would maybe expect with the way these tires progress, with the way the drivers are progressing, and the way the track should be progressing since the rain fell this morning. But this is it, the final lap for Group C. There's still Group B and Group A to go. It's the best lap of their 2 qualifiers that sets them up for their grids. So the groups right now are just how they based them heading into qualifier. Greer, I will say, even with a mistake in turn number 7, a personal best, a 1:18.7, puts him 3rd right now at the moment for Group C. So that's a really good lap there from Greer, even with the mistake. No one, though, quicker than Perez, a 1:17.6. There's still more and more drivers getting ready to cross the line. Anybody improving through the top 10, no shuffling of the order, no personal bests being set to eclipse what Perez was able to do. So 1:17.6 is the lap time that Group B and Group A has to chase.
By almost a second, too.
Yeah, that's an impressive lap time.
Yeah.
And it's surprising to me because him and Oates were actually working together quite well
throughout
the
wasn't
session.
Getting away from him. It must have been, like how we talked about it, the perfect spot. And he did it early on enough, like I was saying, we really want to focus on that for the final few laps. But he had it down, he did it in the first few laps before the tires actually fell off, and it worked in his favor.
Yeah, so Perez, Oates, Greer, Covino, and Ben Braley, your top 5 drivers in Group C. Group B and Group A getting ready to go underway to line them up for the different mains we're going to see for the adult classes. You're watching Kart Chase's live coverage of the K1 Speed E World Championships. Group B out on the racetrack for their second batch of qualifying sessions here. The 1:17.6 is the lap time everyone's looking to chase to put it on pole for the A main. A 1:19.3 right now is the best lap we have in store. 2 minutes in, still a long ways to go here in this qualifying session, but for Crossan it's a 1:19.3, and then it's Reynolds, Meyer, Maines, and Patterson, your top 5. That is sure to change as this session goes on. But again, a 1:17.6, the lap time that all these drivers are looking to chase. Crossan now improves to a 1:19 flat, and then Maines puts together a 1:18.8. This is no surprise to see the lap times continuing to fall as the session goes on. Again, the drivers getting more and more comfortable with the situation they have on the racetrack. Much better conditions than we had in the first batch of qualifying sessions, where these drivers in the B group actually were in one of the more slick tracks that we had in the adult categories, with A and B being on the wet side of things, C and D getting more dry running. So this time around, that's why they inverted them. That's why we went C, B, and then the last group for qualifying will be the A group that went first in qualifying 1. 3.5 minutes in. Still no improvements as of yet. Maines at a 1:18.8 heads the way here for Group B.
So now we're almost to our 4th minute in the qualifying session here for Group 2B. Maines is still on top with an 18.8. You know, still not as quick as the 17.6 we saw earlier in our first group from, I'm going to say it was Gio that qualified pole in that first group. But they are down to an 18.2 now. So still a lot of time left in the session. But if we judge it how we did with that first group, you know, maybe they'll improve, maybe not. You know, we're going to find out soon enough. It all depends on the tow, the group, traffic. Everything can really change in the span of a lap or two.
Yeah, right now Garrett Maines tops the board, a 1:18.2 now. So 0.6 away from the fastest lap we saw in Group C at a 1:17.6. So we'll have to see if Garrett can continue to improve his lap time as this session goes. But we're almost at the 5-minute mark here, Frankie. There's only 3 minutes to go the next time they cross the stripe. So it's Maines, Reynolds, Patterson, Crossan, Meyer, your top 5. But it doesn't really matter the order in which you stand at the moment, because a couple things. This is qualifying. It's based on lap time, and it's the fastest lap based on the 2 separate sessions you had. Now, for most of everybody, the second qualifying run is going to be the faster of the 2 laps based on the track conditions that we've had in qualifying 1. So everyone's trying to make the best of their session here. And again,
actually getting the white flag now, so this is going to be the lap. You know, expected a few more minutes out of the session here, but this is going to be the lap where they're going to see, you know, they're at a 17.6 now, so it just depends by the 100th, you know, who's going to get that pole position. And you know what? Maybe somebody in Group A as well may go even quicker.
Well, right now, 1:17.6 from Garrett Maines is identical to the best lap we saw in Group C. I don't remember by the 100th who is quicker at the moment, but that is, I think, safely at this point in to the A main if you top the board in each of your respective groups at the moment. So that's a great lap from Garrett Maines. He put almost 9/10 on the field that last time around. So for Reynolds, for Crossan, Patterson, Noby, they still have a couple more tenths to find.
So it'll be checkered this time around once they cross the stripe. We're going to see if anybody goes and improves. I think Maines will really get the full limit out of what he had in that last lap. You know, that seems to be the biggest window or the limit that drivers are able to take their times down to. You know, 2 consistent drivers, 2 different groups, 9/10 ahead of the second place driver in their respective group. And so that seems like the most that you can really make out of it currently with the track conditions. And it doesn't look like many people improved crossing the line, but we still have a few more drivers to come about.
Yeah, no improvements here throughout the top 10. No personal bests being set. Garrett Maines, a 1:17.6, matches the best that we saw in Group C there. So for Reynolds, for Cross, and Patterson, Obi, they round out your top 5 in Group B. We'll have to wait to see how that all shapes up throughout the mains and how they start later on this afternoon. But 1:17.6, I'm going to say, is safely into the A main at the moment. Last couple of drivers crossing the stripe now, and still no improvements. Congratulations to Garrett Maines there for putting a good enough lap to at least secure yourself a spot in that A main. For the rest of the guys, 9/10 off of what Maines did. We'll have to wait and see, obviously, how it all shapes up order-wise. But I got to say, I'm already excited for this national championship run, the A main, because 2 drivers win a couple hundredths of each other. It's shaping up to be a good one. We had a good national championship race in the teen category and a great world championship race in wet weather conditions as well. So fantastic stuff for this K1 Speed E-World Championship event so far today, and there's still more action to come. You're watching live Kart Chaser's live coverage of the K1 Speed E-World Championships. When we come back, it's the last group, Group A, for qualifying 2 for the adult class.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Yo, does this fall over by itself?
All right, Group A out onto the racetrack. It's the final group here for our batch of qualifying sessions. 2 different qualifying sessions is setting the order for the mains right after this. This is it. Group A, they were the first group out in qualifying 1. They're the last group to close out the second batch of qualifying runs here. 1:17.6, the lap time they are all chasing. Welcome to Winchester, California, here home of the K1 circuit, home of the K1 Speed E World Championships. We've already had incredible racing all throughout the day. The teens put on a great show for these adults to have to go out there and try and match on the national and world scene here. Opening lap underway for this qualifying session. Drivers getting used to the different grip levels that they would have felt in that first session when it was a lot slicker there, Frankie.
No, 100%. This is a really big adjustment for them, but it's going to come down to where they're going to line up. If they're going to be in the A main, B main, C main, this is an important qualifying session for them. And just like we keep talking about, it's going to be a big factor depending on the amount of time that they're going to get and where they're going to position themselves. Like we've talked about it mostly throughout the day. They're used to an 18-second lap on an indoor track. You know, so if they make a mistake, they're forgiven because they can have 15, 16 laps in a session. But in here in this qualifying, you're going to get 4 or 5. So every little mistake hurts you more and more because you have to drive the entire lap all the way through.
It's a great point you make there, Frankie, actually. It's something that I didn't really think about in terms of the forgiveness levels of an indoor circuit versus an outdoor circuit. I mean, a couple things, right? When you're in an indoor circuit, karts are just like this, enclosed, right? Bumpers all the way around, and there's walls. And so if you make a mistake, you tap the wall slightly, you might lose a couple tenths. Here, it's gravel, it's grass. It is sometimes a wall, like some drivers have found out. So already on that side of things, less forgiving. And then on other news as well, it's just one of those things where you have less laps in a qualifying session on a track like this versus what we have on an indoor circuit. Apologies for the confusion there. This is actually the international group's practice session. It's giving time to charge up all the go-karts for the final qualifying run for Group A. So this is the international group here. Less go-karts so that they can focus more on charging all the rest of the go-karts here for their final qualifying session. 9 drivers on the racetrack right now. Mexico, France, and Canada are the countries that make up these 9 drivers. 3 from each of those countries, and then 3 from the U.S. will join them after the A main is done. Those 12 drivers will do battle in the World Championship finale to crown a champion and to see who takes home $25,000, $15,000 for second, $7,500 for third. So a huge purse, almost $50,000 worth of purse money given out to the top 3 drivers.
And any of these drivers in this practice session have already qualified for the World Championship race later on. But we're going to see a big battle between the 3 that are going to try and attempt to transfer over coming from these qualifying sessions and main A race coming later on today.
4 minutes left in this practice session. It's the second of 3 practices that these international guys will have. They'll have one more after the mains right before their qualifier themselves to go out there and get the necessary practice they need, because obviously they didn't get as much practice as the guys from the U.S. get, and obviously today with the adult classes, getting 2 qualifiers, right, getting a practice, getting 2 qualifiers, getting a main, it's only fair that they get the 3 practices as well today. For those back at home wondering why it's separate, that is why. So 3.5 minutes for these guys to get acclimated to the circuit. They already had their first practice about an hour ago. The circuit's not much different, but I will say from when they were last out there to when they're out there now, the lap time difference is about 2 seconds. It was about a 1:19.8 to a 1:17.6, and it's probably going to be quicker here for Group A. So I'll be really curious to see what lap times they can muster together here, not only for this practice, but obviously for Group A, where it really matters because lap time is everything to set your order for the A main. Not only is Frankie Mossman alongside me in the booth, but Xander Clements. Welcome into the booth, bud.
You know, I think I'm going to start doing this more often, Alex, where I just let you guys do all the work and then show up at the end of the day when the races start. It seems like, you know, that's just the proper way to roll in after a couple of years of owning the business. But no, in all seriousness, it's good to be here. What a day. What a weekend. You guys have covered it well. These drivers have been tested across a myriad of conditions in both the teen and the adult divisions. And I think you guys have broke it down pretty well at this point. What I'm so interested to see with the adult drivers is, you know, the aggression level for the kids is one thing. I think for them, the gravity of the event is going to drive the way. But the marquee division, 18 and over, $25,000 on the line to win that world championship final. Frankie, you were here last year. You can attest to how far that goes for a lot of these drivers, some of them as well. That is more than probably they've invested in their K1 career over their entire lifetime. So it's a big amount of money up for grabs, and it's the biggest amount of single race purse winnings that we'll have, at least as of right now, on our 2025 season. It's incredible.
Yeah, no, for 100% for a fact. I wish I had the time through my winter and start of spring to be able to try to compete to qualify for the nationals here. You know, a lot of these drivers this is the biggest event for more than a reason. This is a testament to their hard work and the points that they built up at their local K1s and, you know, becoming state champions and, you know, some of them coming back for redemption and trying to take a shot at the world championship again this year.
Well, my favorite point is compared to the teens, the adult group, it's a little bit different. You said it's 18 and over. When you get to talk to some of these guys, I got to interview about 8 of them yesterday.
I should correct myself. Yeah.
There's a lot of drivers that are in their 20s, their 30s, their 40s, up to 56 years old. And I know when you ask them, what would you do with the money? A lot of these guys said, I'd put it towards an outdoor go-kart. I'd put it towards my, you know, car career, maybe going that route, or just putting it towards investments for school, giving back to their family. Some of these guys have kids. A lot of their answers said, listen, it's going to go towards my kids and their school. So there's so many different ways you can spread that money, but it's still so awesome to see that amount of money be put on for just one event. And I think, Xander, you can attest this as well for how long you've been in the karting scene. This has to change the game in the way that promoters deal with an event.
For sure. I mean, this event has probably the biggest coming together of different age groups and different groups of people, right? We're so used to a 3 to 5 year window, and the biggest window we give, you know, the older drivers in the senior classes grief when they're 10 years older than the minimum age. But I should update myself as well again with the 18 and over. That is just at any point through the year from that to 56. I mean, what a widespread. Anyone can do it. And this group here that's coming to an end with their second practice session, the international drivers, they've got already the only checks handed out so far. Nothing of the K1 group money is coming home at the moment. A fully international junior podium, which is a testament to the growth of the K1 brand and the locations and the reach overseas. Obviously, we know many of you viewers watching along at home are probably rooting on some of these international drivers on screen here in the adult class. There was a huge cheering section, of course, for Puerto Rico, taking the overall win in the Junior World Championship. That's huge. Last year, the U.S. locked out the top three. Of course, there's a bigger pool of drivers, right? That's why the brackets are set how they are. The drivers that are coming to us from around the world, it's only the top three from their country that are coming here, and the K1 brand still slowly expanding into all of the different countries. Next year, I believe Italy will have a team here that'll be hopefully competing at the K1 World Championship, along with hopefully even more locations and countries represented at this global event. And the benefit for the international drivers to make up for some of them having some pretty hefty flights, at minimum a very long drive from our friends north and south of the border at Canada and Mexico, is that they're getting a bye. They're going straight to that World Championship main. The U.S. drivers, they've got to fight their way through this final round of qualifying to get into just the top three finishing spots of the A-U.S. final. The rest of them, their road ends there in their hunt for the K1 World Championship title. Practice 2, though, gives us a bit of an idea of what they're going to be up against when it comes to the international competitors. Let's take a look at how they stacked up here, folks, and what we have in store for these 9 later this afternoon. They'll get one more practice session to make up for the lost track time, of course. Andrew Coelho, Rodrigo Arellano, Nathan Wilkie, Brian Mettello, closely packed, actually, the entire top 4, 3.5 tenths. That's a normal-looking national-level grid, Frankie.
Yeah, no, 100%. You know, something that I want to point out as well, this is our adult group that's already qualified, but the people that have not from groups A and B, they're in the 1:17.6, if I'm correct, you know? So I think we could have some people that'll really bring a fight to these other countries. I think the U.S. is looking strong for, you know, the disparity between the other drivers. You know, there's been a second gap looking in the high 118s, a similar route, but there's those 2 drivers. I don't know their names off the top of my head, but they put down some really serious times.
That's a good point too, right? I mean, part of the U.S. benefit is, of course, how many drivers and how many different locations and how big the reach of K1 Speed is here in the States. With 105 total locations, obviously the majority of those are here in the U.S. California especially, you've got 12 locations to get to the top 3 after that state championship to represent the home state here. So you have a bigger pool. You're naturally going to get the cream of the crop to rise lap time-wise. And in the junior divisions, well, the drivers that came out of that U.S. Junior A final, they ran a dry A final. And then the B and the C finals and the the B and the C finals for the U.S. juniors, those were in the wet. Obviously, all the international sessions were in the wet, but the international drivers, they also got their 3rd and final practice session before those 2 quali rounds in the wet conditions. So they got an extra session in the tricky track setup that they had to endure and race for the win in that 10-lap final. Obviously, a lot transpired in that junior main event from earlier today. For those watching along at home, make sure you rewind back here during these breaks to check it out, because that was crazy. I could hear you guys screaming from across the hall.
Yeah, well, I mean, a couple of things, right? First of all, for Hector Navarez, unfortunately, put it in the wall up by 3 seconds. It cost him not only the World Championship, but for $10,000. It's one of those things where there's not words cannot describe, at least from my end, for somebody else, what that must mean or what it must felt for him in that moment. But for Christian Velez, for Joshua as well, those 2 drivers were going after it all race long, Frankie. And for the last 5 laps, there was a lead change every single lap. Velez was sideways out of turn 3 on the final lap and was able to actually win that race. Actually, to the thanks of Joshua, right? Because he had him fully spun.
And thought it was over. Yeah.
Rehooked him back, kept him going straight. I love the sportsmanship after that race as well. Fist bumps all around, all smiles, right? Because for one, all 3 of those guys in the top 3 walked away with some sort of money as well, probably more money than those kids have earned in their life. They're so young, right? And then 2, it's just one of those things where this event just has brought so many smiles across the board. Yesterday, I was doing a lot of the interviews here during media day. We're getting the headshots, and that's a totally new experience for drivers that are used to just doing indoor driving, right? And so you have, you'll have your podium, and you'll have a couple of people, maybe friends and family watching, but not thousands of people watching back at home. Hundreds here in the paddock. Money on the line. It's more than they have ever experienced. As a driver, you've been through a lot. You've had situations where you've won, you've lost, agony, victorious, right? What is it like to be at your first big event?
Well, it's the pressure that becomes biggest. For all of them, like you said, the gravity of this, you know, no matter the money or the money benefit with the insane cash prize here, you know, this is a world championship to them. This is it, you know. This is something that they worked hard for, and they're here now, and they're racing against the best of the best in every state and other countries, and now they're trying to fight for what could be, you know.
And to add on to that, too, we've talked about all the viewership along. Many of you have been with us for most of the day. I don't know how much we've been able to touch on this, but this is the first time ever that our live feed is displayed in every single K1 Speed, all 105 locations around the world here in the U.S. They're watching here today. There are millions of people that walk through the doors of a K1 location around the globe and, of course, here in the U.S. So this audience, including those here in person that are hanging around on the berm, getting a great view of turns 1, 2, and 3 and enjoying the action, as this day has turned out to be a beautiful Southern California Saturday afternoon. The global audience, even just the U.S. audience alone in all of those centers that are probably busy with rental kart sessions day in, day out. and at the K1 lounges hanging out, getting some food, some bites to eat, and the like, they've got this feed on as well. This is the biggest spotlight I think that we could say that we have on record. So, yeah, you couple that with the biggest purse that we have coupled on record, and this is a massive stage for these drivers. And you can only imagine the nerves of it, too. Yesterday, you know, it was talking about how cool it was to be here. For many of them, I'm sure it was a first time through the Media Day gauntlet. Frankie, we've ran you through that probably I don't know how many times at this point. It feels a bit more natural, but that extra bit of the bright lights, maybe on the first day, maybe before you get into the go-kart, is excitement. And then at this stage in the day, I can only imagine the nerves, especially for the drivers that are starting to do the calculations of what lap time they need to get to be in that top 25 cut line, because there is no transfer out of the B or the C finals. So I can only imagine what it's like for the drivers coming up in Qualy 2 for Group B and Group A, because it's the best overall time from Qualy 1 or Qualy 2. And to the K1 officials' credit, as well, they have added a couple drivers to those sessions that went out in those first couple of sessions on that drying racetrack in Qualy 1. So they're doing everything possible to make sure that we do get the best and most fairly seeded top 25 A-final competitors. And I think we're going to get to see a little bit of a look of what the benchmark's going to be and where the times lie with this next session as the karts are back up and onto the racetrack. We're ready to go at it again. 2 more hot lapping sessions before a gauntlet run of U.S. finals here.
I got to say, something else to note here, Xander, because you're talking about how drivers before the session are trying to do the calculations. I need to get this lap time, this lap time. It's really hard to actually predict because there probably will be some drivers in this session that go on to the A main, right? They're going to be the most gripped up racetrack that we've had throughout the 2 qualifying sessions for the adult classes. But also, Frankie, you can attest to this, driving a go-kart without some sort of timing, a micron or anything that's showing you what lap times you're running. So they're actually shooting blind here on the racetrack. So it's got to be a little nerve-wracking doing the lap that you think is good enough on the racetrack, but you don't know until you come into the pits where exactly you stand.
Right. No, I've been there. I was just about to point that out as well. You know, lack of microns or any sort of timing system, it really puts you in the dark. You don't know if you got it, so you're going to try to get more and more out of it every lap, which can cause more and more mistakes. It can cause you to misgauge your track position, put yourself in some traffic. So it really does catch you off guard. So being honest, you really have to have that kind of idea in the back of your mind and situationally to know who's quick around you just through your practices or the earlier qualifying in the drying track, and to be able to understand and judge the gap on, am I quick enough? Is this the time? Do I feel like I'm going faster? Are my tires at their peak? You know, this is stuff for a lot of indoor drivers that they haven't really been introduced to. They're great at qualifying. They're great at putting down a lap. But this is something that's a major adjustment. You know, the track's drying. It's getting better. The tires are getting better. They're warming up continuously. You know, they have to position themselves. And this is all, it's a big adjustment. So for all of them to try to go figure this out with no micron and just going out blind and coming in and hoping that they made that cut line, there's a lot of more even added pressure there.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that, Frankie, you can probably speak a bit to, especially in some of the most recent pro quali sessions. Talking to, I think a lot K seniors probably a really good comparison in terms of that. It's almost a toss-up as to whether or not going out in a big group of drivers is going to pay off. Obviously, you've done it. You've been able to hit the lap perfectly right. Get behind a couple of drivers, start 5-6 car lengths behind them, end the lap on their bumper, and benefit off the toe. But that risk reward, knowing how big really the suck-up is, I mean, you can see the live predictive on the micron if you have that set, or the green lights telling you whether you're on a burner or not. But for everyone here, it's judging off the eye test, and we know that long straightaway does have the slipstream. We know the run after this S's section down the backstretch will have a little bit of it as well at the full speed that they're able to hit. But trying to judge it and going into an event where you know probably nobody. Maybe you know the 2 drivers that came out of your state or came out of your country, but the rest of the field you're trying to get a feel for. Many drivers were here yesterday and probably meeting and greeting and learning each other and trying to get a gauge of who's fast. But I think you add in that natural seat of the pants feel of an outdoor, wide-flowing, slipstream-oriented racetrack, a track that has, of course, gone from wet to dry, 2 factors that you don't have in indoor karting. And then I think you couple that with you don't know anyone here. Maybe you know a handful. So when you're getting out on the racetrack and you come up on another driver, I mean, you don't know if they're going to be fast or they're going to be slow. They're in different go-karts every single time. You can't even remember their number, you know, of who's been good so far.
Right, no, 100%. It's just like the difference in that's the benefit that we have at the Nationals. You know, we race with generally the same people every single week. You know who's going to get the lap done, who's going to be making more mistakes. For all these guys, you know, you could judge the gap perfectly, and you could get screwed over by somebody blowing the corner and coming back on right in front of you. You know, just losing that tenth or two could be the difference in you making the cutoff. And so it's really, really give or take. But if you don't give, or if you give too much of a gap and you lose a toe, then again, such a slipstream-oriented track. You know, you don't know if somebody else is going to throw it in on you. You don't know if it's just not going to be enough for your lap with not enough toe as well. You know, we just saw it right here with the driver getting held up coming out for 3. So that's the biggest thing as well. You just don't know. Being honest, you just have to hit your marks. You have to be accountable. You have to be adjusting every single corner, every single lap. And so that's the biggest thing that the drivers are going to really tackle on with this qualifying session.
The two drivers we're following right now are 5th and 9th, Luke Paulin and Ralph Calderon. Now, you said, again, they need to get probably down to the 117s to be safe. The low 118s is probably going to be that danger zone. We haven't gotten into the 117s yet. They're still slowly, you know, building up the confidence and getting a feel for a new kart, because it's a new kart every single session. You don't end up in the same one from before. I mean, there's obviously the odds game. Someone might get lucky in the same kart that their first quali was in, but you're trying to feel out if there's any differences at all. I mean, this is a fleet that's upkept extremely well. One of the only fleets I know of in the world that goes and has a set of rain tires at their disposal. I mean, these are race kart chassis that have a wraparound bumper system and front brakes thrown on them. They're not your typical run-of-the-mill rental karts that are like tanks. These are as fast as you can make them. But still, there's going to be some natural variances. The driver that drove it before you, they might have been underdriving a lot. The tires might be cooler. The driver that drove it after might have been overdriving, might have heated them up. Even sitting in the line, it's going to be different from the kart that had a different one before you earlier. So all that to say, still in the mid-118s, and if anything, that makes that international group look relatively strong, because you're not going to get a lot of laps in this session. Jaden Martinez, Daniel Millien, Mitchell Georgie, Connor Vickers, Giovanni Perez, your top 5, and the best times are still, again, mid-118s to the low 119s.
Yeah, right now I want to say I think Jaden Martinez's lap is good enough for P3. It's looking, you know, they're still about 7-8 tenths off of the two drivers in the first and second group that were in the 117.6 range. But just like all the other groups as well, they were 8 tenths off or 9 tenths off of that group as well. So this really does put him in a good position as well. So I do think they're in a safe, at least the top 5 in this group are in a safe margin.
Yeah, the cutoff point for me is actually more towards the low 119s.
Yeah.
We saw in that second group, Group B, a 117.6 was 9 tenths clear of the next best driver, so that's at least a 118.5. And then that first group, I think it was more like 7 tenths. So as long as you're in that high 118s, low 119s, it probably puts you right at the cutoff of Group A. I think a low 118 is going to get you in safely at the moment. Right now, that's what Jaden Martinez has done, a 118.289. Daniel Millien, a 118.7. So, again, half second off there, 118.5 on his best lap, 118.7, 118.9, your top 4. Luke Paulin, I think, is where things start to get a little bit hairy on if you make the cutoff or not. A 119 flat is borderline A to B main. And it's something that we haven't touched on as much because I don't like bringing it up that often, but it's got to be a heartbreaking feeling to be the first driver out in that B main. But at the end of the day, someone's got to be that first driver on the cutoff point. We don't really know the exact cutoff point, but from you and I's calculations, I think we're pretty accurate on this one. It's a low 119, high 118. That'll safely get you in. Anything more than that, and you're going to start to have to do some pretty solid calculations.
Until Group A hits the racetrack and starts ripping out 117s here with a bunch of them, which could happen, right? The benefit of going out last for those drivers, I mean, they're invertly seated from round number 1 of qualifying as Jaden Martinez blows a kiss across the line. He's obviously feeling pretty confident, and he should be. He's still on top. That last lap was a bit of a cruise lap here for his 5th lap. Really, it's 5 at the most of what you're able to get in these sessions. Couple late laps, and well, a big lap out of Daniel Millien out of Nevada going to the top of the board. Pippin Jaden on the final lap by. Luke Paulin also hits his personal best. He'll jump to 3rd. Georgie 4th. Vickers still 5th. Mark Roger on the last lap matches his best. He stays inside the top 10. Ben Heiser, Giovanni Perez, Ralph Calderon, and then Kyle Schmidt. And talking about as well this group, coming through here this time for some of the drivers. This is hopefully a leapfrog for Jaden Martinez, a California native. I have to imagine he must have made it out here at least once or twice before. And he said what he would love to do if he could win the 25 grand is use it to catapult himself into the 206 divisions and begin trying to compete at the local Tri-C Karters Championship, which we will be back for rounds 3 through 8 of their season. That's coming up just next weekend for their next round. So a way to move up and move on through the motorsports ladder from the top of the rental karting world to the American karting local scene for the outdoor pro karts. He also said he would love to be able to help his father, who suffers from ALS, which is such a cool story. Many of the drivers who have responded and took the time out of their day to give us profiles and an insight into their lives on the interviews, as well as submitting ahead of time someone to root for, potentially. But again, Daniel Millian a little bit better at the end of this one, still with the fastest drivers from that opening group to go, and it may include a couple more, again, trying to make up for anyone that just got the bad luck of the draw going out in that very first group's quali session this afternoon. But if you do the math, boys, right around that 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th zone, I mean, 25 drivers, if we end up with 10 coming out of the A group and maybe a couple guys out of that first group at all from the C group, or as well, track limits penalties. I don't know how much we've been able to touch on that, but there is four tires off into the paint in the last turn that could disallow a lap by the officials at any given time.
100%. You don't know if those 17.6s are going to stay 17.6s. It could change. We could see Millian on pole and all the way back to even, I think, to Georgie.
It's all still to play for, folks. One more qualifying session to go. Frankie Mossman, Alexander Searle, myself, Xander Clements, and soon enough, Haley Donaldson as well will be joining us down on the pit lane, getting more live interviews throughout the U.S. Finals run, and of course, the final stage of the K1 Speed World Championship, the global sessions here, where we bring those international drivers along with our U.S. A final top 3 for 2 rounds of qualifying, and then one championship race, one 10-lapper to decide it all. Frankie, you mentioned when you and I were talking about the format, it reminds us a good bit of the Miami Grand's shootout races, where it's big bucks on the line in a very short amount of time, but this still dwarfs that. 10 laps, $25,000, more than $2,000 per lap if you divide it out. I mean, how crucial those minutes are on track. It's life-changing, really.
100%, and for a lot of these drivers, they're thinking about it that way. And I think that's going to really make for an exciting race, being honest. These top 3 drivers being in such a close split, it shows like you were talking about, even though these are race karts, they're durable. They've gone through it. We saw it earlier on through the rain, going through their battles and everything else already, and they're still performing to their best. There's drivers split between the hundreds for the top spot right now for qualifying.
Well, that's the argument, right? We've always had this discussion, whether it's during a live broadcast or during the Grid Talk podcast that we host every Tuesday, of what it takes, what drives drivers to show up to the racetrack besides for the love of the game, right? For the love of racing. And a lot of times, usually the debate is, especially for the pro guys, money, right? And for an event like this that has the most money that I've ever seen be put out for one single main event, that's got to change the way you approach a race. I mean, yeah, drivers want to be crowned national champ. They want to be crowned world champ. But at the end of the day, what shows up in their bank account is $25,000 more than they had when they showed up to this event. And that's always really, really cool.
Yeah, so for USPKS next week, we're looking at a minimum $10,000 purse. That's still nothing compared to the size of this, $47,000?
$47,500 purse.
Insane.
Yeah. Next weekend, 10 to win, 30 on total with the breakdown, and it can get up to close to, I think, this number. Split, though, all the way down the top 10 if it does get that big of a total turnout. So, 10K, I think it goes up to maybe 15, and that's a week. There's drivers right now, Frankie, that are you're missing out on. They're testing already, putting laps in. So we'll see how that one goes. We'll be live there, of course, for Saturday and Sunday, kicking things off with the heat racing action and then mains on the afternoon. But already right back after it here now with the final U.S. qualifying group, Group A, from stage number 2. We know we've seen a couple drivers in the 117s. The B group did not have any drivers there. The closest they got was Millian and Martinez into the 118-2. So, again, if you think off the seat of your pants that you're in the 118s or it is a good lap, you can feel pretty good. Obviously, we've seen some drivers probably try to strategize a little bit coming out of the pit lane once they knew their kart assignments, because they do have anywhere from a handful of minutes to maybe as many as 5 or 10 before they're released onto the racetrack. This was a pretty quick release by the K1 Speed and K1 Circuit officials to talk to the competitors that are lining up all around you. So, actually, correction. Indeed, this is the international group. So they are running them out for their third and final practice because there's that. You know what? That makes a whole lot of sense, Frankie. In the intel here. So this is the international group for their final practice session. Correct? This should be practice number 3.
This is the third practice for the international group. We just actually saw Group A qualify. So that group that we just saw was the final group for the adult classes. So after this international group, hopefully we'll have a grid set for our A main, and that's going to decide the 3 U.S. drivers that are going to go and compete against France, Mexico, Canada for that world title later this afternoon. We'll also have a B and a C main as well. That's for bragging rights. Their day is essentially done after that one. There's no improving your position like you would in like a dirt race when you have multiple mains and you can make your way up through. No, it's just the A main that has a transfer up to the World Championships. Top 3 move on. Winner that can actually be crowned a national champ as well.
Well, I've blown it already about 2 sessions in, so I'm going to get back off the mic and hand it over to you guys.
We've done it multiple times already so far, so it's all good.
You know, what I really was trying to do was just lengthen our day a little bit longer, and, you know, I want to make sure that Frankie, that our new buddy in the booth, our bird friend that has found his way right next to us, just outside, but Frankie Mossman, you know, it was a long drive for you to get down here, buddy. I wanted to, you know, make sure, hey, just put a cot down on the floor right here on the concrete.
Yeah, it's gonna look like one of those. I think we're gonna get a good sunset view for this A main or even the World Championship final. It's gonna be pretty scenic, and there's probably gonna be some champagne in the nighttime, I'm guessing.
Yeah, no doubt. This is gonna be a big celebration here Saturday night for one driver in particular, and it could very well be one of this group of 9. If you compare that A Qualy group going back-to-back out onto the racetrack and only getting down to the low 118s. Yes, we've seen a couple drivers in the 117s, but for a 118.6 and a 118.7 top of the board in their second time out, now getting their third here in, I mean, if we can see a couple drivers start to click off at least some consistent mid-118s, or maybe get down to very consistent low 118s, I think they'll have a chance. If there's anything that we learned from the Junior World Final, it's anything can happen. You just need to be close enough to have a shot. The closed bodywork karts here, the rental karts that have those wraparound bumpers, it makes it a little more inviting for the natural argy-bargy contact here, Alex.
Yeah, well, Frank and I were discussing during Group C and Group B, the 2 classes that had a 117.6 respectively in both their qualifying sessions versus the 118.2 that Jaden Martinez put down in Group A, is I want to say there was a big toe involved in that one, because in both Group C and Group B, the separation from first to second was upwards of 7 to 8 tenths between the top 2. And I just can't imagine there being that much of a discrepancy first and second, and then being a really tight second through 10th without some sort of toe being involved. So like you mentioned, Xander, just to back your point up a little more here, I think a low 118 to a mid 118 by yourself is a good enough lap time to put yourself in the mix.
It might be. I mean, and to be fair, this group is not dealing with a cluttered racetrack. They're probably getting a little bit more out of these sessions if they're at a confident level and are chasing that last tenth or 2, right? I mean, 20 drivers up to 28 in some of the quali groups we've seen here for the adult U.S. final compared to the 9 here for the international group practice sessions. They're getting a lot more clean racetrack, and when you only get 5 full laps in these 8-minute time sessions, every lap matters. Every clean lap matters. You can learn a lot throughout the sectors of a racetrack, but if you're trying to go back and work on consistency or see how you're doing and maybe push the limits a little bit on your own, as well as we see some dust kicked up there from the number 1 machine of Alexander Rodriguez, who right now will be coming as our first driver to hit the timing loop and give us a benchmark. But being able to work on yourself a little bit. They got to do, they're not in any crowded, packed up area.
Gotta say, I love the helmet as well.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out.
Full face visor. Usually, we always talk about running the clear visor, Frankie, and it's like, oh, you can see the eyes. I could see the whole face.
Yeah, you see all the
love
emotions.
This is old school.
He's in a full smile the whole way. He's dipping tires off the track, and you see him going into the braking zone with a full smile.
Well, and check out the name on the back of that suit there, El Tigre for Alexander Rodriguez. So he's having a good time. First out of the pits, driving away from the rest of the group as we watch him through the drop-down S's. Frankie, can you break it down a little bit of what it's like to kind of, to me, watching it from the TV cameras, it looks like going down a half pipe. It looks incredible.
Oh, 100%. And even in these karts, it's magical. It's nuts. It's something that you've never experienced before. You know, we have some of these big tracks like Newcastle, Trackhouse, NOLA Motorsports Park, but they're all flat. You know, we haven't had a track like this. We're legit built into the side of a canyon, and we're going down it as well. It's an insane feeling. You know, right as you go down it, it holds you with how much grip there is. You know, for them right now with especially the rain earlier on, it might not as much, but you're still feeling it. It's nuts. And so for a lot of these drivers, especially coming from the indoor scene, you know, they're feeling G-forces I don't think they've ever felt before.
Yeah, even this right here, the cameras don't do it justice. You can see them drop down through turn number 3. That corner, a ton of banking. The Rocky Moran turn here at K1 Circuit. Of course, this racetrack partly designed by Mr. Rocky Moran. His family, of course, owned and operated Moran Raceway, a legendary SoCal track from before all 3 of our times, but a track that really helped catapult this region in the heyday of the original shifter kart heyday from the 90s into the early 2000s. Of course, the heart of a number of major karting programs that at points even had coverage on Speed Channel. The old Snap-on Stars of Karting series was one of the last bits of footage you can see of the legendary racetrack, and that legacy lives on here through K1 Circuit. I know everyone at K1 was so excited. They started their indoor chain right around that peak in 2004, and from there, bringing the electric karting movement to the indoor karting community, the indoor karting industry that was pretty much unheard of at that time. It was very grungy with poor ventilation, poor lighting, and gas rental carts that would obviously get pretty fumy. And then now to the bright lights and this racetrack that's kind of added to that level of another level up, I guess, from venues that we visit on a regular basis. This place is next level, and when this main building gets open for the general public as well here in the coming weeks, it's going to be something else.
Yeah, I mean, I remember walking in 2 days ago. My first time here was quite literally on the Friday morning, so it is as cool of not only a main building that I've ever seen with how much memorabilia is around this place and the level of detail involved, but this racetrack, I mean, like Xander mentioned, the cameras don't do it justice. I actually walked the track a little bit today, just getting the cameras all laid out and everything, and I made sure to walk turn 3. I had to see what this banking was all about. I struggled to get up there. I'm not going to lie. It was a calf workout for me. Maybe I got to get back in the gym, honestly, Frankie. But for sure, turn 3, highly banked. The downhill section is steeper than you can imagine on camera, and the view is as good as we get on the national calendar when we go pro racing. I mean, the only thing comparable to me is when we go to Utah, and unfortunately, we don't go there enough. So for K1 Circuit right now, I think they have every track beat, not only on the scenic views, but on the main building side of things as well. I mean, this is a next level facility that I cannot wait for everyone to get to experience at some point.
Yeah, I think the track's extraordinarily inviting. It's got a lot of great qualities that we don't see at a lot of the other places that we get to go to on our calendar. And so it's going to be exciting. You know, I know a lot of the people, especially from the East Coast, haven't been able to come and check it out yet so far. But we got a lot of people from different countries here for their biggest event. You know, the purpose of this track, you know, was for K1. And look at them. This is their world championship. They got the best drivers here for them. And who knows it? Maybe they're going to be the ones putting it to the tourneys in the Norberg soon enough.
Well, with this session coming to a close here, with the checkers flying now for the international drivers, they've gotten closer. Nathan Wilkie, the closest, a 1:18.235 out of Mississauga, Canada. And the Canadians are looking pretty sporty as well. Tyler Illich also was getting quicker towards the end of the session, number 50. We were following along with him. He ended up in the low 119s, but joining Nathan Wilkie at the top of the pylon, El Tigre himself, Alexander Rodriguez, coming to us in the international group, and as one of many, many drivers that are probably having a massive fan base. Puerto Rico for El Tigre, and he ends up P2 at a 1:18.4. Pretty safe for him. Rodrigo Arellano ending up third here in this final practice session out of Copa, Mexico. So a very international top three and an even spread. Puerto Rico on second this time instead of on top in the junior final. Canada on top. Mexico third in their final test run before the racing gets underway.
You know, and like we talked about as well, that 118.2, the mid-low 18s are the standard that you want to see, especially in a really spread-out group like this. You know, there was only 9 karts out on track. In the qualifying sessions, there was, I think, 25+ for all each of the groups. You know, and so there's a lot more clear track, but you don't have the opportunity to get the same toe lap at such a big draft track like this. So, you know, for Nathan and LT Gray himself, you know, he was out front the whole time to put down a 118.4. You know, I think they're going to be the ones to challenge, you know, being off. I'm going to retract my words right now.
I think they'll be close, for sure. I mean, running those laps with no toe, and again, no other drivers to base off of. While you do get a less crowded racetrack, you don't have a lot of drivers to learn lines from. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of GoPros on the helmets here, and they're probably trying to pull the footage as quick as they can, but this isn't your normal event with lots of teams and driver coaches and the like. Many people here coming on their own as families, making it a big trip out here to Southern California, and hopefully they're enjoying this Saturday afternoon. I know we are. We've got a short break in the action here and more racing to go. In fact, it's only racing for here on out for the U.S. drivers in their bracket. The U.S. main events are up next. The international drivers, their practices are done. It'll be time for them to get ready to join the top 3 out of the USA final for Quali 1 and 2. And then the World Championship with $25,000 to win on the line to close out the day's action. We'll take a break, and we'll return with more from K1 Circuit here in Winchester.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Come on, man.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
It's go time. The USA final is onto the racetrack now, folks, and we're going to quickly bring them to a halt to make sure all drivers, all 25 that have made the cut to join the grid and a chance at $25,000 here in that World Championship main. They've got to finish in the top 3, but beyond that, of course, there's the top honor of being the #1 ranked K1 driver in the United States. Up for grabs. 10 laps on the books once again here. We'll quickly take you through the lineup as we get ready to go green here from Winchester, California and K1 Circuit. A beautiful afternoon after a crazy gauntlet run to get to this point. Here comes the field to the backstretch where they'll start them, headed down towards the final turn on the racetrack that has been a trouble spot for some, but we haven't really seen a highly stacked grid. Take the green down here in full dry conditions. Let's see it now for the final time in the USA final, drivers. Here we go. Looking, I don't think we're going to get it this time. We're going to take them around to the front stretch.
Yeah.
Indeed. We'll start them all the way right by the finish line. So here we go. Last turn into turn #1. Scott Gordonier, race director, ready. He'll point him to the grid lines. And for the USA final, for the adults, 10 laps. And the U.S. top honor on the line. Green flag in the air. We're racing up the hill for the first time, and it's a good start for the inside lane, but a decent one for the outside. Looks like most of the field got away cleanly, and now the question is, how do they filter out? One driver a little bit up the berm at the exit of turn #3. Still 2 and 3 abreast further back in the bus stop, but your top 7 or so are single file as they work their way out of turn #4 on this opening lap here.
We touched on it during qualifying, Xander. Part of it is you don't really know what go-kart you're going to get. Maybe you get lucky, you get the same go-kart you've had throughout the weekend, but in this situation, it's the first time you're driving this new go-kart. You get an out lap to kind of feel it out, and then into turn #1, 2, and 3, you're kind of getting the first real feel for the kart you have drawn at full song here. So now, halfway through lap #1, and it's the 2 drivers that put the only 1/17 of the day, sitting 1 and 2 at the moment. Further back, look at this group of go-karts. This is a battle for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Side by side up the hill. And while this is great racing to watch, it's costing them all lap time and track time. Here we go. Battle for 3rd is raging on as well.
Yeah.
3 wide further back. The 49 gets into it there a little bit. You see hands in the air for both drivers, but unfortunately it's one of the situations where just miscalculated the entry to turn #11. Again, we're 3 wide down towards turn #12. And onto the front straightaway to complete lap #1 of the books. It's a 2-kart breakaway out front here as we start lap #2. Giovanni Perez, Garrett Maines, your top 2. Then it's 3 seconds back to Terry Oates, Brendan Reynolds, and Daniel Millian, your 5th and final driver in the top 5. Look at this group. So that's Oates defending from Reynolds. That's Greer getting around Daniel Millian there for 5th.
Yeah, this really looks like it's going to be a all-out battle for that last transfer spot. They look like they already have about a 2.5-second lead, and we're only on lap 2. You know, it's a short race in general. You know, it's a 10-lap all-out sprint for the national championship. But being realistic, unless the leaders with Giovanni and Garrett going at it hard, this is going to be a battle for that last transfer spot.
Yeah, that'll be critical right now. That final spot on the podium, and we've just lost one contender for it in that infield hairpin going around at the back of the group. We haven't seen a ton of rear lock and spinouts like that with the front brakes on these go-karts, but still, first lap, a little bit of nerves, I'm sure, and a lot of aggressive driving here back at the final hairpin before the long straightaway. 2 drivers with that probably had an opportunity to maybe escape the fray. I don't know if that'll be Teddy Oates and Brendan Reynolds. Let's see it to the final turn. Still more contact to the last corner. Turning into each other, side by side, the 16 of Teddy Oates and indeed the 52 of Brendan Reynolds. 3rd and 4th colliding as they go up the hill. They're still going to stay side by side. This could end up a little bit tough, and here comes 5th on the line. Jaden Martinez out of the B group to the bumper now with an opportunity to get that 3rd spot, the first on the final one on the podium. He'll drive into the side of Brendan Reynolds. They're 4 wide to the bus stop coming out of turn 4.
We talked about what would drivers do for money. What would they do for the transfer spot to even have a chance at money? Unbelievable stuff here. Brendan Reynolds on the 52 machine now having to fend off the likes of Jaden Martinez, Ben Braley, Connor Greer, Daniel Millian, and more. This group is growing. It's down to 7 drivers here for the cutoff point for that third and final transfer spot to get into the World Championships. And again, another driver facing the wrong direction there, and that's going to end his hopes of a transfer spot into the World Championships. Here's a good look at your front runner, Giovanni Perez, ahead of Garrett Maines. These two drivers, I mean, yeah, they're racing for the national championship, but all they're really thinking about is that World Championship race later on this afternoon. Those two drivers know at this point, barring any mistakes, they're safely in. This is the battle for the transfer spot, and again, getting a little bit hairy on the brake zone there, maybe moving over a little more than you're allowed to, but we'll let it go here. Brendan Reynolds now around Terry Oates. He's the first driver in, or last driver in, sorry, into that third and final transfer spot. We're only 4 laps in. We're just starting the 4th lap here of a 10-lap main event here. You would think this is for the world title. You would think there was money on the line for this one.
Yeah.
What a late lunge there from Terry Oates as well. He'll reclaim 3rd. They're side by side through 6 and 7, the bus stop.
Yeah, contact a little bit. More contact now as more drivers get into it. Jaden Martinez into the side of Teddy Oates, dropping down the S's, and now joining the battle with a bit more contact that Martinez will end up on the receiving end of through the accordion. Looked to be maybe the might have been maybe Ben Braley. I'm not sure who was close there. He was close to that group at the end of last lap, but this has given a huge gap now to Brendan Reynolds, and it's backed them up as the battle has shifted further down the board. Giovanni Perez out of Phoenix, Arizona, trying to punch his ticket to that World Championship final, and along with that, win the USA final en route. The battling still rolling on. Now behind the number 6 of Ben Braley. He gets away into 4th, and they're door-to-door. Martinez on the inside in the white helmet. To the outside, I believe, is Teddy Oates. He's going to let them both by. Both Teddy Oates going, Martinez going by, and Connor Greer in the number 2, although he'll keep the fight going as they charge up the hill.
Yeah, further back, I couldn't get a number to the go-kart there, but someone's having a bit of an issue with a bit of a rear fender there, Frankie. I want to say it might be either Christian Breyer or Marcus Patterson there, 10th or 11th there, just losing a little bit of body work. It's all good.
I think that's actually the number 21 of
Millian. Yeah, so Daniel Millian suffering a little bit of cosmetic issues. It won't really hinder the performance too much, but it makes you wonder how on earth that happened. We've seen some heavier contact happen so far today with nothing of the sorts occur, so it must have been some decently sized contact, or just after a number of times you hit somebody, eventually that bumper is going to start to drag a little bit there. And so for Daniel Millian in 9th place, dealing with left rear bumper, starting to drag on the floor just a little bit. It's Perez, it's Maines, and then Reynolds 7 seconds back from the lead group. And then it's this driver right here, Ben Braley, on board the 6 machine. I don't think he's made a pass in the last 2 laps. He's just taken advantage of everyone else's chaos. He's got a shot now to transfer into the World Championship, and yeah, here it is. The 21 of Daniel Millian. Slight cosmetic issues there. It won't really affect the performance of the go-kart, but it just, again, makes you wonder what he did to kind of make that happen.
I don't know, Frankie, what do you think? That dragon on the left rear with a predominantly right-hand corner racetrack, that could affect him. Even with the banking, he won't be able to jack the inside tire nearly as good as some of his competitors. It'll dig in.
100%. It's dangling around. You don't know if he's even looked back and seen it so far, but you know, the one benefit that it has is hopefully that his competitors are going to give him a little extra inch of room as well. So maybe it could be a benefit in disguise as this battle for 3rd may start to rage on. I think Braley caught a little bit even to Reynolds that last lap, and so I don't think it's over yet. You know, we have 4 laps still to go here for this last transfer spot.
Yeah, Ben Braley, last time by, a 1:17.3. Brendan Reynolds, a 1:17.6. Ben Braley, fastest driver on the racetrack, flat flying right now, trying to get to that last spot above the red cut line to go to the World Championship final and to get onto the podium here for the U.S. final. He's going to be within the toe of the top 3 now, or at least of 3rd place now. Let's see how much he can close from last lap by, 1.5 seconds away to probably down around 0.6. And behind him, they're racing on as well for 5th. Martinez, Teddy Oates going at it. There was Greer a little bit away, but Breyer, Patterson, Vickers together. And the gap now, boys, it's down to about 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, and they're actually coming onto their last lap here with the white flag going out on track.
That's early. That's bad news for Ben Braley, who once again reset the fastest time. If indeed it's only 7 laps at full speed, folks, that shorter main, again, running up against the clock, potentially. Yeah, white flag in the air. This will do it. Giovanni Perez, 1.8 seconds out. They were originally scheduled for 10 laps. Ben Braley fighting for his life, trying to get up to Brendan Reynolds, but he may just unfortunately run out of time here, fellas.
Yeah, Ben Braley putting together two of the fastest laps we've seen all day long, a 17.3 and a 17.2. He's almost a second faster than the drivers up front right now, but I want to say, barring any heroics into the final couple of corners here, he's going to fall a couple of laps short. Here's a good look at your front runners, Giovanni Perez, Garrett Maines. These two safely in. For this driver on your screen, the 22 of Giovanni Perez, he can now say he's a national champion here in the United States.
National champion Giovanni Perez brings the crowd to their feet, and across the line, Garrett Maines to join him on the podium, and Brendan Reynolds provisionally in third to get that final transfer spot to the World Championship. A valiant effort at the end here for Ben Braley, a 1:17.19.
That's got to be the event record for sure.
Moving.
100%. Yeah.
Teddy Oates, P5, he wins out on that battle with Jaden Martinez. Connor Greer back behind them in 7th. Marcus Patterson 8th. Christian Breyer, Connor Vickers rounding the top 10 from this 25-driver main. And a bloodbath at the start really set the gaps initially, but what a run through the field for everyone. And especially third on back, a very chaotic A final. Giovanni Perez, Garrett Maines, Brendan Reynolds, but there was so much chaos in the opening laps, I'd be surprised if there wasn't a little bit of an extra look at everything in the first probably 2 circuits around.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just with Daniel Milian alone some bodywork problems there, and again, to have that happen in a go-kart like this, it must have been quite a bit of argy-bargy in the opening stage of this race. And again, for Giovanni Perez, for Garrett Maines, great drive for both of them. They pulled away handily on the first couple of laps there, but I got to give it to Ben Braley and Brendan Reynolds, because we talk about the 1:17.1 of Braley. It's 1:17.2 for Brendan Reynolds. Looking at the lap times, that's actually going to be the driver to beat, I want to say, heading into the World Championship event later this afternoon. Half second faster than Perez, almost a second faster than Garrett Maines on the final lap of this national championship race. So for Brendan Reynolds, he's going to be right on a high heading into the World Championship event later on this afternoon.
You know, and Daniel Milian as well, he started third. Fell back to 12th without, or 11th without bodywork damage as well, but he was faster in the qualifyings. You know, it's something that I think, you know, maybe lost out early on with the aggressive racing, you know, between him and Teddy Oates and all the others fighting for that last transfer spot. And I think he just got the short end of the stick there, especially with that bodywork damage.
Yeah, what a bummer to fall outside the top 10. Still an impressive run, and look at the spread through the states here and the representation. Arizona, Virginia, long haul for Garrett Maines to get all the way to California. Hometown, home state represented, at least, in Brendan Reynolds representing California as the provisional third place finisher and the final of the 3 that will move on to the World Championship stretch of the day's action with 2 more qualifying efforts and then a final winner-take-all main event. Braley from Massachusetts, Teddy Oates from Alabama, Jaden Martinez for 2 Californians inside the top 10, had the pace to probably challenge for 4th or 5th. I don't know if anyone was as fast as 3rd or 4th, though. You're right, fellas. Ben Braley making a very, very good case, and he should hold his head very high coming out of this main event. Again, a couple more laps. This could have been a different story. A lot of dominoes could have fallen a different way, but most importantly, he can walk out of this USA final knowing that the 3 drivers that went ahead of him into the world final, he was faster than him.
Yeah, and Giovanni Perez as well. He was actually our 3rd place finisher in that all-US podium lockout last year behind Peyton Phillips and Sean O'Hearn. So this is going to be a bit of a redemption year for him. You know, he's got more international people in the field, but I think he's one of the people. He's been here for a lot of the league nights as well. He's going to have a lot of experience. You know, he knows how to race his track. He knows how to lead. He knows how to close, and we saw that with this U.S. final, and that's how he showed us how to be a national champion on K1 circuit.
Not only the driving side of things as well, though, but you get experience at an event like this.
Yeah.
Right, with how much pressure, like Xander's been touching on throughout the weekend, where a lot of these drivers, this is probably the biggest race they've been a part of. For a driver like Giovanni Perez to have competed in this event last year and have had success, it's one of those things where I think it almost takes the weight off your shoulders because you know what to expect, and all you have to do is rely on your talent and your driving.
Giovanni Perez D'Amico hoping to take that World Championship winnings to help pay for his college as he continues to study mechanical engineering and to hopefully continue his competitive karting career. He'd love to take this step as a U.S. final champion, maybe more later this afternoon. and roll that into one heck of a racing career. But along with that, of course, we've got our Coastal Link printing recap to see how he got it done. A lot of celebration for Arizona and for Giovanni Perez D'Amico, your USA final winner. Let's take a look at how he was able to pull it off here for the K1 Speed World and US Championships. Kicking things off, really, it all came down to the start. Qualifying at the front, allowing him to get ahead of the mad scrum behind him. First of all, getting away cleanly through the first couple of S's, not losing the lead off the bat. That was critical. And then he got a little bit of help as things really kicked off here. Jaden Martinez, a hiccup on that opening lap in the back hairpin, hurt his chances at the World and U.S. final chances, or U.S. final podium. And then here, the battle that really opened that gap up. This was Teddy Oates and Brendan Reynolds, elbows out all the way to the end, but neither one dropped a tire off the racetrack, as contact-filled as it was, and Martinez indeed getting into it. And then this hairy moment, I can only imagine the pucker factor on the flagman watching 4 karts head at him right off the cliff there by the chicane. But ultimately, well, they still weren't done, because the battling didn't ultimately allow Brendan Reynolds to get away until right here. Jaden Martinez threw the accordion down the S's, got shuffled wide, and then the battle pack shifted further down the board. But for Giovanni Perez, it was a flag-to-flag run out front. Perfect performance here. All 7 laps led by the number 22. And that moment there, Frankie, of heading to the checkers and taking that last look over your shoulder to realize that you've got it in the bag, there is nothing sweeter in motorsports.
No, 100%. You know, this is a moment, you can see it here with him. You know, he's got a lot of his family here. He's representing Arizona. You know, I think he's one of their top drivers and one of our top contenders that are going to show for the U.S.
So cool to get to see moments like these here from K1 Circuit in Winchester, California. There's more racing to go, but we want to take a moment to, of course, honor our U.S. A final top 3. The podium ceremony is getting queued up now. Giovanni Perez, D'Amico, and the rest of the results that are still pending. Of course, I imagine, based on how that race played out, that first and second should be safe, and Garrett Maines as well. It'll just be a matter of what the officials decide on all of the battling that took place for that final and elusive spot for P3. But what a run here for Giovanni and for Team Arizona.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Giovanni Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Qualy Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
To announce the podium finishers of our 2025 K1 Speed United States Championship in the teen division. Finishing in 3rd position, California. I'm sorry, did I say teen? Beg your pardon, let me do this again. Introducing the 2025 adult podium for the United States Championship. Finishing 3rd, Brendan Reynolds from K1 Speed, Clovis.
We need something, guys. We cannot do the USA final like this.
And this gentleman here finished 4th.
He's kind of tight with that cord, probably.
On the
He
US
can't move.
Championship podium, but today he made it.
Turn-
Please introduce
turn 4,
Garrett
zoom in.
Maines from
Get turn 4
K1
to zoom in.
Speed, Richmond. And finally, this racer finished 2nd 2 years ago in our first visit here to K1 Circuit for the championship, but today he made a 1 place better. Please welcome our new our new adult U.S. champion, Giovanni Perez D'Amico.
Does Lewis have any audio?
All right, guys, let's have a words here with these guys. Let's start right now with our U.S. champion himself, Giovanni. Giovanni, again, you finished 2nd last time. You had to wait last year to come back here due to K1 Speed's Phoenix relocation. Now you're back here. I know you've been training hard for this day. What does this mean to you?
I mean, this means everything. This is what we've been training for this whole year, and I mean, I gotta owe it to everybody at K1 Speed Phoenix too for helping me build my skills and build to get here. So I'm not just representing myself and my family, I'm representing all those guys as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to be feeling pretty confident.
What do
I
we
know
think,
the guys
boys?
in the
Wanna throw a little
commentary
delay
there
on her?
were boasting about your lap times there, saying you might be the one to beat. How do you feel about that?
I mean, we'll just have
Eyeball
to see. Only time will tell. But I think we
Look
have
at
a
the
good
most recent
shot,
comment.
and I mean, we just gotta put our head down and focus up for Qualy.
Absolutely. Well done. Again, our
It's gonna be
champion
much smaller
here,
than normal.
Giovanni. Garrett, again, you just missed out on last year, but here you are today. Tell me how that feels.
Yeah, I had to watch you talk last year, but it's really cool to get to talk to you this year and, you know, to have the opportunity to come back out here and, to actually get a good qualifying lap in and actually run.
What'd you do to my
front. You know,
buttons?
I thought I was going to be able to give him a run for his money there, but I made one mistake, and at that point I was out of the draft, and him and I were just so close. There's no way I was clawing that back, but props to him. He was putting down some heaters all day long.
Absolutely, and I know you're not just going against Giovanni as well, but anything that you've got left to challenge him?
Well, I think I've learned do not coast at the beginning. I should have taken some opportunities, but I'm really happy to have been able to get P2 and move on to Worlds. So that was kind of the goal coming here. I started doing this for fun, like the rental karting. I did this to race with my brother, and now we're out here running for the World Championship. Really happy to to be able to support Wigan Water Technologies out here as well and get them up on the podium today.
Fantastic. Again, Garrett here, our second place finisher. And then Brennan, last time I saw you was just earlier this year, and this was your whole first championship experience. How does it feel now? You have made it to the World Championship in your first go.
It feels great. I mean, God, going from indoor to these outdoor cars is a way bigger, different experience. It's really crazy to feel the power and everything that these karts can actually have. It's a great experience out here.
Yeah, very good. And that wasn't easy for you either. You actually did really have to fight hard for that. Tell us about your race itself.
First lap, I got caught up by the number 16, which is a really fast kart. We got me, him, and my actual other teammate from California, Jaden. We're all battling for that third spot. It took us a couple laps to get clear, and then I started looking at towards the end, and I got another driver coming up for me. I just got to defend. It's a big race.
Absolutely. All right, well, one more time here for our top 3 adult finishers here in the United States Championship that will go on to compete against our international drivers shortly.
Good job, man. Good job. I love you, Ryan. Good job. Now you get pressed. Just a little bit. I can relax. Let's get back out there. Watch me come out here. It'll be good. We all have to stay and watch from here. Hey, how was Ontario? All right, guys. Take it to him in the next one.
Doesn't. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Another main event ready to go. This time it's the B group here, the drivers that just barely missed out on the A final, getting ready to roll. This will be first of 2 more U.S. finals to go. The C final is on deck here in this sunny California Saturday afternoon, and then it'll be time for our final 3 sessions on the weekend, the International Qualy 1, International Qualy 2, and the World Championship that, of course, that podium you just saw on your feed will be getting ready to join the top 3 drivers from the U.S. with the top 3 drivers from the countries around the world that have made the trek, the flight, the drive, the travel to Winchester, California. But still, 2 more races, 7 laps the distance as they round that final turn. Ralph Calderon on the number 32, getting ready to lead our field to green on the front straightaway. 7 laps, 25 drivers. Christian Woods on the right-hand side joins him on row number 1. And the B final is up and away as they charge towards the S's at turns 1, 2, and 3. Alexander Searle, Frankie Mossman alongside with me here, and it's a great jump for the outside lane. Christian Woods leads your field out of turn 3 to the bus stop for the first time.
Wow, Ralph Calderon, I thought had a great start, but up the hill just could not get it going, and up to first, Christian Woods, down to 5th, Ralph Calderon. Couple drivers spun around there, exit of turn number 7, and this group from about 10th on back is chaotic early, and it's going to help separate the front 7.
Yeah, we got a really big battle coming into the downhill S's for the mid to back of the rear. Packing the cart around, too.
That is the number 16 going for a ride here in this one, trying to figure out who we may have just lost through the drop-down S's, and another one off. And around in the sand and dust on the exit of that infield hairpin.
Yeah, they're both going to get back going. But again, you know, this isn't for a transfer spot into the World Championship. This is all just for bragging rights. This is our B final. This is the 25, or the behind the top 25 from qualifying. So if they miss that cutoff, if they were 26 or worse in qualifying, they're going to be in this B final. But, you know, still win this. All the people watching and all the eyes on them and every K1 around the world right now, you know, this is serious bragging rights.
It's a chance to show what you got. You know what I mean? You missed the A-main. You want to prove that you had a chance at the A-main. So let's see lap time-wise what some of these drivers can get down to. We know the 1:17.1.
It was Calderon, one of the drivers that went around. Our pole sitter that has not yet hit the timing loop, guys. Sorry to throw everyone for a loop, but I think of the drivers that we lost.
I just saw Ralph Calderon actually mid-pack. So I wonder if there's maybe a timing problem.
Okay, so he might be all right then. Indeed, the drivers further back, maybe that might have been collected. Bobby Dotit, and there he is. There's the 32. He's all right, middle of the grid. But anyway, back to what you were saying, Alex, before I rudely interrupted there, getting freaked a moment. Christian Woods, the leader. Ahmed Archer, second. David Riedel, third.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I was just mentioning, listen, chance to prove what you got, right? Chance to prove that you could do the lap times that the guys in the A-main were able to do, and maybe just bad qualifying, whatever it is. This is what this B-main's about, and you mentioned it, Frankie, and like we touched on earlier on in the broadcast, this is being shown in every single K1 speed. A lot of eyes on this event, no matter if you're in the A, the B, or the C-main, or in the World Championship event later on this afternoon. A lot of eyes on this race. You want to prove that you have what it takes to compete behind the wheel. And for Christian Woods, he's doing a good job of it so far.
Yeah, and especially with the poor qualifying for some, they want to prove it to themselves too. And so that's a big part of it, you know, like you said, with the traffic, whatever else. But they're going hard. They're battling for it. They want to prove it to themselves. And, you know, maybe come back next year and have the shot, you know, for the national championship or for Worlds.
Look at this group right here, Frankie. We're 3 wide heading into turn number 7 around the outside. That's a long way around for Patterson there in 10th. That's not usually the place you want to be in a hairpin, and it ended up costing him a handful of spots here. Now we go down the hill. They're at least single file this time around there. If they were 3 wide through there, it would have been a lot trickier of a situation to navigate, but there is Patterson now getting hunted down by the 36 machine of Barnes, who started this lap 7th, so must have had a bit of an issue climbing the hill because he's now finding himself in 11th as we're 3 wide on the exit of turn number 10. And wow, opportunistic move there for Patterson, trying to go around the outside now and makes it stick. So he's up to 7th, I want to say, at the moment now. This group is starting to really put down some pretty entertaining stuff here as we go down the hill. Further back, we're 3 wide down the hill. And I can't get a number on that go-kart, but I want to say that might be the 38th there, all blue machine, making a couple moves, making it exciting for us.
Yeah, that's the battle for P9, P10, and P11. I'm pretty sure, you know.
Yeah, it could be a number of 35, 36, 38 right there, trying to ID who it was. It may have been Fontes making the move from Pennsylvania up and into 7th. But Tennessee leads the way in Christian Woods' house. Ahmed Archer from New Jersey, P2, kind of in no man's land right now here, fellas. He's got about a 8/10 to a second gap back to this gaggle here, battling it out for 3rd, and it just kind of opened up again with a bit of contact there. Or further back, actually. Still focused there. Augusto Fontes, Tony Patterson, and Alex Devine was behind them. He'll close in. I think it might have been Patterson that ran into the back of Fontes, but we'll confirm that when they hit the loop again.
Yeah, and Christian Woods is actually putting down some pretty solid lap times like how we were talking about earlier on. Those are some pretty competitive if he was in the A-Man. 118.3 was his last time around, and we're only 3 laps in. Oh,
one driver into the wall, bottom of the S's.
Big hit, especially a lot of damage to that front bodywork as well.
Yeah, it makes me think there may have been more than one involved in that. We'll find out who it is when they unfortunately don't get to greet us at the start-finish line again with another lap going down. Battling further up the grid now. This is up the board between the 1 and the 23. Willie Mulder, Kyle Schmidt. This is for 4th. And more may join here. I'm so amazed at how much time they lose off 1 to 2 maneuvers here, boys. I mean, there is just so much time that by going wide or going narrow into a corner and going side by side that you surrender on a lap. We're talking half a second to 7/10 per corner.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple reasons why that could be, right? I mean, the first thing that comes to my mind is a lot of these drivers, again, one of the first times, not the first time, they're out here on an outdoor circuit, especially at this caliber of driving. And it's just maybe a lack of experience on what it takes to drive side by side through a lot of corners with elevation, how to roll speed and how to continue to roll speed, and maybe how to make moves at the right time. Be opportunistic about your moves. Not always going for every pass at every corner, but trying to time your moves so you don't lose momentum. Another thing that Frankie and I touched on earlier on in the day, I mean, obviously there's a lot of tire noise. These tires are really, starting to screech, and part of that is we don't have any engine noise, right? So you hear the tires more than you would when you have a gas-powered machine, but with that, usually engine noise happens at the beginning of the corner, right? You get the cart rotated, and if you get it rotated enough on the entry, you don't have the tire noise from middle to exit. But we're hearing it throughout all the corners. And a lot of that's because when you're going side by side, a lot of these drivers are probably carrying too much speed into the corner, ruining their exit. And so that could add to the fact that we lose a lot of time. This also adds to losing time. It's really cool to watch. We're going 3 wide into turn number 12. Somebody will always have to bail, and it's usually the guy on the outside. And whoa, the number 6. Way off the racetrack there and out of this one.
Yeah, that's Paul Bacara. He really, really made it up to the top of the hill. That's after the downhill S's where he probably dipped a tire on the right side and hooked to the left.
Yeah. So thankfully, obviously, it was the officials were quick to get there and check in on him. He's okay. We stay green. Battle looming for second here, fellas. Ahmed Archer got away pretty good early on and slowly hunting Ahmad down. David Rydell, last time by another 10th, kind of knocked off the margin. From what we can tell, this will be a 7-lapper again, which means the white flag should come out this time by. Your leader, Christian Woods from Tennessee, off the start, getting the whole shot really by the end of turn number 3 and being able to build on that gap. But here it is, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th looming down the backstretch as we should be gearing up. And here it comes, white flag this time by as they hit this front stretch for the penultimate time, Alex.
Yeah, Woods going to take the white flag first, but this is the battle we're all watching. Ahmed Archer, David Rydell, 2nd and 3rd, and then further back, a great scrap forming. Kyle Schmidt, Rachel Hart, 4th and 5th at the moment. And there's actually a 6th driver in the mix as well. Willie Mulder from Oregon in 6th as well. He actually was 4th a couple laps ago, so Rachel joined the mix here. She's found herself up into the top 5 as well, so we're going to have a really good scrap to close out this B main event. No one has anything for Christian Woods, but does David Rydell have something for Ahmed Archer? A little bit of understeer through the downhill section of the racetrack is going to give the 14 a bit of breathing room here.
He needed a little more there. The rest of the group is still too spread apart to be able to capitalize, but missing the bottom of the turn hurt his exit now, hurting him out of the hairpin. He got bogged down. Here comes Kyle Schmidt to the inside. over-under move. This will be for the final spot on the podium here in the B final. That'll allow Archer to get back away. Here comes Rachel M. Hart in the pink helmet back there in 5th. The lady trying to find a way past the fellas and into the back hairpin for the last time. They'll go side by side. That'll open the door. She's going to get a huge hole punched in the air in front of her. Let's see down the backstretch. She'll push Kyle Schmidt through as out front, Christian Woods will score the win in the B final. And to the line, second and onto the podium for Ahmad Archer. And third to Kyle Schmidt in the 23 out of Arkansas.
What a run for Kyle Schmidt. For Rachel Hart, out of nowhere, found herself into the top 4. She was running in the 7th and 8th position for most of that one there, but a good couple of laps towards the end there. She picked up 6 spots throughout this main. Finishes in 4th. David Rydell, Willie Mulder, Tony Patterson, Augusto Fontes, Jeremy Briones, and Amin Ben. Your top 10 drivers. A lot of movers throughout this race. I got to say the biggest mover that I see on our screen here, Jeremy Briones, up 9 positions from 18th to 9th.
What a B final, and a good battle again for those final podium spots, but the start so critical it seems like here with how chaotic turn 4 on the normal layout. I guess it would be turn number 6 arguably on this one with the bus stop chicane, turn 5 or 6 there at the end of that first straightaway. The field from 2nd, 3rd on back get bottled up. The leader gets clean track, gets away, and then they're able to just log some laps as Christian Woods did. And if you have the pace, you can end up with a gap like that behind, though. We'll see a lot more shuffling, I think, in that C final as well.
Yeah, like you talked about, especially the amount of time you lose just from battling. You know, we've seen it in the teen final and in the US adult final for the A main. It's the exact same thing. The front 2 get out, they battle for 3rd and 4th, and they start losing, 2 or 3 seconds a lap just as they start to battle, and it just seems to accumulate, and it gets worse and worse down the pack, and that's why we keep seeing these, big packs of battling from like 10th to 15th, and then, a big gap from 1st and 2nd, like I said, to the rest of the field.
One more U.S. final remains, folks. The C final is getting gridded up shortly, and then it'll be time for the World Championship qualifying and main event to close out the afternoon. We've hope you enjoyed it so far. Let's take a look back at our B final, what we just witnessed over those 7 laps with a great start for Christian Woods. From the outside, as you mentioned here, it looked like Ralph Calderon kind of got off well, but by the time they got to turn 2, both 2nd and 4th had cleared him, and then he was under heavy fire heading out of the bus stop chicane into this first hairpin, lost 3rd there, ended up getting shuffled wide and pushed onto the curbing to lose 4th. And, well, there was a little carnage at that point, but it wasn't until later in the lap we started to see some spinners and some more spills in the first run through the hairpin with a big dust cloud as we saw our first 360 or 180, if you will. And then in the back hairpin, well, a great look at the field going by and pushing the limits. And then we got a great look at this end of the top 10 battle that was at one point in frame here, 6 karts deep and 3 wide multiple times over.
Yeah, a lot of argy-bargy throughout this section of the racetrack. Turn 11, always really inviting. And then a crazy moment for the number 6 there to climb up onto the embankment there. And luckily to avoid anything like a wall or a fence or some grass or other go-karts as well, and safely out of the go-kart there. But this is where it all kicked off during this race. This was between Kyle Schmidt. We saw Rachel M. Hart get into the mix as well and created a really good battle. I thought at this moment, Xander, I thought Rachel was going to make it 3 wide there, but she played it smart, helped push Kyle, helped push the rest of the crew through, and Christian Woods, at the end of the day, was the quickest driver. I got to say, he found that 3-second lead and just maintained that gap the whole way through. You see the celebrations all the way around, because at the end of the day, you still get the bragging rights, you still get a top 3, you get a podium for this B main no matter what. So I love to see it. Love to see everyone just having a good time. That's what the B main's all about. And they put on a show for us here heading into the C main.
We can see the recovery vehicles rolling now. They're going to have to clear the racetrack. Thankfully, all drivers checked, cleared, and up and okay. They were quick and alert as well for all those incidents that we saw. A little bit gnarlier than that A final, surprisingly enough. But for the B final, the day is wrapped. These drivers' road will end here. The C final drivers are ready to put on a show, folks. We got more racing to go after them, of course. So keep on watching. The K1 US and World Championships from K1 Circuit, Winchester, California rolls on.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Welcome back to the K1 US and World Championships here from Winchester, California. K1 circuit, and the lights are on. It is sunset hour for the final session of the US bracket for the adult drivers. This is Kart Chasers coverage of the full teen and adult US and World Championships brackets. The C final on deck here now, folks. It's the final race for all of the drivers from that U.S. gauntlet run of more than 70 drivers, I believe, in the adult overall division, 25 in the A final, 25 in the B final as well, 68 in total, with 18 taking the green here in the CUS final. And then, of course, our top 3 from that A final are moving on to the World Championship main event later this evening. Stephen Ruitz and Jeremy Brown will lead your field to green. It'll be Ethan Weasley and then Rachel Hart, the other Rachel Hart. We had Rachel M. Hart in the first heat. This Rachel Hart as well, both not related in any way, from 2 different regions of the U.S. They met each other, I believe. I don't believe this weekend was the first time. Alex, you were interviewing, I believe, one and maybe both of them throughout the media day yesterday. But they're in good spirits, and we're wanting to say, no, you can run the middle dimensional. I'll or vice versa. We'll figure it out. We want everyone to know. And the name Rachel Hart, they've got 2 shots at it now.
Yeah, well, first of all, what are the odds of that?
Yeah.
And second of all, I only interviewed Rachel M. Hart, but this was the first time they actually met. They knew of each other, but this is the first time they actually met this weekend. And again, that is so weird. Frankie, imagine you show up to the racetrack and there's another Frankie Mossman.
Yeah, no,
I would hate
may
that.
have to be Frankie A. Mossman for a weekend.
You wouldn't take the middle initial, Frankie?
No, I probably.
You wouldn't be the nice guy?
I mean, I can be FFM. But the funny part enough is that Rachel M. Hart did end up 4th in the B final, and Rachel Hart is starting 4th right now. So let's see if she can, make the way forward just like Rachel M. Hart was able to in the last event.
Well, she'll be easy to pick out. She's got a GoPro camera on. She's in that silver Stilo helmet on the outside of row number 2, but up front, Stephen Ruitz in the number 21 in the black helmet. On the white helmet, the number 2, Jeremy Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day of action. Give it up. It's time to go racing one more time in the U.S. bracket. The C final. To the front straightaway, Stephen Ruitz, Jeremy Brown, and the 18 driver. Field is green and away as they rocket up the hill towards turns 1, 2, and 3. And probably the slowest start has everybody fanned out, trying to make up ground as they slowly get up to full song through turn 3 and down the backstretch for the first time.
Yeah, Stephen Ruitz started on the pole, down to P2 right now. The number 2 machine up to the top of the board there in the green suit, but Ruitz going to throw it down the inside of turn number 6. He'll reclaim the top spot. They fan out pretty wide through turn 6, but at the end of the day, it's probably the cleanest I've seen the drivers roll through turn 6.
Yeah, this is the closest that we've seen the top 4 be with each other after the first probably 8 corners.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, usually at the start of these races, it's a 2 or 3 car breakaway, and then they're 4 or 5 wide through some of the chicanes. But they're playing it a little bit smart here for this C main. But there's a little bit of a bumper to the back of Stephen Ruitz, the 2 machine, moving up the racetrack and actually getting around Ruitz as well. Further back, side by side. I think that's Rachel Hart there. Yeah, so she has actually lost 1 spot, rolled off 4th, down to 5th now at the moment, but still hanging in there. And now we have a 3-car breakaway. This will help because, as we know, passes tend to breed more passes. Passes tend to cost you lap time. And with that move from the number 7 machine, he moves to P2, and it closes the gap between 4th, 5th, and 6th to the top 3. But not too much of field spread this time around for the C main.
Yeah, I felt like we got robbed a little bit in the B and the A mains so far for the U.S. bracket, but a pretty closely packed front group. Jeremy Brown, Ethan Wesley, Stephen Ruitz, Rachel Hart, John Sieb went a little wide, I believe, in that final turn. And then capping off that opening group is Brian Davidson in the number 5 as they head down to turn number 4. Davidson out of Virginia. So it's Virginia to Utah to Alabama, Colorado, Idaho, and Georgia leads the way with Jeremy Brown in the number 2. Behind them here checking in, that's a 2-cart pack there. It looked to be Anthony Azais and Ian Pramus. And then the midfield gaggle, Mario Borgerding in the 9th position out of Maryland. Has about 6 or 7 carts lined up behind him, or he did at the line last time, and they were 2 wide coming out of turn number 5 at the end of the short straight.
Yeah,
they're still going at it.
Yeah, this group is crazy right now. 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th are all within the same blanket as we have battle for the lead here. Jeremy Brown and Eric Weasley there in P2 going side by side up the hill. That's going to bring in Roots. Going to bring in Rachel Hart back in the mix as well. So this 2-car breakaway turns into 4, turns into 5 there with John C. back in the mix as well.
We've been due for a good race, and I think we've got it now, boys. 2 down, 5 to go. 4-car pack up front. It could be 5 here in just a moment. To the line, and our first official lead change on the board. Ethan Weasley gets ahead of Jeremy Brown and takes us through turn number 3 at the top of the hill.
So Weasley now climbs the hill. He leads over Jeremy Brown there. Let's see if we see a dive to the inside from any of these 5 drivers. I know people love this passing opportunity, and Roots is the one to take advantage, but a great crossover move from Jeremy Brown. Reclaims the 2nd spot, and actually it's a pretty good run on Weasley, but going down the hill here, I don't see many moves through the S's. It's more of a single file section of the racetrack. You don't want to grab too much curb here with how stiff these go-karts are set up. But as they climb the hill here, Brown's got a good run. If he wants to take it into the hairpin, decides not to. I wonder at what point, because I haven't seen it too often, do drivers want to work together? As Brown not working together as Weasley, they're going to go side by side up the hill. That's going to cost Brown a spot here. And just mistimed it there. Steven Roots actually got into the back of Brown. Rachel Hart to 3rd. And then Davidson there is just trying to figure out if he can make a move here. He's going to peek a nose. Last of the late breakers there. Davidson to 4th. Crossover move. Back through. Steven Roots to 4th.
Yeah, a bit of big contact there coming into the second to last corner. And they're still going at it. You know,
this will back them up some more.
They're going to, this is such a short race. They need to make sure that they keep position. They focus forward, and they're in it for the final corner at least to be able to be in this battle because, I don't think the race is done yet.
Yeah, this is a traditional pack race here, Frankie, where the only safe spot is the one in the lead. At any point, it could split up off one botched pass, one bit of contact for 2nd, for 3rd, or even for 4th. And don't count out 6 as well. John Sieb, last time by, albeit not a great lap, but still they were fighting so much up front that he still is in frame, and behind him as well, Anthony Azais getting some clean air. Greg Thoma as well in 8th. They could close on in, but for the first time, a little bit of separation.
Yeah, Jeremy Brown actually got a good run through the downhill S's. Rachel Hart has been putting the pressure on him consistently, though, and she's been taking advantage of all the mistakes and battles that she's come across and found herself. She probably fell back to, I think, 8th on lap 1, and now she's already in 2nd by the end of we'll say lap 4.
Yeah, and she's rolling too with a good run down the hill here on Jeremy Brown. She's really good on the brakes there, heading into turn number 11 and up the hill towards the final corner. She's got a run actually into turn number 12 if she wants to take it here up on the wheel. Both of them full tuck here, and look at the run that Rachel Hart has down the inside. She takes the lead. Brown with a textbook crossover move. Rachel Hart showing her cards early in this one, but we know she has the pace to get it done.
And again, who knows how much racecraft practice these drivers have been able to get. I mean, obviously the Qualy sessions, group qualifying, had them around each other, but the track's changed so much throughout the day. There's only been so much track time each driver's been able to get. So they're really learning just as much here in these first few laps of the back and forth. A big shout out to Mario Borgerding, who up until the last lap had the fastest lap of the race. He was closing in for a little bit. Jeremy Sieben, 6, was trying to get there as well, but he's kind of faded. But up 8 for Mario Borgerding in the number 30 at the end of that 3-car pack, a little further back actually. Jeremy Brown has gotten away big time here on this lap. And off one mistake, one moment from Rachel Hart there in the last turn. Look at the gap already that's opened up. And the opportunity for 3rd, for 2nd, it may be all that's left here for these 3 because your leader is scooting away coming to 2 laps to go.
Well, an underrated factor of this one is if you make a move in the wrong spot, you time it wrong. I mean, yeah, these karts are pretty instantaneous in the way they apply their torque, but if you do it in a section of the racetrack where there's some elevation involved, especially going uphill against gravity, if you have a moment where your kart's bogged down, it could take a little bit longer to kind of get momentum back. This racetrack is so fast. Not a lot of braking required throughout the racetrack or heavy braking required throughout the racetrack. It's a lot more of just rolling the speed and getting the rotation done. And so if you have your kart bogged down, even for a moment, you lose momentum, and that's what we're seeing there. We saw it from Rachel Hart. A small mistake out of 12, had to back out of the throttle, and it cost her so much time in just a brief straightaway. And at this point, with a lap and a half to go, it's going to be an almost insurmountable hill to climb here. 2.1 seconds now towards Jeremy Brown. But this race is not over for the fight for the end of the podium. Weasley versus Davidson. Number 7 versus number 5 here, going after it down the hill.
John Sieb, that lap faded back to the 8th spot. He was caught up by Anthony Azais and Greg Thoma, and you can see the hand signals now as they are trying to reel back in Rachel Hart, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I think they've got to deal with a hard-charging Mario Borgerding, who might be on the verge of getting up 10 positions, 13th on the grid, eyeing up that last spot on the C-final podium right now. 6 as well. Anthony Azais is coming into frame there at a 120.5. Pass, contact, and here comes Borgerding, but he'll get tripped up as well. That'll back him up further from Rachel. And no change. Ethan Weasley will hang on for the moment. White flag this time by. 1 to go. Jeremy Brown in the white helmet leading us for the final time around here in the US bracket. No, it'll keep going. We'll have one more after this one. 8 in total for this race, it appears.
So 8 laps to go. 8 laps is the main. 2 laps to go in this one instead. This time around for the C main. So that gives these guys at least a lap and a half more of racing action there. And for Weasley, actually able to open up the corner a little bit through 6. Going to give him a bit of breathing room down the hill. And now I think instead of defending more from Davison, you can start thinking about how can I get around Rachel Hart. These 3 drivers on your screen last time around about 8 tenths slower than Jeremy Brown up front. And Rachel Hart there exiting the corner. You start looking over her shoulder. That means she's less focused on the track in front of her and more worried about the drivers behind him. And what that tells me, usually it's a universal sign if drivers are looking back, they're starting to make mistakes. They're starting to get in their own head, and we're seeing it right here. Weasley up to P2. Davidson now wants in on the mix as well, but he can't.
No, couldn't quite get it done, but we're still with more racing left. Let's see if there's any dive bombs here down the hill. Nothing into the far hairpin all the way on the run now down the backstretch, nearly an entire straightaway lead for Atlanta, Georgia's Jeremy Brown. He was the final transfer out of his state. He's now trying to go to the top step of the podium. And behind him, Rachel Hart in the middle. And she may lose 3rd as well. Drag racing to the line there with Davidson up the hill. She'll fend him off. And getting through is Borgerding to 4th.
What a run for Borgerding here. This is going to be a hectic final lap. And I think for Weasley, he can kind of just have his sights set forward and worry about himself as Borgerding gets into the rear bumper of Rachel Hart.
It's Steven Roots. Steven Roots in the 21. Missed one time across the line out of Colorado, showing down here in 17th. Actually, I don't know if that was lap traffic. It didn't look like he was. He looked like he was mostly in that group when we picked them back up.
Yeah, he must have been on at least 4th or 5th there. Right in,
he was right in the middle
of
that
group. I think he's been who we've been confused with Borgerding these last few laps.
Yeah, because his times have been there. So Steven Roots actually in the 21 didn't get a lap time charged on that lap, but he was in the fight for the provisional podium. We'll get that corrected. One driver we do know with no karts out in front and a huge gap, though, is Jeremy Brown. The number 2 has been dominant since he was able to get to the lead early, and he will put Georgia on top in the final U.S. main, 2nd in his league to transfer out of the state championship, 1st in the C final. Jeremy Brown closes it out. 2nd to the line will be safe for the number 7 of Ethan Weasley, and Rachel Hart will stand on the podium to a cheer across the line as she wins out in that battle with Brian Davidson. Borgerding does get there at the end in 5th, but we believe provisionally he may have been 6th for a while, and indeed, Frankie, I think you were right. The 21 of Steven Roots was in that fight, and where he crosses the line will remain to be seen in the number 21.
Yeah, I think he ended up P6, just looking up based off the gap that we have on the scoreboard right now.
So we'll get that updated for you all. Again, results on screen, obviously all provisional. We hope that you've enjoyed the coverage to this point. With the checkers in the air, though, the celebrations can begin for Jeremy Brown, Ethan Weasley, and Rachel Hart. Georgia, Idaho, and Alabama, the top 3 here in the C final for the U.S. Virginia with Brian Davidson 4th, Borgerding 5th. Provisionally, we believe Steven Roots in the number 2 will end up in 6th, and Anthony Azais out of Virginia. Oregon's Greg Thoma. Illinois for Craig Warner. And rounding out the top 10 for New York, Edgar Rosario here in the C final. Let's take a look back here to run you back as Colorado will end up in the top 10 provisionally from what we believe for Steven Roots, of how we got here and how Jeremy Brown was able to get it done, and arguably the best of the 3 U.S. finals, at least when it came to the fight for the win. A slow start off the green, had them scattered across the racetrack on that front straightaway. But as they slowly picked up speed, the battling did as well on the opening lap, but they made sure to keep the leader within range. And it really goes down to Steven Roots, our original pole sitter, for throwing it down the inside at the end of the short shoot here on the opening lap to keeping the fight alive, bringing the battle to Jeremy Brown, but he was not to be denied. A great crossover there to get back to the lead. And then for a moment, he might have been able to get away as they fought for second there and fought even further back in the field, going 2 and then 3 wide at points. But he wasn't. He wasn't home safe for the initial few laps. The number 7 getting through of Ethan Weasley to take a point at the front. And then Brown had a dive bomb right there down the inside in that back hairpin that lost him another spot. He was able to get back around to it, and then an over-under move down the backstretch, the long run. Then he had to deal with Rachel. She was able to send it, and she was the last one to bring the fight to him because she went a little wide, and he got enough of a gap to get away from this. The fight for second, third, contact there, but good sportsmanship out of the drivers involved here. Unlike maybe some of the bit more aggressive racing in the earlier finals, this one, bragging rights on the line, but respect just as much here, it seemed. And it was fun to watch. The fighting continued for those final spots on the podium through this final lap here, even into the back hairpin and then around Steven Roots, our original pole sitter. Threw away that shot at second and third, just got it a bit too hot. But he was already too far gone, along with the rest of the field from this man, the number 2, Jeremy Brown, puts Atlanta, Georgia on top in the C final here from K1 Circuit in Winchester. And Rachel ends up on the podium back in third after that fight. She ends up the best of the 3 to 5 car group we watched for quite a bit. But just like that, the US bracket is finalized and the World Championship is about to commence with qualifying number 1. And already we've got them onto the racetrack to start their first few laps here now. And this track, we've talked about the changing conditions. Fellas, you both have been around this sport long enough and motorsports long enough to know that a track at night is a big, big difference from what it was like in the daytime. Starting with you, Alex.
Yeah, well, first of all, actually, I got to say comfort-wise for a lot of the indoor guys, especially when you go to the Challenge GPs that the K1 hosts, a lot of it's under the lights. It's during the nighttime, even though it's pretty bright inside the building of a K1 speed event during the nighttime. This has got to be more of in their comfort zone, right? The sun's not in your eyes anymore. You can rock your clear visor, not worry about the sun or any other inconveniences to you. But 2, this racetrack is going to be fast. I mean, the rain earlier on today, Frankie, kind of washed away a lot of the rubber that we saw get built up throughout the last couple of days of practice. But this track is as fast as it's been all weekend long. We've seen lap times in the low 117s at one point during this afternoon. I suspect if you could put a lap together now, judging by the way the rubber's getting put down over the last couple of mains, we're going to see some 116s even with how fast this track is going to continue to evolve. And that's going to be something that a lot of these drivers have yet to face potentially in their careers, is understanding how a track dynamic changes due to weather, let alone rubber buildup. Weather can change things a lot.
No, 100%. And looking at it now, they're sliding around a lot, I think the track conditions have changed, drastically. You see them come flying through the final quarter, barely struggling to keep it on track, trying to minimize. They don't want to go 4 wheels off and get a penalty. Not in qualifying right now. There's too much on the line for them to get a penalty with this early on in the qualifying session.
I got to say, this might be a comfort thing, but a 117.8 on lap number 1 100%. Is as fast as I have seen somebody out the gate put together a burner. I know you and I were talking through the qualifying sessions and noticing how it took people 4 to 5 laps to get down to a lap that they are happy with. A 117.8 would have put it third for the A main on lap number 1. These they're not even warmed up. The tires probably aren't even up to full song yet. And again, they're still getting used to their go-karts as well. So I think this is fully proving that this track, the lap times will continue to fall. And I'm really intrigued, actually, how these drivers are able to navigate this. Because, again, a new experience for them under the lights and understanding how this track will continue to evolve here. Look at this. 2 drivers working together.
Right.
Have not seen this a lot throughout qualifying. But so far, I think this is going to be the strategy that could pay off for these 2 drivers.
Well, for now, we've got our first read at the World. Giovanni Perez D'Amico to the top initially. We knew he was fast. Lap times are coming down. 1:17.4 That is a burner lap on lap number 2 for Giovanni, and multiple drivers joining him in the 117 bracket. How about Rodrigo Arellano from Mexico up and into second? Brendan Reynolds, we talked about him in that USA final. He transferred in that final spot in third, but he was one of the fastest drivers throughout the entire main event. And all he needs is to be third to get a shot at the big prize on the line, $25,000 here over the next half hour or so. Quali 1, Quali 2, and then the World Championship main event.
Yeah, if there's anything I could tell Giovanni right now is to focus on getting a good gap. And as you can see, he's backing off so he can make sure he has a run. He came up on the driver ahead of him a bit too quick. I think even though he went that 117.4, he got held up. You know, I think there's more in the tank for Giovanni right now for our current provisional pole setter to be able to put down a steamer lap. But, you know, behind him as well, you know, he's going to be given a good chase to the driver behind him. So, you know, it's a bit of a give-or-take situation. But at the same time, you do not want to be the leader on a draft track like this and give the opportunity to somebody else to close the gap on you.
Yeah, well, Rodrigo Arellano there starting to pull away from Giovanni Perez, and he actually closed his margin to a 117.6 last time around. Still not quick enough to eclipse Giovanni Perez at a 117.4, but for Arellano, he closes the gap for Brandon Reynolds there. 4.5 back from the 117.4 we saw, and then that was Nathan Wilkie you were mentioning, getting a big toe off of Giovanni Perez. He's now closed his gap to about half second behind the 117.4 range. I got to say, from what I've noticed with how much the draft is worth around this place, as long as you are within 4 to 5 tenths lap time wise, you have a shot in this race.
Yeah, you're going to be in the fight. And even outside of that right now, you don't know in a qualifying session like this who had the traffic, who's not adjusting to the cold weather. It's nighttime. This is something that maybe a lot of the international guys aren't used to with our low humidity out here, you know, for a lot of the Puerto Ricans and everything else. You know, this is a very different environment for them. You know, our track conditions change a lot. We're basically in the desert right now in Southern California. We're in, you know, they'll say a lot of grape country as we're near Temecula, but being realistic, we're on the inside of a canyon, and this is
it's going to get cold.
It's going to get cold
real fast. White flag in the air, and there's our first 116. Giovanni Perez putting the stars and bars out in front by 0.8 of a second with a heater that time by, and that'll put him well in front of Rodrigo Arellano and Nathan Wilkie and crew. You can see here the widespread amongst the countries here, North America with the U.S., Mexico, Canada with Nathan Wilkie, Reynolds there on the U.S., and then Garrett Maines as well in 7th from the United States. First for Puerto Rico of the 3 that made it out of the Puerto Rican National Championship. Alexander Rodriguez in the number 20. He's at a 118 flat. So 5 drivers in the 117s. We've talked about a couple of toe laps here. That'll be critical here, especially as the night goes on, knowing that maybe, well, these motors might just be singing a little bit crispier. And more than anything else, after a full day and 3 full sessions, and most of them being in the dry, they are probably getting to new levels of confidence. All 12 drivers here in the World Championship hitting personal bests, and I would imagine they're only going to go quicker on this last lap. Let's see if anyone else can improve their time. It'll be a high bar set, of course, to knock off Perez, but as the checkered wave on our first qualifying effort, the U.S. A-Final champ with a hefty margin that looks like it should stick. Rodrigo Arellano, a 118.27. He drops off there at the end. Nathan Wilkie was able to match his best from earlier at a 117.8. That looked to be a no-toe lap for the 17, so that's a confidence builder. Even though Giovanni laid down a couple of heaters here, he did slow down on that last lap just a little bit, but he's got everyone pretty well covered from what we can see so far. Just like that, the first qualifying session in the books for the World Championship. 12 drivers in total. Giovanni Perez, our U.S. A-Final champion, who returned from Arizona after making a trip out here to be a part of the U.S. and World Championships last year. He wants to get the world title here, and he's got a great wave of momentum riding off our first of 2 qualifying sessions. We've got Quali 2 and the World Championship final on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Karts are already back on the circuit and fired up. It's a quick rack 'em and go session here for the World Championship qualifying session. No time to rest, no time to even really debrief all too much. Hop out of one go-kart, hop in the next, and get ready to go for quali number 2. Once again, folks, to remind you, the times you saw on your screen from quali number 1, that is the benchmark. Quali number 2 will have the same field, different go-karts, but your best time from either qualifying session will seed you for the grid in the World Championship final. So Giovanni Perez, he's sitting pretty, 8/10 on the field going into session number 2 at a 1:16.864. The question now is, with the karts that have been sitting on the grid, how long have they been sitting? Are those tires any bit cooler? How long will it take them to build heat and to build the confidence in a different machine to push? Because you're only going to get 5 laps over this 8-minute run, and we're coming to the end of the out lap now for all 12 to get after it once again. So here comes Giovanni across the line, Garrett Maines, Javier, Brendan Reynolds, and crew, and they will begin the times for one more try to knock off Phoenix, Arizona's own Giovanni Perez, who this session will be in the number 5 car. Rodrigo Arellano there from Mexico. And let's take this session as well to make sure we give love to all 12 that have qualified for the World Championship. From Puerto Rico, Carlos Javier Hernandez. This session, he'll be in the number 4 machine. He was 9th on the initial just gridding of all the karts, but we'll still get the first laps when they hit the loop to start to see this second session. If anyone looks strong enough to maybe knock off Perez. And we talked earlier in the day that everyone going through the US bracket especially, but the international drivers in their practice sessions are probably on track with 90% unknown drivers to them, maybe 100%. But at this point, getting through that first quali, knowing the results, eyeing up who's quick, I would imagine a driver that's gunning for the A final, the World Championship title, is starting to look around and saying, all right, here's a driver I want to get behind if I can right out of the pit lane. And if you're Giovanni Perez, you're trying to get away and not show any secrets yet.
Yeah, no, 100% I agree with you. And it's the same case as well. You know, how big of a margin that he had to the rest of the field. You don't know if anybody's going to try to position themselves in front of him, cause some traffic, as well as try to get their lap time, or just use him as a kind of a crutch to push them around and get the time. You know, Wilkie goes straight to the top with a solid 18.4, which is a quicker outlap than we saw the last session previous. So, you know, that's actually a pretty good omen for his qualifying session from Team Canada.
Yeah, that's at least maybe a sign that the lap times for him will improve here in session number 2. If they're anything like what we just witnessed, they're going to get better as the night goes on. So you would think maybe Quali 2 will be an improvement for most, and that could put a little pressure on Giovanni. But again, right now, that 1:16.8 flyer that he put down, he backed it up with a couple low 1:17s as well. So we're still a second away, but it was only the first lap in. They're still getting a feel for the different go-kart they hopped into. And, of course, these karts have been raced hard in the wet, in the dry, through the teens, and then now through a full U.S. gauntlet run for the adults. Lap 2 to the boards now as everyone slowly gets across the line. Rodrigo Arellano from Mexico at a 1:18.28 will take over the top spot. Here's a pack of 3 of them going through the final turn. And you can see how dark it has gotten. Let's see Wilkie if he was in traffic that lap. He was 1:18.52, nothing better.
Yeah, no improvement for Wilkie. A 1:18.2 right now, 4 minutes into qualifying. To touch on your point, Frankie, about the outlap, we actually had a 1:17.8 be the fastest lap we saw on the outlap of the first qualifying run. So lap times are slower this second go-around here, at least halfway through at least more than halfway through at this point, this qualifying session. So I wonder at what point do these lap times fall, or if maybe they're just going to stay stagnant here at this point with 2 minutes to go in this qualifying session. But right now, Rodrigo Arellano tops the board, but Garrett Maines now a 1:17.7. He now resets fast lap of this qualifying session. That'll put him third at the moment overall when you combine the 2 sessions.
Garrett Maines, what a heater there, 1:17.7. That'll definitely help his chances at a world championship. He did not have a good opening qualifier at a 1:18.79, so a full second pickup for Garrett Maines moving to the number 1 car here for quali number 2. Ariano, Rodrigo Ariano, close.
Yeah, Giovanni Perez improves. A 1:18.3 for him. That last go around puts him third for this qualifying session. So a couple things to note here, right? You have to wonder if, some drivers struggling to get used to the different go-kart. If the track is different from quali to quali, it really shouldn't have changed that much over 10 laps, at least not drastically. Actually gotten slower for a majority of these drivers. So heading into the main event, I thought for sure Giovanni Perez with his 1:16.8 would be the driver that everyone was having to chase, but heading into the World Championship main event with Giovanni Perez putting a 1:18.3 down at the month for quali number 2, it makes you wonder, how much of a factor maybe getting a different go-kart plays in, maybe the racetrack, maybe it's a mental game as well. So I think this is a closer field than we think.
It may be. It may come down a little bit to the start, too. I mean, talking about the gaps that we saw in the A and the B finals for the pole sitter, Giovanni Perez, that may be the difference more than even raw pace, is just being able to get away cleanly and not having to go offline, where I can only imagine all the dirt, dust, and debris has been collected over the course of the day with all of the changing weather conditions. No big improvements from Rodrigo Ariano. He slows down a little bit on his fourth lap. Last lap coming to us. This is Wilkie's group, looking like one driver at the top of the screen dropped a tire out of the back hairpin to the line for the last time. A big improvement there for Tyler Illidge. The Canadian moves up to 6th in this session. It'll be a 1:18.86. Garrett Maines backed up his second lap at a 1:17.7 to a 1:17.8. He still has not hit the pylon yet with the checkers flying in this session, but Giovanni Perez D'Amico, that 1:16.8 doesn't look like it'll be toppled here in quali number 2. One more bit of movement there. Brian Botello in the number 12 moves up the board just a little bit out of Mexico. He gets to within a second of Garrett Maines, still more than that off of the overall best time that we've seen so far. But a 1:17.6 for Rodrigo Ariano from quali number 1 should still seat him second overall. Nathan Wilkie at a 1:17.8 flat. That'll be better than what he did here in quali 2. He ends up, I think, the most consistent across the board. Giovanni Perez obviously ends up just behind him there in the number 5, clocking in a 1:18.3. So for Wilkie, a 1:18.2. It's a little bit slower than that first session, but we do believe, if all holds, that we've got our front row locked and loaded here. Rodrigo Ariano and Giovanni Perez D'Amico. So USA and Mexico provisionally on the front row. Garrett Maines, the 1:17.7. That should put him third. And then Wilkie at a 1:17.8 flat will be better than the 84 by Rodrigo Ariano. So it'll go Wilkie for Canada. He'll move up to 4th on the overall grid, and we believe Ariano should potentially line up in 5th for the World Championship. And it's going to be just in a few moments, folks. This is, again, their last time on the racetrack before the final show, the run for the big money. The K1 Speed World Championship. 105 locations, more than 150 drivers have qualified to get here, and we've gotten down to our final 12 that are getting ready to go green under the lights from K1 Circuit. It's all headed your way live on Kart Chaser next. Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here.
For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
It is time. The K1 Speed World Championship, an entire day of racing, an entire year of qualifying to get to be here, has now boiled down to the best 12 adult K1 drivers from around the world. The top 3 from the USA final earlier today, and the rest from Puerto Rico, Mexico, Canada, all here this weekend representing their countries and representing their home locations. Giovanni Perez D'Amico out of Arizona will lead the field to green with a heater in quali number 1. Alongside him will be Mexico's own Rodrigo Arellano. Moving back to row number 2, Garrett Maines will put 2 Americans in the first 2 rows. Nathan Wilkie for Canada will start back in 4th. The third and final transfer out of that USA final, Brandon Reynolds, was wicked fast. He starts alongside Alexander Rodriguez in the number 38 machine, right at the halfway mark here on the field for Puerto Rico's own. Then back, Brian Botello, Tyler Illich, Andrew Colo, Carlos Luciano, Claudio Palacios, and Carlos Javier Hernandez. We're ready for action one more time. Around the back hairpin and down the long straight with one last deep breath before 8 laps decide who becomes the 2025 K1 World Champion, who walks away with $25,000. This is it. It comes down to this moment right here. 8 laps to decide it. Giovanni Perez on the inside on the 16, looking for the green as it's going to be a fast-rolling start to our flagman. And we're underway for the K1 World Championship. It's a great start for Giovanni. They're side by side behind him up the S's, battling for second and 3 wide at the back of the field there for 8th, 9th, and 10th. But Giovanni Perez is already up and away with a decent gap, and they're still going to continue to go at it. They're back for P2. A big send at the end of the straightaway takes them both wide. It'll hurt the momentum a little bit of the 19 machine. He'll drop to 3rd, but your leader's got a couple car lengths already. We know how fast he was in the qualifying sessions. This is the last thing you want to do, fellas, is let the fastest driver get away early. He's got a healthy gap here as they run through the infield, Alex.
Garrett Maines, the fastest driver from the second qualifying session. He finds himself P2. It's a 3-kart group behind Giovanni Perez, but you mentioned it. Just like we saw in qualifying 1, once he gets out up front, once he has clean air, he's able to put a couple burners together, and nobody's able to touch him here. So for Garrett Maines, his one goal is don't let the guy in red pull away. Further back, fight for second and third, starting to brew up. Garrett Maines, at least by himself, can keep his focus on Giovanni Perez, and he'll need it because we know how quick that young kid is.
That was Nathan Wilkie losing that 3rd spot. He's right behind in 4th, though, pushing down the back straightaway. He'll tuck in line.
So now Wilkie there having to reset, regroup, and go after the guy in 3rd place. Rodrigo Arellano there for Mexico, but it's a USA 1-2. Giovanni Perez, Garrett Maines heading the way. It looks like Giovanni Perez is starting to pull away a little bit, but Garrett Maines at least keeping it close early. A long way to go still, 7 laps to go, and as we saw from the previous World Championship event for the teens, it could all unravel in one corner, so it's all still to play for under the bright lights here at K1 Circuit here at Winchester, California. But for Arellano, holding off Wilkie at the moment. Brendan Reynolds in 5th, starting to close the gap here for this battle for 3rd. So this is the last step on the podium, and it's not just for a podium, not just for a trophy, it's for $7,500 for 3rd, $15,000 for 2nd, and then obviously the $25,000 check for winning the world title.
You know, I think this looks like a complete, clear kind of exact same situation that happened with Giovanni when he got out front. He kept his head down. He's kept his cool. You know, the difference between the what happened when unraveled the session before was or not the session before, but the Teens World Championship was the wet conditions. You know, it's dried out. And the biggest change is that now we have a battle for 1st and 2nd.
We do. It's looming. Maines closed in that lap by 0.2 of a second. We've got a mano-a-mano fight out front here as the field rockets down the short chute behind a great battle for 3rd as well. Wilkie to Brendan Reynolds to Rodrigo Arellano, and on back to 6th as well. Closing in is Tyler Illich, 2 down, and it'll be 6 laps to go right now with 5 remaining at the line, but it will not be a runaway as he was able to get in that A final from the looks of it so far, Alex.
Garrett Maines, a different line than Giovanni Perez through the downhill S's. It's starting to work for Garrett Maines here. I find it really intriguing to see the different approaches through the racetrack and through the hairpin. Garrett Maines a lot more comfortable under the brake zones here on board that 15 machine compared to Giovanni Perez. And who knows, again, we've touched on it throughout the broadcast, throughout the day. Different go-karts, every time you get in, you have to get used to the different feel of it. They're all roughly the same thing, but sometimes you don't know who kind of beat and banged the go-kart ahead of you and maybe, messed up a couple of things, maybe just treated it a little bit poorly. Nonetheless, out of turn number 11, what a run for Garrett Maines. Around the outside of Giovanni Perez, Maines takes the lead. He has one hand on the world title. There's still 5 laps to go, though. Giovanni Perez now, he's the one that has to regroup, recharge, and get after Garrett Maines. These two guys right now are one step above the rest of the field. No one close to the pace that these two are putting on at the moment. But for Nathan Wilkie for Canada, he's found himself up in the 3rd spot. So he right now stands on that final step of the podium for $7,500. But we're not going to look away from this fight right now. Garrett Maines over Gio Perez.
This is going to be a fight to the end here. We saw how quickly the draft was able to pull Maines in. Now Giovanni, he takes a look over his shoulder. There's no help for him to be able to push back up. He'll have to will his way back to the lead, back to the fight for the World Championship, and he's watching that title begin to eke further into the distance. A great middle sector in the works here for Garrett Maines. He's opened the gap up, had to get through the first lap safely. He did, and now it's about a 3 or 4 car length advantage, but we haven't gotten to this point. The long backstretch, if Giovanni can get a big run at the end of the straightaway, he can pull himself back into the fight as we approach the halfway mark. Look at the battle further back beyond the podium as well. Safe and into 3rd is Nathan Wilkie. He's matching or getting closer to the times of the top 2, and that has created a massive battle for 4th on back. Look at this, one driver way wide off and into the runoff here as they come across the line. It's Brian Botello now moving up and into P4.
Botello over Coelho, then Tyler Illich there in P6. So Mexico, Canada for 4th, 5th, and 6th, and further back. The 11 there, Brandon Reynolds off, and one other one as well.
Claudio Palacios, we believe, may have been the other driver in the 14 that drove him wide at the exit at turn number 3. Both of them went and lost a ton of time, and that split this group up. We're watching 4th, 5th, and 6th just off the podium there in the middle of them. Looks to be Botello. He's lost that 4th spot. Might lose 5th here now in the infield hairpin, Frankie. About to go side by side with challenge and pressure from Tyler Illich. Not going to happen yet.
Yeah, Tyler Illich, Reynolds was right there, right behind Wilkie. I don't know what happened. That big battle that we saw coming out of the second to last corner just the lap before, I think it put him into that situation to be almost like 2-3 wide coming into turn 1, and that's where they both ended up going off through the difficult turn 3 banking because they probably just got together.
It'll be 3 laps to go this time by, 5 down. Look at the battle further back here, just outside the top 5. Wheel-to-wheel action, and a big run down the back straightaway. They'll get fully clear. Who is that going to be with a position change at the line? It'll update now. Looks like Wilkie well ahead, then Coelho ahead of Botello, and it was Rodrigo Arellano for Mexico getting by Tyler Illich for P6.
Garrett Maines putting down a 17-0 his last lap. That's unreal. That's 2/10 slower than Giovanni Perez's qualifying 1 lap. But, we're probably 30-40 minutes, at least after that qualifying 1. The sun's completely set now at this point. The track's cold. The tires are cold. And he's still putting down some insane lap times.
It's going to be an unreal celebration for Garrett Maines if he can pull it off. This is going to be huge for him. He mentioned that if he could get the World Championship title, if he could get the $25,000 cash prize, he wants to continue to work with his budding racing career. He's already beginning to put the groundwork in, hopefully with some sponsors as well that could back him up the ranks. And he's got his eyes on, hopefully, a future in professional motorsport. And the path to that, it begins with the run to get here, and it could be another chapter in that story as the white flag waves, but the gap closed. Well, it looked like it almost did there, but a bit of a bad run out of the last turn opened it back to a full second to Giovanni Perez, Alex.
You just got to put this last lap together if you're Garrett Maines. Don't look back. Just keep your sights set forward, putting down lap time after lap time. He's been the fastest go-kart on the racetrack. Last time around, Gio Perez at least matched the pace of the leader, but it's going to take some late race heroics here for Gio Perez to make anything happen, really just relying on a mistake mainly out of Garrett Maines, but he's looked picture perfect, hitting all of his marks at this point. We heard him in the interview after he finished second in the national title race earlier on today. He said, listen, I had to watch the interviews from the sidelines last year. He was just happy to finish on the podium of the A main. Now he has a chance with a couple more corners to go to be crowned a world champion.
At 23 years old, to qualify to get back here out of Virginia, the Richmond native was second in the state championship. He was once again just off the podium in the A final. But for the final time down the back straightaway, it looks still extremely good for Garrett Maines. The gap back to Giovanni Perez, well and good through that final turn to the line, this time by double checkers. Garrett Maines, your K1 world champion.
Further back, Gio Perez, P2. Nathan Wilkie, fist up in the air, $7,500 for the Canadian there. And I love to see the sportsmanship here from Gio Perez to Garrett Maines there. 25 grand for Garrett, $15,000 for Gio Perez, and a USA 1-2 here at K1 Circuit. And then Nathan Wilkie, your top three drivers to round out the podium there. And then you go back to Andrew Coelho and Botello rounding out your top five here. A fantastic way to end the K1 Speed E World Championships event.
What a run here for Garrett Maines. He didn't let the first lap woes bottle him up at all. He navigated that opening couple of corners smartly to keep himself close. He put his head down. He drove forward, and now a couple drifting corners to celebrate and take it all in on the cool-down lap. Your 2025 world champion from Richmond, Virginia. And after just making it through, just advancing through his state title, through the A final, he is now finally on the top step of the podium at K1 Circuit for the big one. The K1 World Champion, Garrett Maines, over Giovanni Perez and Nathan Wilkie for Canada to stand on the box as well. What a performance for them. Mexico able to get into the top five with Brian Botello, Tyler Illage, Rodrigo Oriano, Claudio Palacios, Alexander Rodriguez, Carlos Luciano, Brendan Reynolds, and Carlos Javier Hernandez. Your 12 finishers here from the 2025 K1 World Championship. Garrett Maines victorious in Winchester, California. And now the celebrations can officially begin. It's hard to put into words what this will feel like, folks, but they are going to give him his flowers. One victory lap on tap for Garrett. One more lap around this beautiful facility that has provided so much action and such good racing. And the story for this 23-year-old Virginia native will now have a K1 World Championship attached to it. The 2025 World Championship saw 150-plus entrants here at K1 Circuit. A long day, a week. Had most of the field here testing on Friday, trying to learn the circuit, learn the karts, get up to speed. And for Garrett, a return from watching the podium a year ago to qualifying again, to standing on it in the US final, but still the bridesmaid, never the bride until now. And this final cool-down lap, this final victory lap for the number 15 is going to be oh so sweet as he heads down that big hill towards the back hairpin and that long straightaway where he was able to, over the first few stages of this main, close on up to Giovanni Perez. Your U.S. final champ ends up as the vice world champ and takes on a hefty payday as well. Nathan Wilkie represented Team Canada extremely well for a group that had to travel a long ways down here to Southern California. Probably a bit of a background feeling, a bit of a homey feeling with how cool it has become here tonight in the desert. But as he stops on that front straightaway, and begins to get swarmed by the media. Garrett Maines is your 2025 K1 World Champion. As he begins to make his way up the steps towards the K1 circuit podium, let's take a throwback how he got it done. Kicking things off with a fast start, Giovanni Perez looked like early he might have been able to repeat that U.S. final performance, fellas, because they were getting after it right behind him off the jump and all the way down to the end of this short shoot here on the very first lap, Alex.
Yeah, Giovanni Perez, I mean, at the opening stage of this race, I mean, I thought really through the first half of this lap, usually based on what we saw for the first couple of mains earlier on in the day and throughout the afternoon as well, once a driver gets out to an early lead, it's really hard to kind of close that gap back up. And even at this point, Garrett Maines about a half second back, up to a second at one point at its peak on lap number 2. But lap 3, lap 4, Garrett Maines put his head down and really got things figured out here. But before that, we had a really good scrap here for third. It was Nathan Wilkie. It was the likes of Rodrigo as well getting into it. So that fight for third really continued to brew, and you could see it like we talked about all throughout the day and the afternoon. One pass, couple moves side by side, and you can really lose ground to the leaders quickly and in a hurry. Brendan Reynolds got in the mix as well, made things very interesting. Unfortunately for him, was involved in a slight incident halfway through the race. He got pushed back a little bit later on in the session. But at this point in the race, lap 4, Garrett Maines got a great run out of 11. Gio Perez went to the bottom of the racetrack, but Garrett Maines with a great run, a slight side draft too, pulls out, clears him before the brakes on a 12, and that was the move that secured him for 25 grand.
It was all the battles behind him, of course, that continued for the remainder of this race. We saw Brendan Reynolds end up getting the worst of it at the end of turn number 3. A good fight inside the top 5 for those final few spots there. Nathan Wilkie, of course, winning out over Andrew Coelho. A couple of Canadians there, 3rd and 4th, right behind the pair of Americans down there at the bottom corner, Giovanni Perez D'Amico and Garrett Maines. Of course, your top 2 finishers from this one. They split the big trophies from the day, the U.S. final champ and the world champ now in Garrett Maines. But the checkered flag moment where it all became real, and now a K1 World Championship, a $25,000 cash prize to continue his motorsports journey. And it is hopefully only upwards from here for him. Frankie, you can attest to it, what not just, of course, the prize, but being able to win on a stage like this can do for one driver's career.
No, 100%. The eyes and everything else. These are drivers that are no joke. You know, our Canadian driver that we have right here is wearing a Prime Power Team suit. These are all drivers that have, you know, at least contested in professional karting at one point. You know, Garrett is a driver I've actually, not Garrett, but Gio himself. I've raced on league nights. He actually beat me on one of the league nights, and you know, so I have to give a real big testament to Gio and Garrett for the level that they were able to achieve. You know, Gio getting his national championship today, and then Garrett getting the job done, getting the 25,000. And you know, for him, you know, this could open a lot of doors. You know, it's a very big deal. Yep.
It'll hopefully do a lot for him, and we're going to get to watch him celebrate some more and spray the champagne as it all becomes official as the K1 World Champion. Just to make it out of that U.S. bracket, just to make it here is already a massive, massive performance. And, well, let's see how good the champagne showers are for the second time today. Our World Championship podium is on the other side of this break.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with 2 classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
K1 Circuit, the world's greatest outdoor karting facility, is now open. Open karting and rental session schedules are available online. Rentals will resume today after the race event at 5 p.m. Thanks to Kart Chaser for live streaming the event at K1 Circuit. Your coverage will resume shortly.
Ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at Supernationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. Long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
The K1 Circuit Semi-Pro League. This is a competitive race series with two classes. Junior Series for those who are under the age of 18, and the Senior Series for those who are 18 or older. If you think you have what it takes, come out and prove your skills on League Night. Both schedules are live on the K1 Circuit website. Your Kart Chaser live feed will resume shortly.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
This is
Welcome back to K1 Circuit. The podium ceremonies are about to begin for the K1 World Championship. And of course, we've got to introduce the drivers that will put their names along the podium and one that will join the elusive K1 World Champions Club. Let's go over to the podium ceremonies now.
All right. Finishing in the third position, all the way from K1 Speed, Mississauga, Canada. Let's welcome Nathan Wilkie. And finishing runner-up in the 2025 World Championship, Giovanni Perez D'Amico from K1 Speed, Phoenix, USA. And finally, the 2025 K1 Speed World Champion in the adult division, all the way from Richmond, Virginia, USA. Please welcome Garrett Maines.
Yeah, no. The whole thing.
This one? One of them.
Let's hear one more time here for the top 3 finishers here of the K1 Speed World Championship. Now, of course, not only are these guys taking home some pretty silverware here, but they're also going to be taking home a pretty hefty paycheck. Let's start with you, Nathan Wilkie. You are taking home $7,500. Giovanni, you're going to take home a little more than what you got the last time you were here. So here you go. Here's a check for $15,000. And Garrett, how would $25,000 sound for your win here? All right, we'll go ahead and start interviewing some of you guys here. Garrett, you missed the cut last year. You were very happy to make it at least into the cut this year. Now look at you, standing on the top of the heap here, being our adult not U.S. champion, world champion. How does that feel? What does it mean to you? This is a journey that you started last year, and it's finishing today. Tell us your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's kind of surreal. It's not really how I expected this weekend to go. You know, I had a backup plan. I'm going to see some friends after this, but you know, I'm really thankful to have all the support that I've had behind me this season with Wigan Water Technologies and Scott at MCU Body, Lennox. All those guys have been like so instrumental in like my racing career and how I've been able to get here. You know, I started rental karting for fun, but I actually come from sim racing in reality, and that's where most of like my experience has been. And the amount of like support that I've had on that side and all the people that have helped me there have helped me get here. So.
Pretty incredible. And we got to talk about that move. Sorry, Giovanni. We got to talk about that move that you made there down the back straight there, going into turn 12. Let us know what was going through your mind there.
You know, I really thought I was going to be setting up for the crossover in the last corner, but it ended up being like as soon as I pulled out of line, he just stopped. It was kind of crazy. Like, I had a good run out of the corner. The draft helped me some more, and he saw it coming. He went defensive. So I was just like, oh, I'll just hold him over there, and then I'll pull out at the last second. And then I was clear. I was like, well, that works too. So, you know, it was definitely a relief to be able to look back after a lap and not have him getting the run back on me again. So it was a huge relief, but, you know, man, this is awesome.
Very cool. And I've got to ask you now, You're the owner of a $25,000 check. How are you going to spend that thing?
Well, you see, we're not all the way through the racing season yet, and it has been very expensive so far, so 25 grand will definitely help with that.
All right, excellent. Let's hear it one more time here for our world champion in the adult division. Now, Giovanni, we talked about it. You finished one position higher in the U.S. Championship. You just finished one place higher than you did in the World Championship 2 years ago. So you got to be leaving pretty happy still.
Oh, absolutely. I'm happy here today. I'm just happy I could keep up with him. He had some amazing straight line, and, I mean, that move was incredible as well. And I'm just happy to make everybody in Arizona proud as well. I know a lot of the guys in the shop are watching from the TV at the center, so hi. But then also my family and friends that made it out here today. It just means so much, so I'm happy to make them all proud.
Very good. Couldn't say it better than that. Good job, Giovanni. Well done again. Our second place finisher here. And finally, Nathan Wilkie, you were here 2 years ago, the first time that the K1 Speed World Championship was held here, just like Giovanni, actually. I know that didn't go your way that time, but you came back 2 years later, and now here you are, finishing third, representing Canada here on the podium. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I mean, there's been a lot of ups and downs the past couple of years, but it's all led here, so I'm very grateful, obviously, for all the support, my family here, my team, who also did great. Everyone watching me back home, my friends, my girlfriend, my grandmas. So, yeah, it feels great. These guys had some wicked pace, couldn't really keep up with them, but I was pretty consistent all weekend. So, yeah, I feel good. It's awesome.
Very good. Well, once again, for the last time here, please send these guys off with the biggest round of applause you can. Again, our top three finishers at the K1 Speed World Championship in the adult division. Thank you, everyone, for coming here today. Thank you for everyone for making the trip out here. And thank you for supporting K1 Speed. Have a very safe night. Good night.
Couldn't have said it any better myself. What a great send-off from the beautiful Winchester, California's K1 circuit. That's a wrap on the 2025 K1 World Championship and U.S. Finals. We will see you again in 2026. And for us on Kart Chaser, we'll see you at K1 Circuit sooner than that. Good night.